He awakened as a level 1 player, but his stats were a complete joke. This was a new level of weakness. While others start with 50 points, he was stuck with a pathetic 18. He'd have to grind for ages just to match a brand new player. Without a single passive skill, he had one unique ability, a special shop for buying and selling. And to kick things off, he had 2 billion points to spend however he pleased. Is this guy a secret billionaire? The shop offered legendary items, treasures only the top rankers could ever dream of owning. But what truly shocked him was something else in the store. A mythical grade item, a level of power nobody in the world had ever seen. Until now, Legendary was thought to be the absolute peak. Browsing further, he found a potion to increase a beginner's strength. The catch? It only worked for players with under 100 strength. For him, this was a golden opportunity. This was his ticket to becoming an overpowered character, ready to conquer dungeons. Just you wait. The item cost 5 million, which was pocket change for him. The moment he used the gem, he felt a surge of new power. Even a single point of strength felt like a world of difference. But could he get strong enough to save his father? Who is in the hospital with a severe case of mana sickness? It all started when the portals opened. Monsters poured out. Some people awakened with powers and others fell into a mysterious slumber. Sound familiar? The only cure is a rare mana stone from a powerful monster. His mother worked around the clock to cover the massive hospital bills. His own sister gave up her marriage savings and took on a second job. Now, that's a truly amazing sister. He was just an ordinary person who never dreamed of awakening. But now, he had a chance to become truly powerful. Returning to the shop, he discovered a skill book that lowered mana costs by 10%. He bought it and listed it for an insane price, a clever way to store it. The only issue was the 20% auction fee. That's some serious highway robbery. But it was time to get down to business. It was time to power up and get ready for action. He bought a massive amount of stat-boosting gems. That evening, he absorbed one item after another. The next day, he headed out to register as a player, but the clerk gave him a strange look. Why would such an old man be registering now? At first, our hero was confused. Then he caught his reflection in a mirror and saw the shocking truth. He had aged overnight. Checking his status window, the horrifying realization hit him. The points he had been spending so freely were his own lifespan. Our hero reeled from this terrible discovery. He did the math. He only had about a year and a half left. He desperately needed a way to earn more points. Then, an idea struck him. Selling his own items. He decided to test it with his old Nintendo. A system window appeared asking him to place the console into a floating image. As he touched it to the screen, the device vanished completely. A moment later, the Nintendo was listed for sale in the system shop. It actually worked. Online, it might have sold for $60 at best. He decided to take a gamble and set a much higher price, hoping the 40 games included would sweeten the deal. The game console's registration is complete. Johan pauses, wondering if he should sell more. Elsewhere, a girl surrounded by treasure groans, bored by the same old items in the shop. There's no thrill, she thinks. Just then, a new item appears. Without hesitation, she instantly buys it. Meanwhile, Troy Khan feels his power returning. This proves his points are tied to his life force, and he can restore them at will. The new owner, however, is completely baffled by her purchase. She curiously examines a watch, its numbers changing on their own. She doesn't get why it's a rare item, but her instincts tell her it's special. Next, a glowing screen asks for mobile data. It seems she's never seen a phone. She taps and prods but can't connect to the internet. The device is a mystery, but as she explores, she finds something intriguing. A function called mirror magic. She spots a fun-looking button in the video menu and presses it, her eyes widening in surprise. Magically, an image of a hat appears right on her head. A mischievous thought crosses her mind. Should she? She snaps a photo, loves it, and immediately starts a fun little photo shoot. But not everyone is pleased. The demon woman is seething. She was meant to buy those items, but someone snatched them from under her nose. Now she's stuck trying to figure out these strange objects, but even her magic reveals nothing. She powers on the game console, but senses no magical energy from the device at all. Before she knows it, hours have vanished and a game over screen glares back at her. She is not amused and explodes in a classic fit of gamer rage. Back in the city, Choi Kung stands before a car, but the system rejects his attempt to sell it. He can only list things he personally owns. Frustrated, he walks off until he spots some junk on the ground. For some strange reason, the system accepts a broken old fan. So it seems only specific items work, and there's a limit of 10 listings at a time. Choi Kung checks his sales only to see his points have actually gone down. Things are not going well. His items aren't selling, and then a new notification pops up. A formal complaint has been filed against Choi Hyun-sung for selling a defective product. The message warns that one more complaint will result in a ban. He's stunned. He had no idea this kind of penalty system even existed. In a panic, he decides he has to lower all his prices immediately. But just then, a new alert chimes in. All his items have suddenly sold. Instantly, his anxiety about not making sales evaporates. Feeling confident, our hero decides to raise the prices even higher. Of course, another complaint immediately follows. 70% of his items were reported as faulty. His account may be suspended until the issue is cleared up. The complaints are about the cell phone, which suddenly turned off. The buyer has no idea you have to plug it in to recharge it. And more messages are flooding in about the cigarettes, the beer, and other simple things his customers can't seem to figure out. Angry messages pour in, demanding replacements for the broken items. Before he can react, his screen fills with more threatening messages. And just like that, his store is frozen for 3 days. If he doesn't solve these issues, that suspension will become 3 months. His first thought is to send a new phone, complete with a charger. But then, a wild idea sparks in his mind. What if his customers aren't from Earth at all? Maybe selling more electronics is the right move? Our hero quickly checks an online supply shop. The prices are great, but his wallet is completely empty. Holding his last few coins, he even considers selling his skill book. But in that desperate moment, a brilliant plan is born. With a determined tap on his phone, the mission begins. At the construction site, the other workers stare in disbelief. He's hauling 3 heavy bags on his own and making it look easy. A coworker asks where he developed such incredible power. He just shrugs it off. After 3 days, the final seconds tick away. He can barely wait as the suspension is finally lifted. It's time to get back in business. But in that instant, a new complaint arrives and his heart sinks. Before he can even read it, another one appears. All 20 of his items have received complaints. He's suspended again. Someone has launched an attack on his entire shop. One message is from a gamer whose console supposedly quit on them. Now the owner is so furious, they've sworn to hunt him down. A storm of demands follows, ordering him to post new items or replace the old ones. But what can he possibly do? He's powerless to fix his problem while locked out. Another 3-day suspension begins, with the 3-month ban looming closer. He refuses to let his new life end like this. Back at the worksite, his superhuman strength continues to amaze everyone. 3 days later, he has his pay and a few carefully packed boxes. Our hero is certain he's just dealing with a very clueless buyer. He plans to list a pair of batteries. His account is finally unlocked again. He posts the item and instantly it's sold. A notification appears. 14 complaints have vanished. Moments later, 4 more disappear. His points begin to soar. He celebrates his hard-earned victory. With his shop finally safe, he dreams of selling bigger and better things. But first, a new challenge calls to him. It is time to register as a player. To earn that card, a person has to survive a 3-week course at a training school. If they fail, they are given only one more chance. But if that person fails a second time, the dream is over forever. Simply awakening is not enough to become a true dungeon hunter. Troy aced the test with flying colors, earning a round of applause. But a bitter voice cut through the praise, saying a skill less nobody shouldn't graduate. Someone called the remark cruel, but the jealous player didn't care one bit. Troy, however, had expected nothing less. 3 weeks later, he left the academy behind for good. His classmates called out, inviting him to a graduation party. They even suggested drinks, but our hero politely declined for personal reasons. Their faces fell with a hint of disappointment. But Troy knew their paths were never meant to cross again. "Your card is now issued," the receptionist announced. A smile finally reached his eyes. He held his official hero license. With this, he could sell the skill book and begin his hunt. The money he earned would be enough to get his father the care he needed. At the equipment shop, Troy rented a full set of gear with his credit card. The clerk issued a standard warning about exceeding the return period, and with a simple nod, he wished our hero good luck. Unfortunately, being a hero was an expensive business. Renting basic equipment cost a fortune, and without it, the guild wouldn't let him near a dungeon. On top of that, every mission had its own hefty entry fee. In the town square, parties were desperately shouting for new members. One leader promised to cover all fees and ensure absolute safety. As expected, the demand for tanks and healers was extremely high. After all, even a low-level monster is still a dangerous creature. His status window confirmed his impressive stats and his unique skill, item trading. With numbers like his ... any party would accept him, but his goal was different. Hunt solo and pass off his purchase skill as his own. Troy strode confidently toward one of the glowing dungeon portals. "You're going in alone?" a staff member asked in disbelief. Troy simply confirmed. With a shrug, the man granted him passage. He could feel their judging stares. Not even seasoned players attempted to solo a dungeon. This was a mid-tier zone, and the risks were real. People could easily find their end within these walls. One guard even questioned how anyone could have such nerve. "Arrogant fools learn their lessons the hard way," the other replied. Troy ignored their whispers and stepped through the shimmering veil. He was in. The area was a dark cave lit by flickering torches, and he could hear commotion up ahead. A party was in a desperate fight with a giant horned rabbit. The protagonist was shocked by its sheer size. For now, he decided to just observe. "Use your taunt," the party leader shouted. The monster charged the tank, sending him flying backward as if he were nothing. "All members attack at once," a teammate cried out. Despite their 3-month training course, all of them were simply ordinary people until recently. That's why hunting a real monster was a nearly impossible task. After a quick heal, the tank got back up. The rabbit took a direct, staggering blow right to its face. Seizing the moment, the party rushes in. Kroy-Khan realized this dungeon wasn't so simple. A warrior takes a chance with a desperate strike. The rabbit tries to defend itself, but its efforts are futile. The sword finds its mark. At last, the beast falls. Kroy-Khan noted the fight took 8 minutes, while others finished in 3. Meanwhile, the dungeon guards couldn't care less. Their badges marked them as security. They only intervene in life-threatening situations. This meant he was free to move without worry. His stats were more than enough for a solo run. Troy Hanong activates his stealth skill, his body fading into the darkness. Nearby, another group was talking. It was the assistant and healer from the #1 guild, Sue. The healer offered words of encouragement. "We'll find what we're looking for, I promise." Her partner's support brought a small smile to her face. Others offered to help if they spotted anything, but the girl only offered a polite thank you, her mind elsewhere. They all said her skills were incredible, but she didn't seem to believe them. A silent apology passed between the partners. For 15 long days, their hunt had yielded nothing. Her only goal was to advance to the 4th class, but to do that she needed to find the horned rabbit's boss. The monster was weak, but incredibly elusive. Still, she vowed to finish it the instant it appeared. Activating their shadow cloaks, the two ventured deeper into the dungeon. "Hey, have you heard the rumors?" June whispered. Team 3's leader and Team 2's support were spotted at the warehouse. But her gossip was cut short when they both saw something move. A lone figure was walking through the shadows. Annie wanted to pretend she saw nothing, but it was too late. Was he a solo player or just separated from his team? She studied the adventurer closely. He didn't have a single scratch on him, which ruled out a recent fight. So why was he completely alone? Then Annie saw something even more shocking. The boy was wearing rental equipment. Just a rookie, wandering a dangerous dungeon alone. They both thought he was a fool. You need to be level 35 to hunt here solo. In the next second, they were eating their words. With a single clean strike, Choi Hansen took down the rabbit, but our hero was shaking. He hated this feeling, but it was necessary for his family. That wasn't his first hunt. He'd defeated many, but not a single item had appeared. He activated stealth again, striking from behind. The bitter feeling returned. The two girls were left utterly confused. June could see her partner was tense, lost in thought. Annie was remembering the rule of 20 levels. Hunting a monster near your level gives experience and items, but against a creature 20 levels lower, you get nothing. The chances of a drop are almost zero. That's why Annie concluded this had to be the boy's first time here. "Do you know him?" June asked. Annie shook her head, but for now, she just wanted to watch a little longer. With nothing better to do, she waits. Droy Henning's ambush finally pays off. A gem drops from the sky. That makes the 5th one he's collected. But he never dreamed leveling up would be this grueling. After taking down countless monsters, he should have ranked up by now. An experience bar would make this so much easier. Our hero thinks 1 more hour should be enough. But 5 hours later, he's still stuck. This can't be right. Most people take 2 days at most to advance. A strange feeling washes over our hero. June agrees. The air itself feels heavy. Troy Hansen is beyond frustrated. In 10 days, he'd earned over 100 million points. But after a full day of this, he's only gained 100 points. Still, he tries to keep his spirits up. A rabbit lunges from behind, but our hero ends it with a single perfect strike. Choi Hinong rises, bracing for the next wave. A whole pack of rabbits rushes him. Our hero readies his stance for the incoming assault. 1 clean strike takes down every monster in sight, but he's getting worn out. Another rabbit leaps at him. He counters with a simple move, and the creature falls. Just then, a new system message appears before him. He's earned the title Rabbit Hunter for defeating 100 of them alone. Choi Khan's pauses to process this change. The new title now glows brightly in his status window. With it, he unlocks 2 unique attributes. His vitality increases, and he gains a rare rank-up chance. Anyone could get this title, but they usually level up long before then, which means almost no one ever actually obtains it. A chance to rank up to a rare class. This is a huge opportunity. Annie is having the time of her life. She's thrilled with her massive catch. The assistant watched him strike a rabbit's weak spot in a single, fluid motion. It could have been a fluke, but she saw him do it again and again. Even when surrounded, the boy wiped them all out with 1 powerful blow. She has to recruit him for the guild. The protagonist wonders if he should venture deeper inside. But the sound of 2 voices calling his name stops him. Our hero turns to see 2 players in custom gear and high-grade armor. John tells him to relax, explaining they're security officers. He's not convinced. He saw no badges and never even sensed their presence. June explains they were assigned to protect the portal's interior and were heading out. The reason he couldn't detect them was due to their stealth skills. But our hero didn't even hear them breathe, much less walk. The girl reveals she decided to approach him. She thought his incredible skills were being wasted on mere rabbits. But at level 1, our hero panics. What if they discover his secret? Choi Hanung asks if he is required to show them his information. The assistant says no, but her curiosity is piqued. After all, they represent the Sioux Guild. That name rings a bell. They are one of the most powerful guilds in Korea. She offers to help him join their ranks if he just shows them his status window. Our hero is trapped. His penalty prevents him from ever leveling up. Hansen is certain that a player with stats like his will be. His situation was suspicious. No matter the hunt, his level remained frozen. He had no desire to join a guild. With that, he turned his back on her. Annie tried to stop his exit. Her sudden reaction startled him. Confused, she asked a simple question. Did he not know the Siwa Guild? He knew of them, of course, so why would he refuse such an offer? His reason was simple. He disliked being tied down and had no need for a guild. She pressed on, asking if he belonged to another team, but his answer never changed. He preferred to walk his own path. Seeing his resolve, the girls finally backed down. Hansong said his goodbyes. Still, Annie offered her card, just in case he reconsidered. He accepted it and prepared to depart, but she made one last attempt, asking to leave the dungeon together. It would make things easier, she argued. But again, he refused any contact with other players. Annie was taken aback by his cold demeanor. Her friends scoffed that his pride would be his downfall. With nothing more to say, the girls left. Back on the surface, he knew he must be more cautious. Just then, something caught his attention. The girls were still there. Wasting no time, he headed straight for a taxi. Inside, the driver asked his destination. Our hero's response was simple. Just drive. Hansong checked the map on his phone. His next target was the Blood Fox dungeon. The taxi driver seemed impressed by his choice. He boasted of driving countless players, knowing every dungeon route by heart, but our hero's mind was elsewhere. All he could think was whether his status would remain frozen. The new area felt eerily similar. Crowds of hunters shouted, looking for new party members. The chaotic energy was the same. He pushed through toward the gate. The gatekeeper looked him over, asking where his party was. And Hansong gave his usual answer, "I'm alone." Then he stepped through the portal. Inside, a fang-toothed fox was surrounded by a group of players. Hansong watched from a distance, noticing something familiar from the last dungeon. The powerful guardians didn't seem to care about the commotion at all. This was his chance. He activated his stealth and slipped to the lower floor. His sword hummed as he drew it, ready for the real hunt to begin. He felt confident this time, charging forward. He saw his first target was worth 180 points. He swung his blade in a clean arc, hoping to end the fight swiftly. In a single flash, the foxes fell, but then he sensed a new presence. More beasts were emerging from the darkness, slowly surrounding him. He knew he had to get serious. 2 hours later, his count reached 299. After defeating 13 foxes, he earned a new title, just as he'd predicted. Our hero, however, was expecting this outcome. He summoned his status window. His level was unchanged, but his strength had increased by 1. It seemed every title offered a different kind of reward, but he was already being encircled by a huge pack of foxes. Hansong was ready to begin the second part of his experiment. 7 hours later, he opened his window again. He'd earned a rare title, Blood Fox Predator. A successful rank up. Our hero felt a wave of satisfaction. Not only did his strength get another +1, he also discovered the heroic rank above rare. He took a quick break, eager for tomorrow's run. He secured the gems in his bag and headed out. But on the way, something unexpected appeared, a skill book for body hardening. A system warning flashed. Skill already known. Purchase denied. Well, that was a bust. So he listed it for a ridiculous price and grabbed a different book instead. With his dungeon run complete, our hero returned to the surface. The receptionist gestured to the basket. He placed the skill book and his bag inside. The man began inspecting, but his eyes went wide at the pile of magic stones. He was in shock, and the rare skill book left him even more stunned. Our hero casually asked if there was a problem as the stones were being scanned. The total came to 39,000 REI, and the company would call when his book sold. He was more than pleased. As he left, he realized he could earn 1,000,001 a day at this rate. Being a player was the best. The next day, he stopped for a meal. He thought about renting a room nearby, since his home was so far away. But what truly mattered today was leveling up his title. Inside the cave, another fox met a swift and unfortunate end. He effortlessly cleared them out until a new achievement unlocked for defeating 5,000 foxes alone. A system message popped up. He was the very first person to earn a heroic rank title. He never expected to be the first. It felt like a cheat, but a really good one. He pulled up his status window. His points soared to 100, with all attributes jumping by 20. Then he discovered something new. It was possible to rank his title up to legendary. He wondered if he should try, but not today. He was completely drained. He promised to come back tomorrow. 10 days later, he was settled into a hotel, taking a food break. Back in the dungeon, he defeated another huge group of foxes. And then it happened. The legendary rank was finally achieved. He collapsed from exhaustion. It was another massive leap in power. Every single stat increased by 40 points. He could barely hold back his excitement. He was thrilled with himself. A quick check confirmed this was the maximum a title could go, but a small part of him was already hungry for even more. He got ready to leave, knowing there were other places to grind. Back in the rabbit dungeon, our hero was fighting a group of monsters. One of them lunged at him from behind. But a simple push with his sword's hilt sent it flying into a wall. He realized he'd reached a point where he could defeat them with his bare hands. But for today, that was more than enough. At the hotel, he received a message that his items had been sold. He had to collect the payment in person, so he headed to the auction house. The receptionist asked him to check the documents carefully before signing. And that's when he saw the shocking number of 42% fee on every item. This was unbelievable. He would no longer sell his books through them. Our hero understood. He had to hunt wisely, having already made 10 million from magic stones. Reaching 1 billion wasn't a dream, with his online sales booming. At this rate, he could afford the elixir sooner than he'd hoped. Walking the streets, Choi Hansen finally saw his own reflection. He hadn't bought new clothes since his father fell ill. His family simply couldn't afford such luxuries. But that hardship was about to change. At a factory, the day's work was ending. At 7 p.m., the final shift concluded. A woman walked home alone, waving goodbye to her coworkers. "Mom!" Cho-hun called out. Seeing her son, her face lit up. But his hug revealed just how frail she'd become. She wondered what brought him all the way out here. He just wanted to see her. That simple answer made her so happy. Like any mother, she asked if he'd eaten. He wanted to have dinner with her, but she couldn't. She had to rush to her second job at a restaurant. She fished a few bills from her pocket, pressing them into his hand for a meal. He knew she hadn't eaten either and pleaded for her to join him. But she insisted she eats at the restaurant while working. He even offered to help her wash dishes, but she refused. He knew it was time to reveal the truth. "Mom, ... I awakened." The words hung in the air. His mother stared, utterly shocked. She asked him to say it again, just to be sure. He presented his hero license. He was a player now. She didn't have to work like this anymore. Her first words were filled with worry. "It's dangerous." He promised to be careful, but she still hesitated. A player's income wasn't stable, she argued. She'd heard that new players often spend more than they make. He agreed, but then he showed her his recent earnings. Her eyes widened as she saw the number. 1 billion yen. This she could finally stop working, pay the hospital bills, and they could finally breathe. Tears of overwhelming relief streamed down her face. "It's your turn to rest now," he said gently. She could only whisper, "Thank you." Later, she proudly introduced her son to her restaurant colleagues. He rolled up his sleeves and helped with the dishes, letting everyone leave a little earlier. At the end of the night, they walked home together. His sister was surprised to see their mother home so early, and even more surprised to see him. She questioned his sudden appearance, but he promised it was for a wonderful reason. The three of them gathered in the living room. He told his sister he had awakened ... and that he had earned a fortune. Her jaw dropped as she saw the proof, a balance of 1 billion. It felt like a dream she couldn't dare to believe. Choi-kan promised them their days of struggling were over. His sister couldn't hold back her tears of joy any longer. It had been so hard. That night, for the first time in a long while, their family slept with peace in their hearts. "I'm leaving now," his mother asked when he'd be back. "When you quit your job," he declared. She worried about his simple clothes. But he'd find gear near the dungeons. With a quick goodbye, his mission began. His mother's calls went unanswered. A worried prayer escaped her lips. Just then, Choi Kan-sam returned, out of breath. "Traffic was terrible, so I ran." She tapped his head, her heart filled with relief. At the hospital, his father lay still. Looking at him, Choi Kan-sam's resolve hardened. "I will definitely heal you." 10 days later, he'd vanquished 10,000 rabbits, earning a legendary title. His watch showed plenty of time left to hunt. The taxi left him at a dungeon, strangely devoid of people. The sign read, "Vampire Bat Dungeon, recommended for levels 10 to 15. They were known to attack in massive swarms. Hunting them alone was considered nearly impossible. Choi Kan-ung slipped past the entrance, his stealth active. The chatting guards never even noticed his presence. This silence was suspicious. He activated a protective shield just in case. To draw them out, he released a single drop of his energy. The scent hit them. The entire cave erupted. It felt as if the abyss itself was rushing towards him. A living shadow of wings engulfed him. Inside his barrier, a fireball ignited. Its light revealed countless creatures clawing at his shield. But his flame was weak. Holding 2 skills at once was draining his focus. He gritted his teeth, forcing the fire to grow brighter. How could such small monsters cause so much trouble? This was the absolute limit of his fire magic. The fireball shot through his barrier, exploding with incredible force. The shockwave wiped out every single bat, but his shield began to crack. Even he was shocked by the raw power. But before he could recover, a new swarm emerged. Choi-kan was already chanting another fire spell. As the bats charged, he unleashed his magic. Immediately, a notification popped up. A new achievement. At this rate, he might earn the legendary title today. First, he had to gather the magic stones. But in the darkness, something caught his eye. Amidst the falling creatures lay a sword shaped like a bat's wing. He was stunned. The mana of the entire swarm had coalesced into a weapon. Choi Kan-ung reached out and grasped the hilt. A system message appeared. The sword could absorb an enemy's life force to heal its wielder. A slow smile spread across his face. This was perfect. But the most important question was, is it possible to forge more of these? Our hero had stumbled upon a hidden truth. By defeating countless weak monsters at once, their combined mana could create an epic item. After clearing out a horde of rare monsters, our hero realized the rewards were not worth the effort. Only the same old gems were scattered on the ground. The mana fusion yielded just one new item for his bag. It was a black cloak, durable, but with a name that was its only rare quality. He decided this hunt was a waste of time. He needed a new dungeon and new titles. A few days later, his mom expressed her worries about the cost of their new house. But he promised her he wouldn't overdo it. An attendant warmly greeted them as they walked into the office. Choi Kan-ung mentioned they had spoken on the phone. The attendant recalled the request for a 1,000 square meter apartment, which made his mother gasp. But our hero insisted he wanted everyone to have their own room. A week later, his sister saw their new home for the very first time, her eyes wide with amazement. The girl was bursting with pure excitement. He vowed the next house would be even grander. But to her, this was already a perfect palace. Their mother prepared the first meal in their new home. His sister suggested they bring welcome rice cakes to the neighbors, an idea his mother loved. Watching this unfold, Choi Kan-sung felt a deep warmth in his heart. He just wished his father could have been there, vowing to make that happen next time. Now, inside the Crimson Rat dungeon, the creatures lunged, but our hero was already airborne. From above, the scene looked almost amusing to him. With a powerful push from the wall, he changed his trajectory. The rats were quick, but with a single fluid motion, 2 of them were taken down. In the end, he was on a completely different level. A fireball ignited in his palm, ready to claim more titles. He emerged from the dungeon with a bag overflowing with brilliant diamonds. The inspector on duty could hardly believe his eyes. Troy Canson gave a cheerful wave, but before he could leave, a voice called his name. The woman claimed they had crossed paths before. This time, she introduced herself properly. Lee Schutte, an assistant from the Sewing Guild's Teen 1. She asked if he had a moment to spare. Just 1 week earlier, a guild manager was fuming, trying to identify the source of his problems. Lee had claimed she knew nothing about it. The guildmaster himself reviewed Choi Hoonam's profile. He suspected the protagonist was already earning a fortune from selling magic stones. But Lee didn't believe that was proof of a unique ability. The guildmaster, however, was convinced the chances were high. He wanted this kid on his team. Of course, Lee had to agree. He would assign a negotiation specialist, but since she found him, she would get the first chance to persuade him. Before she left, he posed one final question. The guild leader needed to know if she had shared this information with anyone else. She swore she hadn't, ensuring her friend also stayed silent. He decided to trust her word. Back in the present, the protagonist wondered how on earth he'd been found. Then he remembered the contact card and a wave of irritation washed over him. He immediately confronted the woman, his voice sharp, demanding to know how she found him. He had a sinking feeling they had been digging into his background. Reading his expression, she knew she had to choose her next words carefully. A specialist tries to talk, but Chohanan offers only his back. Unfazed, the man asks for a private meeting at his home. Now that got our hero's attention. He introduces himself as Go Jinsen, recruitment manager for the mighty Seawin Guild. Johan cuts straight to the point. Go says their goal is obvious. They want him. But our hero has zero interest in joining any guild, and the recruiter knows it. Go apologizes for being so direct, but warns that other guilds are far more aggressive recruiters. His words have no effect on our hero. His fast talking is just annoying, so Chohansen shuts him down. He only wants to know 2 things, the signing bonus and the salary. Go explains the offer depends on a player's level and stats. So they were finally showing their hand. The recruiter then makes a bold promise, a signing bonus of 100 million with a 10 million annual salary. The protagonist is stunned. Even if they were underestimating him, that's a fortune. Were they looking for a new star player? It made no sense. Guilds never offer rookies that much. The only exception was the nation's legendary buffer, Kim Hana, but she had already proven her worth, while Chohansen was a complete unknown. His unique buy and sell ability was a secret they couldn't possibly know. He had cleverly hidden everything on his player card except his level, and in that instant, the truth dawned on him. Is this about the magic stones? He asks. The recruiter feigns ignorance, but his associate's quick reaction gave her away. The recruiter himself seemed genuinely out of the loop. She, however, was terrible at hiding her tells, but a major guild wouldn't chase him just for some magic stones. They must suspect he has a unique skill. Go wants to know what he's thinking. After all, what did he have to lose? Jo Hunsung states that revealing his status window gives him no advantage. He adds that Go's promises are still just words. The recruiter vows to confirm everything after seeing his status, but our hero demands the 100 million up front. Only then would he show them everything and join their guild. But the recruiter wouldn't budge. He had to see the status window first. And with that, the deal was off. He'd expected this. It seems he'll need to be more careful with the gems. He's clearly drawn enough attention to be investigated. At that moment, his phone buzzes with an unknown number. It's the same recruiter. He immediately hangs up. His patience with them was wearing thin. Later, a message arrives. Go is still trying to recruit him. Having reached his limit, our hero blocks the contact without a second thought. After another hunt, he finds the recruiter waiting at the dungeon exit, but our hero just walks right past him. In the next dungeon, blue lizards swarm, but this pack of monsters is easily defeated. Our hero is already feeling the fatigue, but he's getting closer to affording the elixir. The next portal leads to the Red Wolves' Den for levels 15 to 20. This zone, however, is buzzing with players. Parties of adventurers are clashing with giant wolves. He can tell these beasts are far stronger than the lizards. Even so, they'll fall in a single strike. With his stats, he's sure he can take down level 50 creatures. Today, his goal is the Wolf Hunter title. Deeper inside, a security badge lies abandoned. From the shadows, a terrible scene unfolds. A level 71 player watches in shock. The beast before him is a two-headed hound. The player tries to save his friend, but in an instant, his arm is gone. The creature was a blur. He never saw it move. He makes a desperate run for it, but one attack seals his fate. The protagonist doesn't wander far before spotting other players. Shai Kimong was right. This popular dungeon is packed. This fact deeply concerns our hero. These gates first appeared 10 years ago. As new players awaken, new dungeons emerge. A wolf lunges, but Cho Hansen strikes it down midair. Before he lands, another pack is already waiting. He calmly summons a fireball, wiping them out in one brilliant explosion. Yet another group prepares to charge. He raises his shield, then counters with a punch, flowing into a combo with his blade. Immediately after, he fires a magic missile, which instantly obliterates one of the wolves. The hero and the pack face off. He gives a smirk, beckoning them forward. The fearless wolves charge. He leaps clean over them. In the end, Troy Kenson finishes the fight swiftly, claiming his first title. Our hero finds his blade's power to be quite handy. This section seems cleared out, so Troy Hansen pushes forward, passing a small group in combat. Troy Hansen ignores them, only to find another party fighting just ahead. Since it's so crowded, he decides to find a new dungeon. But then, a desperate scream freezes him. Turning around, he witnesses two players fall at once. The protagonist's eyes meet the giant creature. A female player tries to flee but is swatted down. An item she dropped lands at the protagonist's feet. The sight makes Troy Hansen's stomach turn. A three-headed hound had defeated the entire party. Facing the massive beast, our hero grows tense. With a devastating lunge, the dog tries to crush him, but the protagonist evades it. For the first time, Troy Kung feels true danger. He ducks behind a rock, but the beast smashes right through his cover. Troy Kun-sung is shocked his stealth failed. He jumps back to create distance. The attack only grazed him, but his armor is already shattered. With only his cloak left, he faced the giant panther's charge. His shield slammed into its nose, but the beast barely flinched. The monster was just stunned for a moment. Choi Hun unleashes a desperate barrage of fireballs. Finally, the creature seemed to feel the heat. But the damage was minimal. He had to retreat. This dungeon was meant for level 20 players. He was outmatched. He launched 2 more fireballs, a risky move. A solid hit, but his mana was plummeting. The beast struck from behind. Thankfully, he endured the blow. His enchanted cloak was far stronger than his old gear. The creature's assault was relentless. He was losing stamina fast. In a flash, he opened the system, spotting a dexterity gem. Mid-chase, he managed to consume the powerful item. 20 minutes later, his stats soared to 849. He hurled another fireball. The blast engulfed half the monster's face in flames. He dodged the first strike while the panther blocked the second, but the creature was injured. Victory felt within his grasp. Just then, the giant panther began to regenerate at an incredible speed. His fireballs weren't going to be enough. This fight was far from over. The monster was weak to fire, but he needed overwhelming power. As he ran, the massive hound gave chase. Our hero found a new skill in the system he could purchase. It was costly, but survival was his only goal. Choi Hanang turned, ready for a final stand. He channeled his energy as the giant charged with pure fury. A magnificent fire spear materialized his new flame ability. The attack exploded right in the monster's face. It worked. One of the beast's heads disintegrated on impact. Only 2 heads remained, but his second shot went wide. He stayed focused. He challenged the monster, vowing to be the one to walk away. The next spear struck true, taking out another of the panther's heads. He celebrated his success, but the relief was tragically short-lived. A glance at his status window confirmed his worst fear: 0 mana. He had to endure. Far away, a terrified scream echoed through the halls. Players were evacuating the dungeon in a panic, leaving only the guards. They discovered the terrifying trail the creature had left behind. One guard pointed to a massive footprint. This was no normal beast. A girl in the group wondered if chasing this thing was a good idea. Another player grew impatient, waiting for backup. The guards outside weren't responding. Had they also been taken by the creature? Though uncertain, their leader insisted they press forward and investigate. But one of the party members refused to move. He wouldn't risk his well-being for a job, but the leader worried others might be in danger. The player's selfishness sparked a furious argument. Tensions exploded, forcing the others to separate them. Someone shouts that this is no time for games. In the heat of battle, Jisung's mana recovery is lagging. But the monster seems unstoppable, its head's already reforming. He has to end this now before it's back to full strength. Our hero forms one last spear. If this fails, it's all over. An intense stare-down follows. Troy Hansen suddenly lowers his weapon. He knows dragging this out is a bad move. The protagonist grips the fire spear, his knuckles white. It's time to settle the score. He feels a crazy impulse taking over. He takes a centering breath, ready for whatever comes next. The hound lunges to crush him, but whiffs completely. Before it can react, Cho Han-sung is soaring through the air, right beside the beast's head, but the creature dodges, frustrating our hero. Now Cerberus goes on the offensive. He evades just in the nick of time. The monster tries to intercept him in mid-air. Thinking fast, the protagonist kicks off a nearby rock, using the force to propel himself forward, spear first. For a second, it looks like a miss, but upon landing, our hero smirks. Even a glancing blow left a clean mark on the monster's face. He charges with newfound confidence. The beast's attack is clumsy and easily sidestepped. He lands another perfect strike, making the creature howl. In a rage, it tries to flatten him. Using his agility, he climbs onto its back and drives the spear into its neck. Then, he launches himself high into the air, driving the fire spears straight down. Still not enough. He forces the weapon deeper with all his remaining strength. With the spear completely embedded, he feels a sense of victory at last. But the fight isn't over. A giant paw swings at him out of nowhere. He raises his shield, but it's not enough. The impact sends him flying. The monster's face is already healing itself again. Once more, he's cornered by this unbelievably stubborn beast. Worse, his mana is on empty. He prepares for one final desperate stand. He strikes at the half-formed face as another paw descends, but he counters instantly. In one final gambit, he hurls his spear, shattering the last neck. The colossal monster finally collapses. With a scorched hand and utterly spent, he stares at his fallen foe. Just then, a new notification window blinked into existence. A rare achievement for vanquishing the monster known as Graydon. He had no idea he was fighting such a famed creature. Then another message appeared. This next one was a complete surprise. He'd earned the title level breaker for defeating a monster 100 levels above him. He smiled. 2 amazing achievements. The struggle was absolutely worth it. Suddenly, the monster's body dissolved into pure mana, coalescing into a skill book. The protagonist walked over and claimed his hard-won prize. The skill was rare and unique, an incredible regeneration ability. As long as his head remained unharmed, as long as he could protect his head, any other wound would heal. He was practically invincible. And best of all, the ability could evolve. An evolvable rare skill, something he'd never even heard of being sold. High-level tanks would lose their minds for a skill book like this. With his spoils gathered, Shai Hanong prepared to depart. A power like this was truly one of a kind, a secret known only to him. Then, a system message appeared, asking to awaken the power of immortality. Shai Hanong accepted without hesitation. A brilliant blue light enveloped him as his passive ability kicked in, mending his wounds. But such an incredible power came at a cost, consuming his vitality. Luckily for him, vitality was something he had in abundance. With that settled, he examined his newly earned titles. The first granted a glorious boost, increasing all his attributes by 5. But the most thrilling part? It was only a common rank, meaning its potential was limitless. His second title granted him +3 vitality. He smiled, thinking Gurdoon had been a worthy opponent after all. With everything settled, it was finally time to head back. Just then, a team of players stormed into the area, ready for a hunt. The Player Association's Extermination Squad. One of them suddenly called out, having spotted other players. A young woman stepped forward, announcing they were from the association. The other adventurers were completely baffled by their sudden arrival. The squad leader, Shin Yana, explained they'd heard rumors of a powerful monster and urged everyone to evacuate immediately. A frightened adventurer questioned her, but Shin Yana confirmed that danger was real. Jin Yana asked her scout for a report, but he could only sense the nearby wolves. And then his expression shifted. "A player has been located," he reported. "Where and how many?" she demanded. The scout's answer was surprising. It was only a single person. Our hero was heading back feeling victorious when he sensed a powerful presence approaching and stopped in his tracks. Who could these people be? Their aura screamed high level, and their gear practically glowed with power. The group's leader approached, asking if he was all right. Wary of their intentions, our hero simply nodded, saying he was fine. Shin Yana noticed his disheveled state. "Did you encounter the monster?" she asked. Shai Hanang played dumb, but she pressed on. "The high-level creature," she clarified. He realized the association was already aware of the disturbance. So our hero changed his tactic and admitted that he had. Her eyes lit up with excitement. She leaned in closer than intended, desperate for details. Realizing her blunder, she quickly straightened up and apologized for her forwardness. To make up for it, she offered him a vial, insisting on helping with his scrapes. Shai Hanung's eyes widened. This was a seriously rare item that promised rapid healing. Shin Yana told him to just spray it on his hand as if it were nothing special. Unsure how to respond, he shifted the topic back to the monster. "Tell me everything," she urged. He described a fearsome, 3-headed jaguar with black fur. Shin Yana was stunned. A creature like that has never been recorded. Even her experienced teammates were clueless. He continued, explaining it was as large as a house and pointed in the direction it supposedly fled. Shin Yana gave him a sincere thank you for the information. In the blink of an eye, the entire squad vanished. He was stunned by their speed, but relieved he had already handled the beast. If he hadn't, by the time those players arrived, many more people would have been in danger. The reward was nice, but preventing harm felt better. Too bad that squad was now on a wild goose chase. The squad quickly reached the dungeon's final chamber. One of them worried aloud, what if it escaped through the portal? The leader's face grew grim. That would create a catastrophe on a whole new level. She knew the beast had a taste for destruction, and it would return. A report was all she could file, but a nagging suspicion remained. She kept thinking about the survivor, for someone who lost his entire party. His calm was completely unnatural. Shin decided to go back. She told her men to wait, as the mage questioned her instincts. Shin admitted she was worried about the player she met earlier. The tank thought he was fine, but since he was alone, she had to be sure. After a brief pause, her team agreed to wait for her. In a single step, she vanished into the shadows. But as she returned, something felt wrong. There were unusual stains along the wall. It caught her eye, but she pressed on toward the exit gate. The boy was nowhere to be found. She could only assume he escaped. Meanwhile, in his apartment, the new skill was proving its worth. Even with slow regeneration, combining it with healing magic was incredibly useful. Completely exhausted, our main character dropped onto the couch. Just then, his mother arrived, instantly noticing a change in her son's face. Troy knew precisely why. He'd spent a fortune on the fire spears, so he just claimed he was overworked. He quickly asked if there was anything to eat, but her worry flared into anger. He hadn't even eaten lunch. She decided to cook for him herself. Troy was beginning to face a serious problem. Keeping his new life a secret was becoming nearly impossible. At that moment, his sister called, asking their mom about the main character. She mentioned the terrible incident in the dungeon where many were lost. The public must have figured out the names of those who never came out. His mother quietly ended the conversation. From her expression, she already knew. This was why he came home so early. Troy tried to calm her down, saying he never even saw the creature. His mother began, her voice trembling, saying this job was far too dangerous. But our hero insisted he loved what he did. More than that, hunting monsters was actually fun. The next day, the Red Wolf dungeon was officially closed. The entrance was swarming with people. The investigation found the initial attack site and the trail of the three-headed jaguar. But tracking specialist Kim Dong-ju announced the trail had vanished into thin air. Shin was confused. How could a monster disappear from a dungeon they'd thoroughly searched? Kim admitted he didn't know either, but he was determined to follow the faintest traces. The squad leader volunteered to accompany him. The officer thanked her for the support. He confessed he felt much safer with her around, but she simply stated she was doing her duty. Using his power, Kim discovered that the monster had attacked another area. It then moved in a new direction, but the investigator found something bizarre. The jaguar had allowed a single player to get away. Kim watched the scene unfold through his magic. He confirmed a battle took place, and somehow, just one player had fought the beast. Kim said he could still feel the echoes of fire magic in the air. Plus, the player's endurance was immense. He concluded the person had to be a magic swordsman. They arrived at the epicenter of the battle. The tracker noted the beast took a fatal blow right here. But Shin was stunned. How could the creature that wiped out her squad have been wounded? Kim's first theory was a master swordsman, but now his thoughts shifted. Perhaps a mage with impossible speed, using truly powerful skills. They moved to the final battleground. The scene only deepened the captain's confusion. Kim was baffled. He'd just settled on a mage, but this was a storm of swordplay followed by a blast of magic. This player was a hybrid, a magic swordsman, with no remains left behind. The investigator knew it had turned into items. Shin could hardly believe it. Magic swordsmen weren't just rare. They were a famously weak class. Yet this one hunted a dungeon-leveling monster alone. Kim recalled the report. The highest player to enter was barely level 24. Plus, it wasn't one of their officers, they were all gone, and the reserves outside did nothing. No ordinary player could do this, she realized. Kim wondered if it was an unregistered player. Players only had to register every 2 years, but that theory didn't hold up. At best, such a player would be level 50, not nearly enough. And no guild-backed hunter entered this dungeon either. Kim had to agree. The situation made no sense. Why would such a powerful being wander into a beginner's cave? Shin asked if there was any way to find this mysterious player. The tracker specialized in monsters, not people. Still, he would try. He focused his power. But the player's tracks had vanished right after the fight. In this terrain, tracking without magic was nearly impossible. Shin questioned how he followed the monster. He pointed. Monsters leave obvious traces, like that giant footprint. But if a player isn't using magic, their presence fades. And this person used none after the battle. If they had, Kim's magic would have found them instantly. Realizing she'd asked the impossible, Shin apologized. But Kim apologized back, admitting he still had much to learn. Shin called it. They would head back. The dungeon investigation was closed. In her official report, Shin was decisive. They would investigate every player who entered. She estimated the hunter's power was beyond level 100. If a player of that caliber exists, she knew they had to recruit them. They couldn't keep losing talent to the guilds. The player association was government-run, unlike the private guilds. Once upon a time, the association's influence was absolute, its players strong and numerous. But tides turned. The association weakened as the guilds grew ever stronger. One reason was simple: leaders who knew politics, but nothing about this world. The association used patriotism to justify exploitation. In contrast, the guilds offered players fair and generous contracts. A purge swept through the association, ousting the corrupt. But the damage was already done. Talented players rose to fill the empty seats. Under this new leadership, they fought back, scouting for the best new talent. Slowly, the association began to shed its dark past. But they were still no match for the powerful guilds. Shim saw legendary potential in this rookie, a chance they couldn't miss. Choi Kansung was determined to conquer the Red Wolf dungeon. But finding an open gate was impossible. Elsewhere in the city, our hero puzzled over a new skill, a power with no online guide. Perhaps it was all about how he used it. The catch? It was a passive skill that required him to avoid all harm. At his hotel, he had to find a way to hide the magic stones from prying eyes. He needed to slip past the watchful association staff. The official reason for the search was to check for dangerous items. But everyone knew the real reason was to prevent tax dodging. The protagonist assured the association and guilds had some secret deal. He needed a plan and recalled a special item in the shop. It was a skill that created a personal pocket dimension. The price was astronomical, as always, but it was a power he desperately needed, and the book appeared in his hand. He instantly learned the new skill. It was time to test his new ability. A portal shimmered into existence before him. It worked. The space inside was unbelievably vast, larger than any place he'd ever lived. With his secret safe, he was finally ready to hunt. He headed toward the portal, hoping for a smooth entry. He tried to blend in, but some faces are hard to forget. A staff member took his badge, running it through the scanner. He was almost in the clear when the man stopped him, confirming his identity. Inside the dungeon, his blade was a blur, taking down wolf after wolf. A notification appeared. He'd earned a rare title for his 1000th hunt. In the end, his worry was for nothing. The dramatic holdup was just a simple biometric check, making his entry easy. He opened his personal space, sending the gems inside. He kept just one in his bag, a perfect decoy. His heart pounded as his bag was inspected, but the guard waved him through. He walked away as if it was just another day. Finally, he could relax. No more unwanted attention. 10 days later, Choi Han-seong's grueling hunt for 10,000 red wolves was over. Time to organize his loot. He found a skill book, but it was a duplicate. He'd check the other item later. This was the prize he truly wanted. Regenerative winds, a passive skill boosting his recovery rate. Without hesitation, he chose to learn the new power. A notification appeared. But for some reason, the skill wouldn't activate. Troy was completely baffled. He'd never encountered a situation like this before. In a stunning twist, the Book of Immortality absorbed the new skill, enhancing itself. Once again, our hero was left in the dark. His status window showed no changes. It seemed regenerative winds had merged with his other skill. But the true extent of the upgrade was a mystery. The protagonist tested it, making a small mark on his skin. The gash healed, but it felt no faster than before. Perhaps the skill needed to absorb even more books to truly evolve. The only issue was the price tag. 30 million for a book with such low efficiency. He left the dungeon, lost in thought while checking his phone. An unknown number flashed on the screen. He decided to answer. The voice on the other end already knew it was Troy. It was the leader of the second support team calling. His heart immediately started pounding. Troy stated he only wanted one thing from this call: confirmation that his terms were accepted. The caller clearly remembered the 100 billion won proposal. That's why they agreed. They wanted to meet immediately to sign the official papers. Troy suspected it was a prank, but the man insisted on its legitimacy. With such a massive sum involved, this was being handled with the utmost seriousness. Our protagonist was stunned into silence. He claimed to be too exhausted for a meeting, asking to see the contract first. "Of course," the man replied. "I'll send it over right away." Still skeptical, Troy said he'd call back after a thorough review. He ended the call, and the contract arrived just moments later. For our hero, the peace and quiet was officially over. Soon after, he visited a law firm. The lawyer scanned the document. On the surface, everything looked perfectly standard. But then he found them hidden clauses designed to trap the protagonist. Troy asked for the exact details. The first point: any action that harmed the guild's reputation would void the contract entirely, and the executives would be the sole judges of that. Another clause stated that if they felt the player wasn't meeting expectations, they could terminate the agreement on the spot, but the penalty for any breach was astronomical. If any of these conditions were met, he would owe them 10 times the signing bonus. Troy's patience was already wearing thin. The lawyer advised a meeting to renegotiate these outrageous clauses and clarify the bonus amount. Our hero prepared to call the guild representative. He knew he needed to stay calm, but it wouldn't be easy. He called the business manager who had first tried to recruit him. This time, the man's offer was a meager 50 million bonus. Joyeon's price was 100 billion, but the guild's best offer was barely half that. The negotiator insisted it was the absolute limit. In response, Cheon simply said he would think about it. A second, much better contract suddenly appeared. He had it checked immediately. The lawyer returned, his expression grave. Something was definitely off. He confirmed Choyeon's suspicion. This document was written by a different person. The harsh penalty clauses were gone, and the terms were far more favorable. This could only mean one thing. A power struggle was brewing within the guild. For a schemer like Choyeon, this was the perfect opportunity to make his move. A quick search confirmed it all. The guild's top leaders were at each other's throats. A mischievous grin spread across Cheon's face. It was time to add a little fuel to the fire. First, he called Seo, the second team's leader. "I've reconsidered. My new price is 200 billion. When the man stammered, Joyeon raised the stakes. "Fine, make it 300 billion. He then casually mentioned the other team leader's offer. A wave of panic hit Seo. He fell right into the trap, promising to match anything his rival proposed. Next on the list was team leader Go. "I was just about to sign your generous contract, but then I received this." He forwarded the rival's panicked proposal. Go was left utterly speechless. Choyeon's voice turned ice cold. "Settle your little civil war first. Until then, my price has gone up. Let's start at 300 billion. Take it or leave it." He ended the call, leaving the man stunned. With a few clever edits, he spliced the calls, sending the explosive audio to both leaders before ditching his phone. The recordings landed like a bomb, igniting chaos. A month later, the guild's vice leader was seething. Joyoon had vanished without a trace. His furious roar echoed through the halls. "I don't care what it takes. Find that kid now." The Cho Hansen incident shattered the guild, splitting it in two. With leadership in chaos, a window opened to peek at the association's files. A risky move, accessing government-level documents without permission. But that wasn't the most pressing issue. Troy Hunnam had vanished without a trace, and the boss demanded to know if he'd joined another guild. An SEO highly doubted that was the case. His answer, however, sent the vice president into a rage, who told him to get lost. A cup shattered behind the closed door as Seo slipped away, avoiding everyone's gaze. He was on edge, all thanks to some leaked audio files. The leak had fractured the team, forcing everyone to choose a side. Finding Troy Kungen was now critical, but for our hero, the hunting points were the real prize. He was pulling in 600,000 points a day. His plan was unfolding perfectly. Even his sales were booming. At this rate, he'd reach his goal in no time, if only there wasn't one small problem. The sales interface was clunky, forcing him to register items one by one. Bulk registration would be a dream, but using personal devices was forbidden. Troy Colm wondered how he could upgrade his selling rank. A user selling potions could list far more items than he could. He needed 10 billion points for the next level, and he was already halfway there. Lost in thought, a monster lunged from the shadows, spear aimed right for him. A swift kick to the face sent the creature sprawling to the ground. He followed up with a magic missile, and the monster erupted in a flash of light. But the situation grew complicated as a whole pack of monsters appeared. Worse, they had acidic tongues and swarmed him all at once. Our hero unleashed a massive fireball, blasting them all into the air. But they were fearless, charging right back in for another attack. Annoyance turned into action. He drew his sword and went on the offensive. The creature never even saw the gleaming blade before it was struck down. Troy Hansen moved like lightning, felling two at once as his blade absorbed their strange energy. It didn't matter. Every last one of them went down in a single hit. Just then, a notification popped up. Someone had bought his batteries. But it was followed by a new complaint, and Hansen's patience was wearing thin. The user was demanding he'd sell the batteries for half price, and every message was the same. Intrigued, our hero decided to investigate the person's profile. The user sold a wide variety of items, but strangely the only thing they ever bought from him were batteries. It would be different if they were buying other electronics, but this person only wanted disposable batteries. On top of that, they were demanding a discount. Our hero saw no reason to give in. He ignored the message and registered new items. As expected, the batteries sold instantly. And just as Choi Ham predicted, another complaint immediately arrived. At first, he was just puzzled by the strange behavior. But then it dawned on him. This person was trying to run him out of business. Challenge accepted. Ro was curious to see how far this rival would go, confident he could never be defeated. After all, Ro himself was once a rookie who started with the very same buy and sell ability. And thus, he ascended, becoming the ruler of his own world. But that kind of power never comes easy. The points he gathered were never enough. The system was simple, but earning points was the ultimate challenge. Ro knew the game. Hunt for points, buy skills, and get stronger. But every so often a different kind of player appears. Someone who can sell unique treasures from their own world. In Gro's eyes, these sellers were nothing but delivery boys for his monopoly. He'd buy out their stock, then file a complaint, forcing a 3-month suspension. He would just repeat the cycle. It was a perfect, inescapable trap. The seller would be forced to sell based on Gro's whims. Then, he'd snatch the item monopoly and trigger yet another suspension. But something felt off. The batteries were no longer for sale. Apparently, the protagonist's entire inventory had vanished. Our hero hit them all, leaving with a cart full of new possibilities. Troy Hun knew someone was targeting his business, but he had already sold everything. Even so, he wasn't about to make things easy. Round 2 was about to begin. A war of selling and reselling ignited, with other players jumping into the fray. Even after doubling the price, the items kept flying off the shelves. Gro was closing in. So our hero tripled the price in a bold move. His point total exploded, surpassing 10 billion. He had finally reached the rare level, expanding his sales window to 100 items. At first, the protagonist was annoyed, but now, this Gro character had helped him more than hurt him. It was risky, but worth it. Hansen decided it was time to change the items for sale. He wanted to see how his opponent would react. Gro just assumed the kid had given up. He probably needed to restock. Grow had also taken a serious blow himself. The moment battery prices quadrupled was the worst part. His rage for our hero burned. Still, he couldn't retreat. Grow believed he had pushed the protagonist to his breaking point. That's when something strange appeared. This time, he saw a camping battery listed. Grow's heart stopped. He couldn't believe Cho Hanong had an ace like this up his sleeve. On top of that, over 70 were registered, totaling more than 2.1 billion. There was also the terrifying chance that even more were available. Grow would have to risk a massive investment. If he was certain, he'd buy them instantly. The problem was, he couldn't read his opponent's limit. In the end, Grow conceded defeat. Another sale was completed, this time with no new complaints. It meant his rival had surrendered, and the batteries were bought by his regulars. But just after, Grow realized the items were simply resales. Our hero erupted in laughter at this desperate move. Though, thanks to him, our hero sold far more than he ever dreamed. Back home, the protagonist saw something that sparked a new idea for his shop. Maybe he had spotted something truly interesting. In another world, a demon girl noticed an arcade machine and a game bundle were now for sale. She already owned a Nintendo, so she wasn't sure. Choi Chung was definitely getting richer. He now had 14 billion, but to reach the heroic rank, he'd need to be in the trillions. Reaching heroic rank is a monumental task, but it's the only way to acquire the elixir his father needs. He wakes up and checks his product reviews. A user named Barashiat praises his game console, but others call it useless. The shaver gets slammed as well, with many agreeing. Barakut's name is on every single review. Then there's the new battery, and the fury from customers who bought the old one. They're getting smarter. He knows of infinite magic items, but their price is astronomical. At least the arcade machine is a hit. The main character browses the purchase window. He spots a dragon egg with a shocking price tag. A review mentions it's hard to raise. And at 30 billion, it's just a dream. He can only imagine the elixir's cost. Just then, his mother calls. So late at night? She asks if he knows a Sudong. The name doesn't ring a bell. Until she mentions the Siwa Guild, a cold memory flashes. He came to our house. Troy's heart stops. He's outside the door right now. Do not open it for him. I'll call him. She's worried, but he promises he'll explain everything. Please be careful, she pleads. He promises he will be. The moment he hangs up, Troy calls Ju. The man sounds pleased, as if he's won. Why are you at my mother's house? Sue calls it a casual visit. He claims that his mother should be aware of the important contract. I'm the one signing it, Troy states coldly. Chu insists it's a family affair. Troy shuts him down. The man feigns hurt, mentioning the high price he approved. But Troy sees right through the deception. Shu plays innocent about the contract's hidden terms. It only infuriates Troy more. Zhu starts to sound nervous. It's just a simple precaution, he stammers. If you're as talented as we hope, it's nothing. Troy cuts in. And what if I refuse to show my status window? Shu tries to brush it off, but his nervous stutter gives him away. They would never understand his true power from a level 1 window. I'm hanging up, Troy says, his voice like ice, and changing my number. So when you call again, no one will answer. He better stay away from her. This is his one and final warning. Once more, Chu is left empty-handed, his frustration growing with each failure. He immediately calls the team leader, demanding to know if they've tracked down Croy Kansom. It seems they have, but the protagonist is operating far outside of any guild's reach. SEO gives a new command, contact the Yan Guild and tell them to make their move. But the sales leader hesitates, not wanting to completely ruin our hero's life. It's just a strategic threat, designed to make him come running back to the guild for protection. Meanwhile, Toy Hun is enjoying a shopping trip since his items have been selling out lately. While scrolling on his phone, he fills his cart, then emerges from a shop with bags full of new clothes. With that, his successful shopping day comes to an end. Afterward, he heads directly to the portal, ready for the hunt. A horde of monsters spots the intruder in their territory and immediately swarms him. With a single, fluid move, our hero takes down 2 of them at once. He shifts his blade, effortlessly dispatching a frogman. And the next moment, he leaps into the air, unleashing a massive fireball that engulfs the area in flames. 5 hours later, Choi Handsome reaches the milestone of 10,000 frogmen hunted, thinking it went faster than he expected. With another day's work complete, the protagonist exits the portal without any trouble. He decides to visit the Goblin Dungeon next, but a mysterious group seems to be waiting for him. They lock their eyes on him, visually confirming their target. Then one member of the group quietly breaks away to follow him. Shaikhan steps through the portal into a dense forest, a type of biome he's never seen before. Now it's time to begin the hunt. The protagonist activates stealth and disappears deeper into the woods. He discovers a goblin gathering and decides to start, his magic missiles giving the small creatures no chance to react. The goblins charge forward in a frenzied group, but the protagonist incinerates them with a single fireball. Yet it's not over. Another wave is heading his way. Troy considers them clever for their kind, but they too are blown away. The hordes are massive and they just don't stop coming. The protagonist unleashes powerful lightning bolts to thin their numbers. Just when he least expects it, a surprise attack flies from the shadows. But our hero casually deflects it with his hand. The goblins are using blow darts, but his cloak easily blocks the attacks. With one swift motion, the creatures are sent scattering. Our hero climbs a tree to get a view of the battlefield. The creatures continue to pour in as he leaps down, smashing one into the ground. Finally, the creatures begin to show a hint of fear. The protagonist gives them no time to recover, his blade finding its mark. With the ground covered in crystals, he's done for the day and opens a portal, but then senses someone approaching. Koi Henning assumes it's more goblins, but instead, a man appears, asking who dares enter his hunting ground. And he isn't by himself. The protagonist is surprised to see other players here. From the looks of it, they are targeting Kro Henung specifically. Of course, our hero has no idea what is happening. Their leader claims no one should be hunting in his territory. Choi Kun-sung replies that he paid to be here like everyone else. But the group's leader insists this entire area belongs to him. So now, the protagonist must hand over all of his magic stones. On top of that, he must give up his gear for the trouble. Our hero never imagined he'd meet bullies like this. This was the kind of stuff you only read about online. Our hero warns them they're making a huge mistake. But their leader just smirks, ready to school the rookie. See, inside a dungeon, modern tech is useless. It all comes down to one person's word against another's. Any unfortunate accident can easily be blamed on a monster. The message was crystal clear. These guys were player hunters, plain and simple. Still, something just didn't add up. After witnessing the chaos he'd caused, they still thought they could threaten him? Out of patience, the leader gives the signal. But to our hero, their movements were like a slow-motion replay. A spear whistles right past his ear, sinking into the dirt. That was no warning shot. And then the whole pack descended. In a single, fluid motion, he shatters the first attacker's blade. A swift kick then sends the bandit flying. As another leaps in with a dark blade, a single punch takes him completely out of the fight. The entire group, including their leader, could only stare in total disbelief. Their shock quickly turns to fury. The order is given. Take him down. One warrior lunges forward. But our hero splits his sword with one hand, ending the confrontation with a sharp elbow. Another tries a sneak attack from the rear, completely unaware of the danger he's in. But at the very last second, our hero shifts his blade's angle. The man gets away with just a light graze on his shoulder. Then our hero grabs the attacker, firmly planting him on the ground. His patience is wearing thin, just as 3 more charge in at once. He decides to switch tactics, sheathing his blade. A portal opens as he reaches for a new item, and from it emerges a powerful shield. Deep within the forest, a hidden figure watches the bandits get completely overwhelmed. His mission would be easier if he could just end the target. But perhaps just disabling a limb would be enough. The mysterious man steps from the shadows. Our hero spots him, at first thinking he's some kind of official. But this man's aura is intense. He can feel it instantly. The bandits cry out to him. They're guildmaster. But strangely, some of the grunts look baffled, as if they've never seen him before. The master gazes at the scene. "Are you responsible for this?" he asks our hero. But before a single word of defense can be spoken, he's forced to block a lightning-fast sword strike. This new foe is on another level. The impact shoves him backward. The master is stunned that a rookie who'd passed the second class up could block him. Someone with his potential has no business being in a place like this, and for some reason, that thought infuriates the guildmaster. The master growls that he had hoped for a quick resolution. Now, he won't be satisfied without taking an arm. He lunges with everything, only to be blocked again. Our hero deflects the powerful blow with practiced ease. This guy is tough, he thinks, a world apart from those other thugs. His power and speed are actually greater than our protagonist's. The enemy's blade moves like a blur, faster than his own sword. Thank goodness for the shield. It's only then that it hits him. How did he even get tangled up in this mess? He decides it's time for an exit, summoning the fire spear. The guildmaster has no time to react. A massive explosion engulfs the area. Using the blast as cover, our hero makes a run for it. The master emerges, shaken and with his hair completely scorched. The swordsman's eyes widened. He survived that? His patience had run out. In a flash, he closed the distance, his blade arcing down. The shield barely held, the force of the blow staggering him. From the ground, he summoned another fire spear, forcing his opponent back. They locked eyes in a tense standoff, but our hero had a plan. He slammed the spear into the ground, erupting a cloud of smoke. The master swung blindly, and connected. A satisfied grin spread across his face. He lunged again, but the boy deftly dodged aside. A thought sparked in our hero's mind. He wasn't trying to land a final blow. Choi Hansung slung the shield onto his back and ignited a spear, causing another fiery blast. The smoke provided the perfect cover, hiding him from the next attack. He seized the moment to open the sales menu. There it was, a book boosting his stats by 50% for 60 seconds. For a cool 20 billion points. He confirmed the purchase, and the tome appeared in his grasp. Instantly, he absorbed its power. A new strength surged through his veins. The guildmaster emerged from the smoke, thinking his target was finally cornered. The clock was ticking. He had only 60 seconds. Just as the master charged, a mysterious figure stepped between them. For a moment, our hero didn't recognize her at all. The guildmaster didn't even see his blade shatter into pieces. With one fluid motion, she disarmed him, leaving him open. Our hero watched, speechless, as his foe collapsed to the ground. He couldn't process what just happened. But the girl turned, a hint of recognition in her eyes. She apologized, saying she was too harsh during their last meeting. A memory surfaced. The girl who had given him that priceless potion? It was her. He remembered her clearly now. He rushed to thank her, but she simply said she'd been watching the entire time. This revelation left our hero completely stunned. The girl explained she'd been observing since the ambush began. His confusion grew with every word. With a calm smile, Lee labeled them all criminals. He assumed she was there to witness their misdeeds. But that wasn't it. Aida? She was there to see what he was truly capable of. Utterly baffled, he listened as she decided to explain from the top. She introduced herself as Lee Shai, head of security for the Hero Association. She hadn't been tailing the bandits. She'd been following him. She suggested they continue their talk outside the dungeon. First, they needed to handle these troublemakers, and he readily agreed. He asked if these people had a criminal record. Lee revealed there was no solid proof, but they were connected to several disappearance cases of a very serious nature. Our hero noted that their intentions with him seemed different. Lee agreed with his assessment. The whole encounter was unusual. He wanted to know their true motive, a question she also wanted answered. And with a single leap, the girl vanished from sight. Lee approaches the guild leader. "I know you're awake." He remains still. She warns him with a sharp poke, not in the mood for games. His eyes fly open instantly. "This could have been easier," she sighs. "Now? Why the ambush?" The man sputters that he was just defending his guildmates. He weaves a tale of being ambushed by the association without reason, even claiming he was harmed while unconscious. He threatens to call the police. "Really unconscious?" She scoffs. "Then how did you know I was from the association?" His words catch in his throat, a tangled mess of lies. The tip of her spear meets his gaze. "You absolute fool." She lays out the simple truth. "We're inside a dungeon. There are no witnesses here. No evidence. So don't think for a second the police will believe your story." Even our hero is stunned silent. "Unless this goblin den becomes your tomb," she warns, "you'll start talking." A living witness would have been useful for him, but the man's pride holds firm. He shouts about his rights, claiming an association member can't threaten citizens. He truly doesn't grasp his situation. Lee turns to our hero with a polite smile. He nods immediately. "Could you go and tie up the others?" she asks. "It might get a little intense here." Our hero makes a swift exit, leaving them alone. The guildmaster's tough act shatters, his cries for mercy echoing faintly. Shorty Hung follows her orders, securing the other bandits. Our hero is lost in thought. What was their real objective? They couldn't know about his unique ability. This must all connect back to Sue. He felt adrift, unsure of his next move. Was the entire guild corrupt? When Leist had asked how he defeated the beast, he had no words. One thing was certain, he had to become stronger. That guild wouldn't forget this. And after today, he knew he couldn't even fully trust the association. He once believed becoming a player would make life simple. Lee returns, revealing the truth. They were hired by Sue. The plan was to corner our hero, then force him into their guild. But even with a full confession, the association's hands are tied against someone like Sue. He understands, but it doesn't feel right. "Let's get out of here," she says, changing the subject. He watches the prisoners get loaded onto a bus. Lee approaches him again. "We need to talk." Moments later, they're inside the association headquarters. Hansen gets straight to the point. "Why were you following me?" "It started with the three-headed beast incident," she replies calmly. The protagonist presses on. "How did you find me in that specific dungeon?" "I checked the dungeon entry logs." He frowns. "Isn't that illegal?" Lee just smiles. "The association has its privileges." She was on a secret investigation, a fact that took a while to explain. Her mission was simple: discover the truth behind his mysterious ability. The ambush was just an unexpected twist. "I'm sorry I didn't step in sooner," she finally admits. "I had to see your true limits for myself." Her suspicions were confirmed. Watching him fight, she knew Shai Hunnam was the one who took down the giant panther. Our hero wondered if he'd be punished for hiding his incredible power. But she shook her head. The association wanted him for a very different reason. What she really wanted was to reward him, an outcome he never saw coming. And on top of that, she had a life-changing offer. He already knew what was coming. A recruitment pitch. Still, he was firm, having no interest in joining any group. Leah expected as much, but she urged him to hear the details first. First up, a staggering 100 billion bonus, plus all the amazing benefits of joining the association. This included tax waivers and a supply of free equipment. He thought he'd have to reveal his status window, but Lee said it wasn't necessary. He only had to pass a test. Our hero was intrigued. What kind of test could it be? All he needed to do was sit with someone she chose and answer every question with complete honesty. His instincts flared. This wasn't a test. It was an interrogation. He knew of a skill called the contract of truth. If you're honest, nothing happens. But if you tell a lie, a crimson glow reveals your deceit. He had to ask why they were going to such extremes. Wouldn't a high-level player be an easier choice? But Lee explained it wasn't that simple. A truly powerful hunter would be nearly impossible to recruit, and one with just high numbers wasn't worth the effort. He then asked if this was about the level 20 law. Her silence was all the confirmation he needed. He calmly stated that he didn't know how to break that rule, and if that turned out to be the truth, would the association still be interested in recruiting him? Lee's answer was swift. Yes. Growing this strong in just 3 months was reason enough to invest in his potential. Our hero realized that besides the Samoan Guild and the association, other powerful groups were surely watching him now. In his current state, he was still vulnerable. And with that thought, he decided to go through with the test. A satisfied smile appeared on Lee's face as another woman was brought into the room. Just as he'd imagined, she was the user of the contract of truth. She simply asked for his permission. He agreed. The player explained that a system message would appear, asking for his final consent. All he had to do was press yes. The contract of truth began. The message appeared just as she'd said. An unsettling feeling washed over him, but he accepted. For a brief second, a strange energy wrapped around him before vanishing. He looked up to see the skill user already leaving the room. Now only he and Lee remained. She told him to relax. It was just a few questions. He took a deep breath, ready for whatever she would ask. She began, "Did you truly awaken just 3 months ago?" The next question, "Do you know how to bypass the level 20 law?" His answer was no. She then said she believed he was probably around level 140 and asked why he was hunting in low-level dungeons. That question gave him pause. The easy part was clearly over. Lee then probed deeper. "Do you possess a unique skill?" Our hero remained silent. She gently reminded him that he was required to answer. The leader looked him in the eye and asked, "Is all of this because of your ability?" He met her gaze and replied, "Yes." "Can you use that power on other players?" she asked. After a moment, he said no. But her next question cut deeper. Did he use his unique skill to bypass the level 20 law? Troy Henung chose his words with care, then admitted it was true. Levin stated that the skill's effect had worn off. Our hero offered to cast it again, but she waved him off. He had already revealed everything she needed. Her suspicions were finally confirmed. The protagonist possessed a unique skill. Janson guessed she must have one too. The leader agreed, but said its nature was a secret. A flicker of disappointment crossed the protagonist's face. He wasn't the only one. Just as the name implies, the leader explained. This power is one of a kind. No one else will ever have it, and every user has reached the highest ranks. The weight of her words hit him. The person standing before him was one of those legends. Lee explained that such information isn't shared with everyone. Being a high-level player doesn't grant access to other secrets. Powerful laws exist to protect players and their unique abilities. The protagonist questioned if he was cleared to know this. Of course he was. In fact, she had technically broken the rules by revealing her own special ability. But since they were about to become partners, she made an exception. But the main character shot back that he never agreed to join. Unfortunately for him, the moment his unique skill was exposed, he lost all other options. Our hero was trapped. "Don't worry," Lee said smoothly. "It's not the association scouting you. It's my parents." The leader placed a document on the table, the official player contract. It was a national-level offer with almost no strings attached, and the compensation for any on-the-job injuries was beyond generous. He would even have full control over his own magic stones and items. Seizing the moment, Lee handed him a pen. Then she pointed to the signature line. Honestly, it was a dream offer, except for one clause that made his skin crawl. A lifetime contract. It felt less like an agreement and more like a chain. Troy Hanong wondered if anyone else received terms like these. Of course not, she said. The organization would go bankrupt. This contract is special, solely because of your unique skill. Our hero was stunned, but it was obvious. He could shatter the level 20 restriction. Troy Hanung could endlessly farm low-level dungeons for items and experience, gaining infinite power. To her, this was a chance to recruit a player who could become the world's strongest. A little extra expense was nothing. Our hero knew she was mistaken, but this misunderstanding worked to his advantage. The protagonist asked if the contract's duration could be negotiated. A hint of surprise flashed in the leader's eyes. She hadn't expected that to be his issue. Do you know, she asked, how many unique skill users exist? There's no exact count, but the estimate is around 80. And before you appeared, I was the only one in Korea. Unique skills were incredibly rare. She understood why the lifetime term felt unusual. They couldn't risk losing such a rare talent. The association's long contracts were a cage. He demanded a 1-year term. She declared it impossible. He'd even forfeit his massive bonus, but her answer stood firm. His next offer? 2 years. Lee countered, dangling the bonus to keep the original duration. He set his final terms, 2 years for 20 billion. And he made one thing clear. If she refused, the deal was off. He would walk away. She wondered if he planned to join a rival nation, but he just wanted to test the waters before committing. Promises meant nothing. He needed to see for himself. The money she offered was astronomical, but he refused to be a slave to gold. He needed protection. If the association was a true sanctuary, he would stay. He promised to sign their long-term deal in 2 years if he was satisfied. He framed it perfectly, a 2-year internship. It was a no-risk proposition. Lee knew she needed backup. She requested a moment to speak with her superior. He coolly agreed, the advantage now his. He waited patiently, scrolling through his phone. Lee returned with an answer. They accepted, but with one condition. He listened intently. He must immediately report any offer from another guild. And if the offers were equal, he had to resign with them. A fair term, he agreed without hesitation. She presented the newly drafted contract. They shook hands, sealing their temporary alliance. With the ink dry, it was time to claim his rewards. New gear. His sword and cloak were already rare rank items. He just needed to upgrade the rest of his equipment. The armory was breathtaking, a wall of legendary weapons. He asked if anyone could use these items. Only the best, she replied. Access was based on rank. Of course, for him, there were no restrictions. He inspected a sleek set of armor. Plus 5 dexterity was good, but he knew he could find better. While his new gear was fitted, Lee explained his duties. Now the exciting part began. She revealed which department he would join. He was assigned to the surveillance team. Their mission: dive into dungeons during emergencies to solve problems. They also assisted the understaffed support teams. He wondered if he was truly prepared for such a role. Going solo might be too much for him to handle. She explains he'll enter dungeons matching his exact level, making things seamless. Lee also reminds him of her authority. If trouble arises, he reports directly to her. Han decides to bring up some problems from his past. She encourages him, ready to listen. For starters, his magic stone data was leaked directly to the Siwa Guild. Those vultures even tracked his location while he was on hunts. Lee assures him she will handle Siwa personally, promising they'll face judgment. But Han notices something. She doesn't seem surprised at all. She admits this kind of corruption has been going on for some time. If she had her way, Siwa would be a distant memory. Changing gears, she offers him housing. Han mentions that's not needed, as he rarely stays in one place for long. But his new leader insists that is precisely the issue. To provide emergency support, their team needs perfect coordination. So Lee requires him to notify her before entering any dungeon. That way, she can assign support missions in his vicinity. Then, she slides a corporate card his way, covering all expenses. Han knows this isn't standard procedure. Lee confirms that if others found out, they'd protest his special treatment. Officially, the story will be he's an agent on constant relocation. Our hero offers his genuine thanks, but she simply smiles, saying her goal is his renewal in 2 years. And her charming tone resonates with him. Later, back at headquarters, the new combat jacket fits him perfectly. Lee hands him his official ID, a symbol of its new status. He now has the authority to investigate and the power to act. This should certainly resolve some old complications. Our hero asks if he's free to depart. Lee gives him the all clear. She just notes that emergency support calls are possible, though very rare. Han's final question is about his signing bonus. Her response? It's already been deposited. She smirks, assuming he needed the funds urgently. Han explains he wants to acquire skill books. Intrigued, she offers a tour of the association's private collection right now, inside the vault. Han's focus is singular, getting stronger. He plans to invest his entire bonus on new abilities. Yet, the selection is far more limited than he anticipated. Lee explains such powerful books are extremely rare. Demand always outstrips their meager supply. Not to mention, the private auction houses hold the truly legendary items. Han finds the intricate market dynamics fascinating. Lee questions his choice to buy so many. What if they prove ineffective? But for him, every skill holds a glimmer of potential. His unique passive just achieved a new rank, after all. With her task complete, Lee prepares to leave. The vehicle is fully insured, she says, and he can consider it his own. Han bids farewell to his new superior. Meanwhile, in the president's office, the leader thinks that 2 years is far too short. Lee asks if he regrets not securing a lifetime contract. The president readily admits his mistake. He wanted Han locked in permanently, but Lee reminds him with a sharp tone. He was trying to save money. The president claims he would never abuse a lifetime clause, insisting he even sweetened the deal, but Lee retorts that he certainly took advantage of her at first. She argues the terms only improved because she raised her voice. In her eyes, setting a time limit was the right call. The president counters that things were different back then. They discovered unique skills from her, which Lee says is exactly why she deserves better treatment. He refutes this, declaring her treatment is already exceptional. The association only accepted those terms because of her. If it were his choice, he'd have offered $100 billion to force the contract. Lee points out the glaring flaw in his plan. That kind of move would have leaked the intel to the entire world. The president accuses her of threatening him, claiming she leaked info to foreign player groups. But the team leader clarifies she only mentioned an increased possibility. Though the president isn't convinced. With a smirk, she says he knows her well enough to read her mind. The president coldly states he doesn't, so she makes her move, demanding a 2-year contract for herself, a completely impossible request. In truth, the president would have stopped at nothing to secure that lifetime deal if she hadn't intervened. Lee calls him a villain, but he defends his actions as protecting the nation. He sees nothing wrong with wanting a player to serve the association for life. But from a player's perspective, she says that's a cage no one would choose. He even jokes about what past life crime she committed to be stuck with him. Lee then boldly requests to terminate her own contract. The answer is a hard no. And with that, she turns and leaves. Baffled, the president asks where she's going. Her reply? To work. Elsewhere, a son sends a massive $1.1 billion to his mother. It's a sum meant to cover all their family expenses for nearly 10 years. The protagonist, playing it smart, purchased only one of each regeneration skill book. His grand objective is to evolve his immortality skill. Our hero logs into the online store, spotting a skill book that boosts passive recovery. Just like his immortality, it's also a rare ranked item. Even if his skill can't absorb it, owning it is no loss. After all, passive abilities are always linked to active ones, which can be useless on their own. From now on, our hero will only target items of rare rank or higher. He reflects on his spending, noting it was the perfect amount. Now it's time to use his newly earned points. Today's sales were a huge success. Video games and laptops flew off the shelves along with perfumes and watches. But a clear winner emerged just as he'd expected. The #1 bestseller is the portable battery. So, he heads to an electronics shop. The moment he steps inside, the entire staff bows in respect. He gets right to business, asking about the camping batteries. The staff confirms they are all fully charged. Our hero expresses his thanks, but has one more question. He needs to know if they can supply the same quantity again, all fully charged. The vendor assures him it's possible, even offering a discount for his loyalty. Satisfied, he thanks them and heads on his way. As night falls, Kung Min gazes at the system shop. The memory of his last battle steels his resolve. It's time to go all in. He plans to invest around 3 billion points. Potions cost a fortune, with the rarest ones priced at 10 million each. To raise his attributes to 200, he'll need to spend nearly 5 billion. Kang Min begins the process. With every attribute boost, he can feel his power surging. With the other 5 billion, he elevates his immortality passive to the rare tier. The slow recovery effect is completely gone. In theory, his regeneration is now instantaneous. He draws his blade to test it. A swift motion across his finger, and the mark vanishes in a flash. Just then, his phone chimes. It's Agent Lee. Kang Min answers, ready to hear from his superior. She gets straight to the point. A formal report was filed against the Desu Guild's executives, and with the overwhelming evidence they provided, the arrests have already been made. Kang Min breathes a sigh of relief. He never wanted to face those vipers again. But Lee warns that Gil has deep connections. Curiously, his police contacts didn't interfere. Instead, they're fully cooperating, all thanks to an internal power struggle. It seems the guild master himself is helping the authorities take down the vice leader. Kang Min asks about the man who tried to force him to sign that contract. Lee confirms a warrant is out for his arrest too. The guild member who attacked him confessed, exposing the entire corrupt network. He revealed everyone who was involved, naming names all the way to the top, and the vice president is at the center of it all. Lee tells him to turn on the news. Kang Min flips on the TV. The guild scandal is the only thing on every channel. The story is exploding. The guild hired mercenaries, and the vice leader has been stripped of his position. But there's more. They were also harboring dangerous fugitives. Kang Min confirms he's watching it all unfold. It's clear there's no way out for the vice leader. All his former allies are abandoning him. Kang Min sincerely thanks her for her help. Lee admits she only wishes she'd acted sooner. As thanks, he offers to treat her to dinner. She playfully replies that words are just words. But he assures her the offer is real. His leader smiles through the phone, telling him to set it up and let her know. After they say their goodbyes, Kang Min lowers his phone, lost in thought. The moment of calm is broken by a realization. He still needs to buy his skill books. Our hero wonders how long it will take for something to finally give. This is the very last book he can afford. He's sacrificed countless recovery skills to strengthen this one ability. He hopes for a breakthrough. And this time, the system responds. A cheer of pure joy escapes Kang Min's lips. Finally, he's achieved a rank up. His ability has now reached the unique heroic tier. Now, only the simultaneous destruction of his core and his consciousness can truly defeat him. His greatest weakness has been minimized, and this skill can evolve even further. He can't imagine the resources needed for the legendary rank. But that's a challenge for another day. For now, it's time to rest. Tomorrow, he begins his first emergency support mission. Kang Min arrives at the designated location, a hint of nervousness in the air. The rooftop is packed with high-level players. One of them calls out, "Are you the support on duty?" Kang Min confirms his assignment. He can feel their skeptical eyes watching his every move. Another player steps forward, demanding, "Are you sure you're the one we're waiting for?" Model. And with that, Choi Han-song was officially in. The team leader seemed thrilled. He'd been asking for a rookie for ages, and his wish was finally granted. The man's name was Seo. Our hero shook his hand, introducing himself. Seo began the tour, practically buzzing with excitement. But the girl beside him radiated an icy calm. They were headed to the 7th outpost. Seo explained that since Hansung was assigned to dungeons below level 100, he'd be partnering with Su Yang. At 25 years old, she was nearly level 100, almost matching our hero's public stats. He hoped they would get along, but her reluctant agreement told a different story. Seo immediately scolded her for her cold attitude. The girl just scoffed, assuming he was younger than her. So she was just being informal. Then she asked if he was bothered by it. Hansung could already tell she had a massive crush on Seo. Seo apologized for her, but Su-young didn't seem to notice anything was wrong. Like a gentleman, our protagonist said he wasn't offended, but mentioned he wasn't actually younger. He revealed he was 27, which completely shocked Theo, who thought he looked way younger. Su-yang felt a wave of embarrassment and apologized before making a quick escape. Seal finished his explanation, stating that whenever a support call came, the protagonist would go with her. He admitted he wanted to pair Hansung with someone else, but she's the only one who handles dungeons below level 100. Our hero simply said that it was not a problem. In reality, with stats matching a level 200, he'd be fine even on his own. This little corner was now Choi Hansung's personal space. He was free to do as he pleased as long as he was ready for duty at a moment's notice. The next morning, our hero woke up 4 whole hours late for his shift. But earning a salary without having to do much felt amazing. He even considered taking night shifts just to sleep at the office. Suddenly, Hansung's senses tingled. Su-yang appeared, announcing they'd been called. Luckily, he was already prepared. She explained a report came in about a monster that outleveled its dungeon. He asked if the 2 of them would be enough. She confidently said they could handle it. It was just a level 70 werewolf in a level 60 dungeon. Unfortunately, there were no casualties yet, probably because the level difference was only 10. So-young mentioned that she's usually called to places with even lower levels. Hansung guessed they were dispatched simply due to a lack of manpower. She confirmed it, explaining that once players pass level 50, they advance their class and dive deeper, and in the deeper parts, there are no security officers. The problem is, players get used to being protected, so when something unexpected happens, their inexperience makes the situation worse. Hansung noticed a spark of excitement in her eyes. She actually enjoyed this. So Yang admitted they'd get a bonus for these runs, and a little extra cash never hurt. Still, Hansung had a feeling this monster wouldn't be an easy payday. His partner told him not to be scared. Then, she began to concentrate, and her body started to change. The girl transformed right before his very eyes. He blurted out that she turned into a cat, but she was quick to correct him. She reminds him she's a snow leopard, a part of the cat family, of course. He quickly apologizes. In her beast form, she follows the creature's scent. Swang tells him to keep up or risk being left behind. And with that, she vanishes in a blur. He's stunned by her incredible speed. In moments, she's found the werewolf. He compares her to a hunting dog, but she insists she's far superior. As they draw near, the wolf howls, ready for a fight. Swang leaps, ending the beast in a single, powerful strike. Even he finds her raw power a little intimidating. He compliments her sleek armor. She boasts it cost a fortune, so it better be. Time to go. But on the way back, Swang suddenly freezes. She hears something. Then her senses pick up the scent of another werewolf. The first one must have called for backup, because an entire pack is storming their way. A massive horde of werewolves appears. He asks if this is normal. She replies, not usually, but it happens. If this escalates, the dungeon's very rank could change. He listens grimly. We'll report this after we clear them out, she declares. She charges forward without a second thought. He draws his vampiric blade. The pack swarms them. Swang effortlessly brings one down. He cuts through them easily as well. But then a different howl echoes through the dungeon, and a new presence changes everything. This one is on another level. A colossal beast towers over the others. Swang smirks, "I'll take the king." He figures it must be level 100, so she'll be fine. But then he senses an ambush. Two beasts lunge from the shadows and are taken down just as fast. Their attempts to overwhelm him are futile. This should be over in a moment. They keep rushing forward, and his lightning magic strikes them all down. The rest fall before they even know what happened. His side is clear. He glances over and sees she's still locked in combat. He decides to help and charges forward, but the beast lets out a deafening roar. A strange magical aura envelops the battlefield. Suddenly, the werewolf king vanishes. It reappears, striking with unbelievable force. The attack connects, leaving a vicious gash on his partner. Before she can react, the beast seizes her in its powerful jaws. He launches a fire spell, but it goes wide. She falls limp in its grasp. He rushes into attack, but the monster tosses Swang right into his arms. He catches her, his heart pounding. Immediately, he begins a healing spell. His mind races, remembering the potion he received. At that moment, the werewolf king attacks from behind, but its claws shatter against a protective ward. He realizes with a chill. This beast is intelligent. It could have finished her at any time. It was waiting for him to lower his guard. The entire pack was just a diversion. The beast's cruel laugh confirms it all. It lunges, but he narrowly dodges. He counters instantly. A flurry of impossibly fast strikes erupts between them. His final blow sends the beast flying back, but it leaps and vanishes once more. Choi Han-sung knew exactly where to go. The creature lunged at the girl, but a powerful kick sent it flying. Thrown far away, its attack was stopped. Troy had arrived. The king howled, summoning its pack and surrounding the hero. A tough spot, but it was also the perfect chance. Our hero could finally go all out, unleashing a storm of spells. As monsters charged, Choi Kun-sung summoned his own brilliant flames. All their energy gathered into a single, blinding point. Troy gave them a little wave. A blast of light sent them soaring. A magical rain fell from the heavens, piercing through the creatures. The monsters were hit from every possible angle. As the light faded, our hero knew he didn't need to use all his power. Choi-kan poured his energy into his blade, readying another spell. The werewolf king frantically tried to escape. Our hero noted its speed, then prepared a unique skill. A massive wall of ice erupted before the creature. The monster finally understood its fate. To Troy, it looked so slow now. His magic festival returned, ready for the final act. The werewolf king was trapped. As spells rained down, there was no escape. A shower of attacks erased the creature from existence. Troy opened his portal to collect all the items left behind. The most curious treasure was a monster's heart. Our hero decided to check its hidden power. It granted a werewolf form for 60 minutes with a 30% stat boost, but with a 10% permanent loss after. Troy was intrigued by the heart, but he felt the penalty was too severe. Still, first, he had to leave. He was by Su Yang's side when the team arrived. Su asked about her well-being. He said she was stable, but recommended a hospital just in case. Seo thanked our hero. If it weren't for you, Troy, ... Things would have ended very differently. The protagonist said it was nothing. Now that his job was done, it was time to go. Soo-young's personal thanks caught Troy completely off guard. A bit flustered. He simply said he was doing his duty, but he noticed the team was the same one from yesterday. Seo explained that after the mission, they all returned to base, and our hero did too. Troy grinned, saying he preferred the base because you get paid to sleep. Seo admitted that when he first saw our hero, he assumed he was some spoiled rich kid with unbelievably rare gear. The protagonist replied that before his awakening, he worked in construction. Life for him had been a constant struggle. Our hero explained he had to work hard because of his father's health. His family had endured so much just to make ends meet. Asio confessed he had an unofficial order to watch him, which is why he made that assumption. The protagonist found it funny that he was mistaken for someone born with a silver spoon. Out of the blue, Kansung mentioned that Lee was likely watching over him. She was the very one who scouted him for the association. Seo realized the captain herself had high hopes for the newcomer. As she finally rested, our hero watched over her. Su Yang saw her chance and called out to him. This time, she offered a sincere apology, leaving him baffled. She confessed to judging him harshly based on her own assumptions. Hanong simply asked what she'd been thinking. Su Yang explained it was because of a bitter memory. Now he was genuinely curious. A powerful superior's child once caused trouble for everyone, but the one responsible walked away, while others took the fall. After that day, she resolved to be more guarded. Hanang told her it was all in the past. He wasn't bothered at all. Her kindness now truly shone through. Suddenly, Hanong remembered something. He had a question for her, and she quickly agreed to answer. Su Yang told him to ask away, showing her open heart. He thought to himself what an innocent soul she was. He gently warned her the question was about her unique ability. She smiled, saying she expected as much, and began to explain. Her power, she revealed, is called Beast Transformation. Once active, it skyrockets her strength, agility, and vitality. It makes her a perfect warrior, but vulnerable to magic. It was a weakness she didn't need to share with anyone. A week later, a peaceful calm had settled over them. The chaotic first day was a distant memory. Now, things were almost boring. While his fame had cooled, his business was still thriving. Another heroic rank skill was almost within his grasp. Hanong decided it was time to hunt for some points. The portal staff asked to see his registration. The moment he saw the emergency surveillance team card, the man froze. He nervously wished our hero a successful hunt. Inside the dungeon, a pack of monsters swarmed before him. He calmly summoned a firestorm and a massive inferno erupted, clearing the field. A fine addition to his arsenal, as expected from a rare skill. It was even more potent when combined with his shield. In these low-level areas, the combination was completely broken. In a flash, a sharp blow tore through his shield and arm. A stranger's voice dripped with praise. Hanong demanded to know who was there. The mysterious man seemed amused he wasn't recognized. This just makes it more interesting, he chuckled, stepping from the shadows. I am young Sam Wu, the former vice leader of Swang. The assassin's eyes gleamed. Let's call this a long overdue reunion. Jung's rage had only one target. Our hero, Krohanum. Our hero roared in defiance, but the former vice leader just smirked. Shouting was useless here. He'd activated a powerful item, creating a zone of absolute silence. To complete his disguise, he wore flimsy, low-level armor. He looked like a total beginner, not even level 50. His new identity was a complete fabrication, but that hardly mattered. His escape was already planned, with a fake passport ready for a flight out by nightfall. Young's threats turned cruel, admitting he'd even considered going after his family. He wanted our hero to know that pain, but they were too well protected. Fury erupted in our protagonist's eyes. Young merely boasted he could have handled the guards, but that would have made his escape from the country far more difficult. So he chose a simpler stage, this isolated dungeon. Here a person could vanish without a trace. But then, Young noticed something odd. Our hero's recovery speed was unnaturally fast. Jung sneered. He knew this was just a desperate attempt to buy time. He was absolutely certain of his victory. A chill ran down our hero's spine. This could be the end. Their blades met in a flash of steel, sending our hero flying backward. Jung admitted the block was unexpected. His plan was to remove an arm to stop that pesky regeneration. Our protagonist summoned an item from his inventory, the werewolf's heart. A transformation item? Jung simply scoffed at the attempt. In an instant, our hero's form shifted and grew. The former vice leader had to admit his power level was soaring. The Then the wolf beast turned and fled. It scaled the wall, unleashing a massive fireball where Young had been standing. Smoke filled the chamber. But from the haze, his pursuer emerged right behind him. "Did you really think you could run?" Young asked mockingly. The vice leader's hand clamped down hard on his shoulder. But just as the final blow was about to land, Cho Hanong threw him off. Once more, a blazing fireball materialized, a desperate threat. Zhang dodged with ease, but it was a feint. Our hero lunged forward in the opening. Their blades locked again. A cruel smile played on Young's lips as he savored the fight. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of hope sparked within our hero. But Young vanished, landing a dozen strikes on the wolf's back. The beast spun to retaliate, only to hit empty air. "I have to admit," Young said, "you're truly impressive. But do you know what they used to call me?" Crackling lightning began to dance along the length of his blade. "They called me the lightning blade." He unleashed a bolt of pure energy, and the shocking impact left our hero paralyzed. Now was his chance to end it, just as he'd promised. "If only you had been on my side from the start," Jung lamented. "I would have used your talents well. For that kind of power, even 100 billion would have been a bargain." The wolf struggled to move, but another swift strike brought him down, his legs now wounded. Jung loomed over him. "How did you break the 20-level rule? How did you get this strong?" "Get lost!" our hero yelled. But Young offered a deal, the secret for his safety. It was a tempting proposition, but our protagonist knew it was nothing but a lie. Model. The former vice leader offers a merciful end. Young renews his relentless assault. But under this onslaught, his regeneration begins to falter. The damage could become permanent, especially from a rising star like him. Unbearable agony courses through Choi Kun-sung's body. He's on the verge of breaking, pleading for release, but Young's blade moves without pause. Then a chilling realization dawns on him. This wasn't mere vengeance. Choi Kun screams, defiant to the last, demanding an end while vowing to say nothing. Zhang acknowledges his resolve. It seems no information will be gained here. With little time to spare, he makes a swift decision. To grant his final request, Zhang delivers the finishing strike. He turns to deal with the remnants, but something is terribly wrong. A hand bursts straight through his chest. Confusion floods his mind. Zhang's light fades as he collapses. Choi Kung reclaims and reattaches his severed pot. Jung draws one last breath, only to witness the impossible. His final sight is of Choi Kung, standing whole once more. As Jung fades, the barrier shatters and our hero returns to his normal form. Choi Kung reflects on the bizarre ordeal. Now, what to do with Young's remains? The secret must be kept. Not even the player association can know. He knows that if this information got out, his true power would be questioned. The protagonist summons a cleansing flame. There's no need to reveal his secrets. Choi Kun-sung erases all traces of the vice leader. Just then, a powerful mana begins to converge. Apparently, strong players can trigger this too as the energy solidifies into a skill book. Our hero steps forward to claim his prize. The skill is Lightning Breath, which paralyzes foes and cloaks him in an electric field. And the most incredible part, it has 0 cooldown time. After absorbing the technique, Choi Kun-sung decides to test his new power. Instantly, crackling energy envelops him. He launches a magic missile, obliterating a boulder. His magic has grown immensely. He's on a completely different level now. His status window confirms it. All stats have surged by plus 127. He also earned a title for defeating a player 100 levels higher than him. Then another notification for overcoming an opponent 200 levels stronger. And yet another appears, this time for a 300-level gap. He wonders if he could have won easily now, but his desire to grow stronger burns even brighter. However, he'll have to put ranged skills aside while Lightning Breath is active. Meanwhile, in the online players store, a conversation sparks where users, feeling cheated by high prices, begin to organize a boycott. 1 month passes, and Choi Han-sung browses the store himself. 2 incredible skills catch his eye, one that senses life energy and another that drains foes. The other skill transmutes his magic into vampiric energy, draining his enemy's life force. The problem is, he can only afford one of them. Together, their cost is staggering, over 60 billion. He decides to wait and reconsider. Our hero lies back, reaching for the TV remote. It's time for a well-deserved day off. He flips on a new show about players, enjoying a rare moment of peace. This story honors the 20th anniversary of the Cactus 4. Our hero remembers that time. A heavy tension filled the air as everyone feared a repeat incident. But just like 10 years prior, the day passed quietly. The rumors of decreasing dungeons sparked fierce online debates. A woman shared a heartfelt confession with the guildmaster, but Shai Hunson was focused on a different problem which knew power to buy. Suddenly, the world itself seemed to tremble. Our hero was stunned by the violent tremor. A moment later, screams erupted. A gate tore open in the city, unleashing monsters upon the people. Savage orcs swarmed the streets. Citizens fled in a wave of terror. Without a second thought, Shokan vaulted from his window to join the fight. A young girl was nearly captured, but our hero swooped in just in the nick of time. Joi Hanong became a storm of fire and fury, striking down every creature in his path. Sheer terror gripped the city. From the gate, even more orcs began to pour out. Wasting no time, Shoanson unleashed a blazing tornado, wiping out the entire monster squad. But the battle wasn't over. The creatures were far too close to the civilians. An endless tide of monsters kept appearing, relentlessly targeting the people. Then another player appeared on the scene. A full party arrived to help the innocent. The player declared he would leave this gate to Choi Kan. Our hero nodded in thanks. An emergency siren wailed through the air, announcing that martial law was in effect. Amid the chaos, a lone child cried. The military also arrived, ready to provide support. At that moment, the head of the association issued a decree. All players in the nation were to be mobilized. The images of the city's destruction were devastating. In the heart of it all, Johansson received a call from Lee Shai. She needed to know his location. The main character reported he was handling an orc gate that had opened in the street. His leader asked for a situation report. He confirmed the monsters were weak and other players were assisting. She immediately appointed him as the acting commander. His first order: stabilize the situation. Then, he was to lead the players to Namyang Station, where another gate had opened with few defenders. In addition, Lee confirmed that our hero's family was unharmed. They had safely evacuated to a bomb shelter with other families. Koi Kung was grateful for her concern. Now, she needed him to unleash his full power in this battle, and he was ready to comply. Moments later, Choi Kong knew there was no time for hesitation. The skill he would choose was Vampire Mastery, costing nearly 30 billion. He would resolve this quickly and then head to the station. Our hero summoned a towering wall of flame. Within seconds, the orcs were nothing but ash. Choi Han-sung pulled a microphone from his inventory. Our hero announced he was from the association. He tried to coordinate with the other players, but the surrounding chaos was deafening. It was clear this was going to be incredibly difficult. Once they were gathered, Choi Chung assigned some players to guard the portal, while the rest would advance with him to the station. The train station incident was resolved in a flash, and the main character issued the same orders. One of the players voiced a question. He asked how many gates had actually appeared. The exact number was still unknown, but reports confirmed they were opening all over the country. The fear on their faces was undeniable, a sight that worried our hero. Near Namyang Station, however, new horrors emerge, preying on civilians. The city is under siege once more. A patrolling beast never saw the strike coming. It's sent flying. Before it can recover, a final axe blow fells it. But this player knows he's outmatched. An endless horde spills from the portal. The other players watch in despair as the enemy's numbers swell. Suddenly, a colossal inferno erupts, incinerating the entire wave of monsters. The wall of fire is immense. The hero checks on his allies, making sure they are okay. Reinforcements have finally arrived. Hope ignites among the players now that they aren't alone. One of his team notes, "This is a difficult region, with so few dungeons nearby. This city has few high-level players." Troy Cumin cuts him off, reminding him to focus on saving people. Then, a terrifying roar echoes. A new challenger appears from the portal, and this time, even our hero's expression tightens. Its sheer size proves it's on another level. Kroy Hanung knows he must end this fast. The protagonist unleashes a blazing spear. He closes the distance and their first blows miss. But our hero senses this creature isn't as mighty as it seems. And with one decisive strike, the confrontation is over. But more roars erupt from the gate. That monster wasn't the boss. It was just an evolved variant. And now, more of them are pouring out. Joy Canon summons a tornado of fire, but this time, it has no effect. Their resistance to flame is too high. The protagonist summons his shield. He charges headfirst into the fray, slashing at the creatures with his raw strength. An illusory spear distracts Shukan Sung for just a crucial second, and a monster seizes the opening, grabbing his arm. Then his legs, he's trapped. A real spear hurtles toward him, exploding on impact. Han Sung survives the blast, but he's been encased in ice. Before him stands a massive new threat. Its power is simply overwhelming. This must be the Lizardman King. He discards his shield, keeping only his sword at the ready. The king conjures a barrage of ice spears. Our hero dashes, dodging the deadly magic. At the same time, its minions close in for an attack. He cuts one down only to find a spear was hidden right behind it. Joyhun summons a shield of fire just in time. He leaps toward the boss, who unleashes a devastating, point-blank breath attack of immense power. Jo Hanong knows he can't afford to save his mana now. He activates lightning breath. He vanishes in a flash, but the king manages to block his strike. The other lizardmen rush to their king's aid. Troy Hunsung must hold the line, no matter the cost. Few players could face a beast of this level. He worries for everyone else's safety. The creatures swarm him, preparing a final, coordinated assault. But this is good. He has become the sole focus of their rage. Troy Hanong unleashes a burst of lightning, shocking all who surround him. While they're stunned, he takes them all down. Each one falls to a single, perfect blow. An hour passes. The other players are in awe. Only the king remains. It's time to end this. The monster charges forward fearlessly. Troy Hanong leaps to meet him head-on. Even so, he takes a glancing blow. Suddenly, the king appears right behind him. With lightning speed, he counters, his blade tearing across the monster's face. The beast collapses, its energy gone. But Troy Kunsung is also completely drained. Its form dissolves, returning to pure mana. He desperately hopes for a worthy reward. The mana crystallizes into a skill book. And it's a rare grade skill, the power of freezing breath. He learns it instantly. Later, the heroes assist with the civilian retreat. Hansung's energy slowly returns, but the fatigue lingers. Suddenly, a sound draws his attention. A figure eliminates a man on the ground. The army is sweeping the area, securing the station. It seems a lone straggler was hiding, but the threat is neutralized. His mission concludes. 3 days later, the second cataclysm strikes, and the world's economy shatters. Resources like water, food, and power vanished overnight. In Korea, defense lines were drawn around major cities while smaller towns were abandoned. But this caused the supply chains to completely collapse. Factories fell silent, unable to produce essential goods. All the items he listed for sale have vanished. His primary source of income is gone. Growing stronger just became infinitely harder. The world must recover before the markets can return. High above the scarred city, a helicopter cuts through the sky. The pilot's voice crackles over the comms, reporting their arrival. The plan is to encircle the outer zones and close in. Players below ready themselves for the drop. Hansung confirms their familiarity with the designated sectors. The team responds with a resounding yes. Every squad has a designated leader. First to descend is the legendary Chokon. Massive creatures begin to pour from the gate. Our hero plummets towards the ground, unleashing a blazing inferno. The newly emerged beasts are instantly engulfed in flames. His blade claims the rest, each falling in a single perfect strike. Meanwhile, other heroes join the fray. For the moment, the situation is stable. Another beast emerges, hungry for chaos, but he gives it no quarter. But his wall of fire is being breached. More monsters are pushing through. Something is off. The trolls are ignoring them and moving elsewhere. It seems they're trying to flee, but Choi Khan has no intention of letting them escape. He unleashes lightning breath. A flaming spear follows, making the hero's job even simpler. Hansung moves like a flash of lightning. He strikes the troll with explosive force. Grabbing another fire spear, he launches it at a fleeing target. That marks the 15th troll taken down. It seems to be the last one. But then something new appears out of thin air. A creature of this power shouldn't be here. It's at least level 400. It lets out a furious roar. It's one of the highest class monsters. A heroic cranked blue dragon. Lee mutters, wishing this fight was already over. Out of 100 million players worldwide. Only about 5,000 are high rankers. And even their resources are stretched thin. The military is barely holding the lines against mid-tier monsters. But the terrifying trend shows more high-level threats appearing, while the number of heroes who can stop them is dwindling. Just then, an emergency report comes in. Another gate has opened, right in the heart of the capital. Lee demanded to know what they were facing this time. The report: a swarm of hero-ranked wyverns. She confirmed the Tease Guild was on site, but they were desperately calling for backup. A guild of tanks and warriors stood little chance against foes from the sky. Lee scanned for any nearby support. A group of mages was in the area. The order was given: assist the other guild immediately. Just then, more reports flooded in. New portals were tearing open. Arba swarmed one region, while ogres began emerging amongst the orcs. Then, a chilling update. A blue dragon. And Sho Hun-sung was stationed in that very area. Her team confirmed it. He was the one pleading for aid. Lee gave the grim command to evacuate all players in the vicinity. Her staff scrambled to relay the message. Jo Hun-sung asked if help was coming, only to receive the order to retreat. As he tried to escape, the city itself was torn apart around him. The command was repeated. Everyone must evacuate the area now. But leaving felt wrong. In his hesitation, the building collapsed upon him. From above, the massive dragon watched with an eerie curiosity. Our hero narrowly dodged the falling debris, only to be slammed by the creature's immense force. A colossal hand smashed into the ground where he'd just been. He found shelter in a ruined house. He found it strange he was the only target. When he looked up, his heart froze. The dragon was staring directly at him. With a flick of its claw, the building was ripped apart and tossed like a child's toy. To this ancient beast, this was nothing more than a game. Hansung unleashed a roaring inferno, a tornado of flames. Refusing to give up, he launched another explosion right at the monster's face. He used the moment to fall back, but the dragon was relentless in its pursuit. Reacting in an instant, he summoned a towering barrier of ice. The protagonist slid beneath his shield, dodging the strike, but wondered how long his gear could take this. With no other choice, Hansung prepared to fight, activating his lightning breath. Our hero was about to risk everything. He vanished in a flash, reappearing to strike the dragon's scales, with no effect. The beast swatted him from the air, leaving him disoriented. Another blow followed. He tried to parry with his sword, but was flung backward with incredible force. Its scales were like armor, but even the strongest armor has a weak point. The protagonist charged forward with all his remaining strength. Aiming for the beast's stomach, he struck again. It didn't work. He was nearly crushed in the aftermath. The dragon didn't have a single scratch. It roared, shaking the very heavens. It attacked again, but our hero was faster. Then he felt something strange. His lightning, his energy, was being siphoned away by the dragon. Feeling his power drain completely, Cho Hun-sung plummeted from the sky. The protagonist lay on the ground, injured and helpless. He looked up into the jaws of the dragon as it descended. Then, everything went dark. Our hero awoke semi-conscious inside the belly of the beast. Remembering his family, Hun-sung clung to his broken sword. This could not be the end. At his lowest point, our hero plunges his sword into the beast's core. And then, something impossible began to happen. His blade pulsed with new energy, his own strength returning. The book had reached the heroic rank. He was in a dire state, but giving up was not an option. He had to do the unthinkable to survive, consuming the dragon's very essence. Outside, Lee received the grave news about Choi Hun. He had fallen. The intelligence team confirmed it, leaving her stunned. She had given the retreat order herself, but Troy Kun was the one responsible for sealing the portal. When the dragon appeared, he was the closest to the danger. The report said he tried to escape, but it was too late. Lee struggled to contain her grief. She asked if his family had been notified of their loss. Unfortunately, no official message had been sent, but his name was on the public list. They had to know. Deep inside the beast, the hero collapsed against a wall of flesh. He awoke moments later, his vitality miraculously restored. Now, he would turn this tide. He prepared to draw on the immense energy around him. As he absorbed the power, a violent tremor shook his world. The beast's stomach was churning. He drove his blade in deep, holding on for dear life. Our hero dangled by a single arm. He wondered what chaos was unfolding outside. The great dragon roared in torment. The players were baffled. The monster was suddenly tearing itself apart. The beast howled in agony, smashing its tail against nearby structures. A player watched in horror as a building crumbled right towards her. Her partner lunged to shield her. Then, only impact. And inside, Troy Hansen had found his target, the creature's main artery. He leaped, igniting his blade, and severed the vital channel. A piercing shriek echoed from within the monster. The protagonist clung to the wound, his power recovering at an incredible rate. With renewed vigor, Choi Hun unleashed a storm of attacks. He pushed forward, reaching the very heart of the beast and striking true. To make certain, he struck again and again until the core shattered into fragments. His sword began to drink the creature's immense mana. System alerts flooded his vision. His immortality rank soared, and his lightning breath evolved into lightning dragon breath. Even the names of his skills were being rewritten. He earned a new title for defeating a monster 200 levels higher than him. His vampiric blade was reborn, becoming the Draconic Essence Blade. Then, a new power materialized before him as a skill book. It promised a monumental boost to his physical resilience. Trione had just obtained another legendary power. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. Without warning, the mighty blue dragon had collapsed. It writhed in its final moments before falling completely still. One player wondered if it had succumbed to a strange ailment. But his companion knew. Dragons weren't so fragile. Then, where the monster had been, a figure appeared. A helicopter flew toward the scene, the team inside hoping for a moment of peace. But in the back, a silent figure stared ahead, saying nothing at all. Her mind simply couldn't accept it. The association dared to demand a breach fee? Now, a man told her to be calm. They called this catastrophe a mere crisis, all to reduce their losses. She wondered if they were even human. A crushing pressure filled the room as her energy began to surge. Would they have acted this way if it had been her? The man begged her to stop, quickly withdrawing his outrageous claim. Lost in sorrow, an urgent message broke through. She commanded, "Report." The report was simple. The blue dragon has fallen. Was it a group effort? Impossible. No team possessed that power. But then, the unbelievable news. The player it consumed was alive. He had fought his way out from the inside. Lee demanded his name. It's Choi Kansan. In that instant, hope blazed in her eyes. Choi Kansan downed an entire bottle of water. He felt his strength return. A player offered him clothes, and a sudden thought struck him. He needed to borrow a phone. He had to call his family. A kind girl offered hers, and Choi Kansan made the call. A hesitant voice answered. He said, "Mom, ... it's me." After a long silence, she asked with a trembling voice if it was really him. He promised it was. The official report of his passing was a mistake. He had been safe the entire time. He asked about his family, but her sobs were the only answer. He tried to console her. "I'm really okay," he insisted. "I'm eating and staying warm." His mother's joy finally broke through her tears. Just knowing he was alive was enough. She told him the association had already visited, offering compensation for his loss. All the woman could do was apologize, feeling it was her fault. But now, she was just thankful it wasn't true. Her relief was overwhelming, and Choi Kansan was left speechless. After the call, he struggled to hide his own tears. The girl quietly handed him a tissue. He accepted gratefully. Later, our hero sat alone on the sidewalk. It was time to see how his blade had evolved. It pulsed with new effects, including a massive mana boost, and something more. It now had a linked item and could evolve by consuming the essence of Draconic Beast. He wouldn't be needing a new weapon anytime soon. He then inspected the electric dragon's breath, which enhanced his lightning powers. At last, Choi Hanung had managed to evolve the skill. All his stats had increased by 30 points, with an added magic bonus. His only concern now was how he would get home. Choi Hansen just wanted to see his family. Suddenly, something like a missile streaked from the sky. He recognized her immediately. His leader. She landed and pulled him into a powerful hug, overwhelmed with relief. He was thrilled to see her, too, but Lee suddenly noticed his lack of a shirt. Choi Hansen flushed, explaining the dragon's acid had melted his clothes. Our hero finally got a change of clothes, though Lee was still flustered. Another player approached. "A touching reunion," he said. "But I have to admit, I'm surprised." "Surprised about what?" she asks. He teases. "I never figured you were into younger guys. Is he a secret boyfriend?" "That's enough," Lee warns. He simply smirks. "As you wish." The leader reminds them she had canceled the mission. So why exactly were they still here? One mage confesses, after witnessing that spectacle, ... she was just too intrigued to stay away. "She studies our hero. You're totally my type. Are you seeing anyone?" she asks, before Lee swats her hand away. "I said stop joking around. He just went through a huge ordeal," Lee reminds her. But the mage insists. Who's joking? She truly doesn't understand why their leader is so upset. Lee is firm. Cho Han-sung needs his rest. Now. She gets it. They're all dying to know how he faced the dragon alone. But hounding him now is just plain rude. She turns to him, head to the hospital. He quickly agrees. Besides, her helicopter has a new priority. It's now being used for emergency transport. With a single leap, Lee is gone, taking Cho Han-sung with her. She sighs, admitting she was a bit harsh herself, but one question still lingered. How did he manage to make a blue dragon just ... melt? The others watch them leave. Clearly, there's more to that man. He decides he'll ask Lee about him later. Meanwhile, the online forums were in an absolute frenzy. Everyone was desperate for Cho Han-sung's items. They turned their anger on the one who first suggested the boycott. The backlash was so immense. They called for the suspension of the account that started it all. Not that our hero would ever see those messages anyway. In the days that followed, the nation started to rebuild. The disaster was contained with surprisingly little damage. Soon, infrastructure was being restored across the country. and research into the mysterious new magic stones began. Society was shaken, but life was returning to normal. Jo Han-sung takes a look at his battery inventory. Thankfully, this particular market was largely unaffected. The moment the storefronts reopened, restocking became his #1 priority. Jo Han-sung's decision was simple. He would buy out their entire stock. He lists the batteries on the marketplace and then tests the waters with a higher price. To his astonishment, they sold out instantly. He could hardly believe his screen. If that's how it was going to be, he decided to push the prices even higher. A few days later, Jo Han-sung returns to the store, only to find the shelves are still empty. The clerk is reassuring, factories are back online. This kind of shortage won't happen again, but for the moment, his hands were tied. I'll leave it for now, Han-sung says. The vendor offers to call when a shipment arrives, but our hero simply says, no need, I'll check back later. On his way back, a new plan began to form. What if he could buy straight from the factory? He'd tried contacting them before the incident, but they refused to sell directly to individuals. So a little while later, he called again, offering to buy their entire stock. The answer was still a firm no. He starts to wonder, does he need to buy an entire company? Maybe even a warehouse? Or perhaps it was time to open his own electronics store. With a new goal in mind, he heads out to shop. The place is buzzing with energy, packed even on a weekday. His sister spots him, and Choi Hansen praises his manager's awesome leadership. She's determined to make his store a huge success. His manager then reveals the batteries are at a warehouse. Our hero decides he'll go check them out personally. She then asks about future orders, knowing demand is always changing. His sister invites him to a special dinner with their mother. They can finally afford something nice? But then she mentions sales have suddenly slowed. In fact, their growth has practically stopped. At least the week's profit was solid. A thought sparks in his mind. Maybe it's time to spend some points. He immediately begins browsing the skills. He currently has 5 heroic skills, with Dragon Breath as his only active one. But that's also his only defensive power. Choi Han-sung wonders if he needs another active ability. Perhaps a teleportation skill to guarantee an escape. Our hero realizes he could afford both. Active skills are a bargain compared to passives, but Kroy Kunen's eyes widen at the cost. Teleportation powers are insanely expensive. He remembers his personal storage ability was also quite pricey, and only heroic rank skills can move living things. There are other restrictions, but at least he can read all the details. The protagonist finds the absolute best one available. It costs a massive 40 billion points, and he buys it instantly. With that, Johansson heads to the warehouse. It's time to put this new skill to the test. He targets a distant corner. Before he can even think the word teleport, he's already there. It worked flawlessly. This is a total game changer. Next, he tests its long-distance capabilities. Now, for the second ability, he scans the elemental powers, but nothing really calls to him. Suddenly, he spots a dark magic spell, a beam that consumes life and mana. On top of that, the price is an absolute steal. One comment warns that carelessness could drain his own life force, but that risk is exactly what he's looking for. In a flash, Dragon Breath absorbs the power, evolving into a unique heroic rank. His power crackles into black lightning. Even his electric barrier has transformed, now under his complete command. He needs to test this new power. Choi Kanung heads straight for a cave. Monstrous creatures immediately swarm him, closing in fast. He unleashes a beam of black lightning. Only traces of mana remain. The new attack is incredible. Every single point he spent was worth it. 5 hours later, he's taken down 5,000 monsters, leaving Choi Kung completely exhausted. It's enough for one day. As evening falls, our hero returns to his shop. He's surprised to see his sister, who should have left hours ago. She says the batteries are waiting in storage. Choi Handsome goes to take a look. 30 minutes later, he comes back to find his sister still waiting. He suggests they go home, but she stops him. There's something they need to discuss. This is why she stayed. She has to talk about what happened. When they thought he was gone forever. She begins, her voice quiet, telling him their mother completely broke down after receiving the news. Even after learning he was safe, she cried for what felt like an eternity. But the real problem started after that. And just like that, they were hit with crushing fines and their contract was terminated. The news shattered Choi Kin-sung's entire world. His sister explained their hopeless appeals. The law, they were told, was not on their side. An inheritance meeting was called. Even their own lawyer said there was nothing to be done. They were ultimately forced out of the very house that was in our hero's name. The company even demanded his mission bonus back, but then, suddenly, everything was resolved. Li Shui had stepped in, fixing the whole impossible situation. She had knelt in apology, claiming it was all a terrible misunderstanding. But his sister saw the truth. Hanong promised he would investigate this story himself. She confessed it wasn't supposed to be a secret from him. She just wanted him to know what they had endured. He thanked her for her honesty. The next day, Choi Kin-sung arranged a meeting with Captain Li Shui, but her secretary informed him that the captain was currently out. He calmly explained they had spoken by phone. She had permitted him to wait in her office. With that confirmation, the young woman guided our hero into the room. She offered him coffee, which he politely declined. After she left, he was finally alone. Hanong activated his power, psychometry. He searched for any trace of his own name. A vision flooded his mind the moment she received confirmation of his passing. Her grief was real and profound. He was unexpectedly moved by her sorrow. Then another scene unfolded. Lee, locked in a heated argument with her boss about his family. The man's response was cold and dismissive. He was simply following the law. Lee demanded he drop all charges, but the man flatly refused her. A man who fell protecting this country deserves more respect, she pleaded. The voice on the phone was unmoved. I am acting according to protocol. Lee gave her final ultimatum. Cancel these charges, or I will resign from this organization. He threatened a breach of contract. But the captain knew hers was so unusual it might not even be valid. The man scoffed, doubting she would dare challenge the entire Korean government. He called her too emotional and said they would discuss it later. Choi Henning now understood completely. The person on the phone was the minister. He felt a surge of sincere gratitude for her. Now he knew exactly who he was dealing with. The Minister of Dimensional Affairs was finished. Just then Lee appeared, asking if he waited long. She admitted she was curious why he wanted to see her so suddenly. Choi Henning got straight to the point. I'll have to cancel my contract. Lee was left speechless as our protagonist revealed he knew what the minister had tried to do. She began to apologize on the minister's behalf, but Hanong assured her it wasn't needed. He knew she was the one who had fixed everything. He simply wanted to thank her. Leah begged him to reconsider for her sake. She was still fighting to change that very regulation. He agreed that the law had to change. An idea sparked in his mind. He might reconsider if she did him a favor. Choi Kyon wanted to meet the minister in person to offer his apology directly. The request left the girl in shock. But the minister was enraged, calling the boy arrogant. He seethed, thinking the kid was too full of himself over a few unique abilities. In his mind, the minister couldn't even comprehend what he had done wrong. One of his staff agreed, calling Troy a brat who doesn't understand how the world works. The others nodded. The request for a meeting should absolutely be denied. The minister claimed he was merely following the law. Apologize. The idea was absurd. From his point of view, he had done nothing wrong. His subordinate eagerly agreed. He saw the minister as generous and the boy as a brat throwing a tantrum. They decided it was time to teach him a lesson. The minister considered it, but wondered how it could be done, especially now that the whole world was watching. His staff fell into a stunned silence. He scolded them for their foolish words, then ordered the protagonist to be brought before him. If Choi Hun wanted an apology, he could come and get it himself. The two fools scurried off to deliver the message. The minister scoffed as if he would ever lower himself to go there. Shortaeon found it amusing. He was the one summoned, yet the minister was the one running late. Activating his new power, he saw a dark truth. This was a nest of corrupt officials, guilds, and gate managers. Thankfully, the staff members were just ordinary people. For our hero, this was the perfect scenario. The secretary announced the minister was ready. Our hero was prepared for this moment. The instant he entered, the old man's eyes widened with shock. He's just a boy, the same age as my grandson. The minister began a lecture about youth, but the protagonist cut him off. I'm here for the apology. All the while, his psychometry skill was active. The old man insisted he was just following the rules, that his hands were tied. But Shai Hun Sung saw the web of conspiracy spun against him. The minister continued to drone on about doing things by the book, but the protagonist challenged him. Can your actions truly be called legal? First, there was the absurd fine for equipment used on a company mission. Then came the outrageous contract cancellation fee. Troy Hansen had been officially declared to have perished in action. The protagonist's voice was like steel. Make it make sense. He demanded to know what twisted logic led the minister to do all this. The minister exploded, enraged at being lectured. You started this, Troy shot back, calling him a fool. In that moment, the minister's fury detonated. He bellowed his official title, calling our hero an ignorant brat. The old man's voice dripped with venom, spewing insults about his status. He couldn't bear this disrespect from a mere boy. Patience gone, Choi Kin-sung thought. Maybe I should just get rid of him. Suddenly, the minister froze. A pure, chilling terror washed over him, and he lost all composure. Kiro Hansen's voice was dangerously calm. Think before you speak. The staff watched in absolute, terrified silence. Our hero reminded him his head wasn't just an ornament. By the way, I recorded everything. We'll be filing a police report for verbal assault. I'll see you in court. As he left, a scream of pure despair echoed from the room. This new ability was far more useful than he'd ever imagined. Enrage was a common rank skill. It drives the target into a blind fury, stripping away all self-control. A few days later, news of the minister's corruption scandal broke everywhere. What began with lone players has now pulled entire guilds into the chaos. Troy Han-sung was enjoying a rare moment of peace, contemplating his psychometry skill. The ability to read an object's past. Just as he mused about its future potential, his leader's call shattered the quiet. Her name on the screen was a surprise, but a welcome one. He answered with a smile. She wanted to meet, and Troy Han-sung immediately agreed. In that case, she needed his current location. Troy Han-sung glanced around, spotting a nearby restaurant. Just a moment, he said. He suggested the spot, and Lee was already one step ahead, telling him she was on her way. She would be there in 30 minutes. Lee came straight to the point. Was the recent scandal with the minister his doing? She had a strong hunch only he could orchestrate such a daring move. The commander explained that government officials were on high alert over this. Lee warned him they would undoubtedly focus their suspicions on him. He had to be cautious. Troy Han-sung wondered aloud just how bad the consequences could be. His leader listed the charges. Trespassing and theft, for starters. The main character asked if the special laws for players could make things even worse. Lee's advice was clear. If it came to that, he needed the public on his side. Troy Han-sung admitted it was sound advice. But since he wasn't a criminal, he felt he had nothing to fear. Lee simply urged him to be careful. She reminded him that powerful players are not popular with high-ranking officials. For now, they would only watch from the shadows. And with this move, they had surely made a host of new enemies. Of course, their gaze would be fixed firmly on Troy Han-sung. The protagonist played dumb, claiming he had no part in the incident. He decided he would lay low for a while. Lee found this amusing, calling it a surprisingly smart move. It was best for them both to avoid drawing any more unwanted attention. A missile shot toward its target, the city of Pyongyang in North Korea. A soldier prayed for a direct hit, but a horrifying voice echoed, "No." Then, a terrifying roar as the monster unleashed a corrosive wave, turning soldiers to dust. The devastating ability didn't stop, expanding outward and dissolving everything it touched. Not even fighter jets could escape. The city was completely erased. Back at the cafe, Lee suddenly had to go. She wasn't the only one who got the alert. Choi Hansung stood to leave with her. It was an emergency summons, reserved only for high-level players. A special code, Lee noted, requiring her to contact headquarters. Choi Hansung grimly stated that the internet was already exploding with the news. North Korea had fallen, and the monster responsible was now heading for their country. This was a crisis beyond anything he had imagined. A spokesperson's grim face confirmed the dire situation on a public broadcast. The neighboring nation was gone. All of their top players had failed to stop the creature known as Emoji. To make matters worse, portals were opening, unleashing endless swarms of monsters. Refugees were flooding the borders, with the relentless horde closing in behind them. The head of the Players Association took the podium. He was there to explain why only the elite had been summoned. Their mission? Defend the border, push back the advancing monsters, and face the Emoji on the front lines. That last part did not sit well with the protagonist at all. 10 days later in the city of Padu, an orc horde descends upon the border where a line of players stands ready. A lone swordsman carves through monsters effortlessly. He sighs, wondering when a real challenge will appear. Even our protagonist feels the boredom setting in. A werewolf lunges, only to be split in two. While others defend the border, Chansong grows impatient with the endless waves. His sister keeps him supplied, but this situation is still far from ideal. Meanwhile, in China, a monstrous legion marches across a bridge. The military unleashes a volley of gunfire. A massive red dragon begins to cross the river. Suddenly, a powerful blast strikes the beast. A team of players has arrived to halt its rampage. Another explosion hits its chest, enraging it. Then, a player ends the fight with a single, clean slice. The battle is over in an instant. A soldier approaches the victor with a report. Intel confirms the Emoji creature is heading their way. The man smiles, sensing an opportunity. This is the unranked monster that leveled a North Korean city. A critical update has just come through. The creature's level remains a complete mystery, but its rank has finally been identified. It's a legendary class monster. China's army is throwing everything they have at it. The ultimate prize is the first kill achievement. Whoever lands that final blow will gain an incredible boost to their stats. He's determined to seize this chance for himself. Over 181 different ranks, more than 3,000 high-level players. Gather at the border. The Emoji has arrived. Naturally, the swordsman is buzzing with anticipation. The players charge forward as one. A monk unleashes a skill, buffing his allies. A storm of magic rains down, but the creature has grown tired of this game. It activates a fear aura. Victims are paralyzed for up to 10 seconds. The players are frozen in place. Instantly, players are overwhelmed. Others are sent flying by a sweep of its tail. Some are so terrified they are completely unable to move. The Emoji unleashes a lightning blast, wiping out a huge portion of the players. Elsewhere, Choi Kanung watches the news. Reports describe a catastrophe at the border, with thousands of high rankers lost. The main character had considered acquiring the Wild Instinct ability, but instead chose Metal Resistance, hoping to claim the title for hunting that monster. He ends up with a heroic power that has only 2 effects. It protects the mind and massively increases willpower. He spends 29 billion points and accepts the skill from her. At first, he feels no different at all. He decides to test it out. In another area, a man shouts about his recent humiliation. Other players watch the scene unfold. As the man storms off, he realizes he's the center of attention. He can feel their judging stares piercing him. Defeated, he walks away with his head hung low. Choi Hanang notes the huge number of applicants, but the reason is obvious. Everyone is desperate for that first kill achievement. While some have other goals, it seems the selection process is incredibly strict. Choi Kung is finally called by the secretary, who first verifies his identity. He's granted entry. The room feels like something out of an intense interrogation movie. A voice from the shadows asks if he is prepared for the test. He confirms he's ready. A heavy silence falls over the room. Suddenly, a system window appears. It warns him that he's under the effect of a mental ability. He's disoriented for 10 seconds before his passive ability activates. Just like that, he negates the effect. The trial is over, and he passes with ease. With the test complete, our hero makes his exit. The evaluator is stunned by his power. Lee simply calls for the next challenger. A few days later, near the demilitarized zone, South Korean forces begin their push to the north. A pilot announces their entry into hostile airspace. A missile streaks from a naval ship. It strikes a blue dragon, sending the beast falling from the sky. So far, the operation is going according to plan. The joint force of players and soldiers is proving effective in a region swarming with creatures. Hordes of monsters charge forward, but the players handle them effortlessly. 1 week later, in Beijing, China, leaders debate how to defeat the Amugi. Suddenly, the mountain explodes in a torrent of fire. An official demands they summon Beijing's elite heroes, but another warns against such a hasty move. What if another legendary beast appears elsewhere? One politician can't fathom why their heroes failed against the creature. He's certain that uniting their best will guarantee victory. Their success seems assured. But the Inmugi unleashes a terrifying roar, freezing everyone in their tracks. The creature begins its devastating rampage. The few who escape are rushed to the healers, but their safety is short-lived as the beast demolishes everything in its path. A brave player shields his comrades, while the remaining fighters launch a synchronized assault. With a single roar, the beast forms a wall of wind, blasting them all away. In the end, it was a total defeat. A grim voice asks for a survivor count. Barely 10 remain. The commander initiates Plan B, planting shields firmly into the ground. Archers draw their bows, while the injured are supported by their teammates. A fresh volley of attacks rains down on the monster. Then, the leader gives a desperate order. Lure it towards Korea. Choi Hanwol watches the news. The Imugi is now rampaging through central China. Our hero realizes the coveted title is slipping away, and he isn't the only one. In fact, a wave of disappointment washes over the room. Without warning, the cafe begins to tremble violently, as if the world is ending. A woman's voice rings out that the Imugi is headed this way. Everyone must prepare for combat. While some players are stunned by the sudden turn, others are absolutely thrilled. This is their chance to hunt the legendary beast. And no one is more eager than Choi Hanwol. He is burning with desire to claim that achievement. But a girl warns him this is no time for celebration. China's forces have been defeated once more. The survivors are leading the creature straight to Korea. It was their last desperate gamble. One player explodes with fury at the news. Some even call it an unforgivable act. As tension crackles through the air, Lee steps in, urging everyone to remain calm. What matters now is preparing for the fight ahead. Choi Hanwol is relieved to see her. In the distance, a Chinese player sprints for his life. She spots them just as they get close. At the last second, the monster snatches him, taking him down in an instant. The beast is colossal, far larger than they ever imagined. Everyone freezes, facing the monster's overwhelming presence. The Imugi lets out a deafening cry, unleashing its unique power. But our hero's newfound ability allows him to stand firm. The battle begins as the tanks charge forward. Warriors swarm the beast, their enchanted weapons striking from every angle. A storm of magic crashes against its mighty scales. Players shout warnings. A tempest is gathering around the beast. Dark lightning strikes the creature. Troy feels an incredible surge of power. The support buffs are flowing. The team's buffer is protecting everyone. A new squadron charges into the fray. But even their strongest warriors can barely leave a scratch. Our main character is with the ranged attackers as the first casualties are taken. Allies rush to help the fallen. Our hero senses a strange energy. But then, something else catches his eye. He sees his friend in the heat of battle. Lee moves like a blur, a whirlwind of motion impossible to track. She lands the first solid hit on the creature. Troy feels a slight pang of jealousy. To get stronger, he knows he must acquire new abilities. His goal is 1 trillion points. 30 minutes later, the fierce battle rages on. Troy smirks. This isn't as difficult as he had imagined. Just then, he notices something strange. The monster is drooling. A mage spots the danger. Watch out! New attack pattern. The creature spews a torrent of acid. The front line dodges, but it's aimed at the mages. They work together, forming a powerful protective barrier. The first layer shatters. Maintain the barrier. Hold the line. Every mage pours their energy into the shield as the tanks charge in to help. Their combined assault distracts the beast, stopping the acid. A moment later, a huge magical explosion erupts. Our hero thinks the fight is almost won, but the monster has lost all patience. The creature enters a terrifying rage mode. This new skill sacrifices defense for overwhelming attack power. The tanks rush in again, but one is caught by a strange effect. A new system message appears. Everyone gets the same alert, a warning that their skill activation has failed. Another swordsman charges past, launching an attack. But he senses it immediately. Something's wrong. Everyone, dodge! The monster obliterates an entire squad. The mage group is completely overwhelmed. The players realize a horrifying truth. The beast is deliberately hunting them. It focuses its assault on the spellcasters. Kanong scrambles to escape. He finds a safe spot and activates his teleportation skill. But a new notification flashes. He's under a new effect for 10 seconds. His skills are sealed. The creature's roar is absolutely terrifying. Its tail crashes down on him. It was too close. The monster is faster than he imagined. Another group of mages is paralyzed and swiftly crushed by the beast. Our protagonist opens a dimensional space as the monster tries to smash him again. He dodges just in the nick of time, but the monster is relentless. With sheer force, it shatters his shield, sending him flying into a mountain. Our hero regains consciousness. He's only slightly wounded, but that was a close call. Troy is stunned. He never expected the creature to have another mental attack besides fear. The battlefield is utter chaos, and he just now realizes his blade is gone. He has to find it. Suddenly, a new update appears before him. The draconic blade has just evolved. Our hero can hardly believe his eyes. He looks down across the chaotic battlefield. Hansung's eyes locked onto his weapon, lodged in the monster's tail, unresponsive to his call. The tide of battle had turned. Victory was now tantalizingly close. A system window flashed before him. The sword was beginning to evolve. It was surely drinking the very essence of the legendary beast. 2 other hunters leaped high, striking the monster's face with devastating force. With each new blow, more of its life force spilled. Blades bit deep into its hide. The creature was weakening, but its ferocious spirit refused to yield. Amuji unleashed a torrent of acid. Players dodged, countering in a flash. Lee charged in, tearing a horn from its head. The assault was relentless. The mages rejoined the fray, and explosions of power erupted across the beast's body. Imuji's posture shifted. Lee was the first to notice the change. She launched into the air, kicking the monster's chin. For the first time, the Titan fell. The players seized their chance, driving their weapons into its massive form. Someone cheered, thinking it was over. That's when the message appeared. A new title was granted to everyone for hunting a creature of legend. Cheers erupted across the battlefield. As Imuji faded into pure mana, they saw it. All of that energy was being drawn to a single point. It was our hero's sword, which now pulsed with a new, incredible form. The protagonist reclaimed his transformed blade. A new update arrived, a title for being the first to ever own a legendary weapon. Choi Han-sung eagerly inspected its incredible changes. Its new skill was a legendary ranked attack called Draconic Essence Strike, truly astounding. Han-sung also discovered that unique rank achievements were in a class of their own. That meant other players out there held items of unbelievable rarity. He was more than satisfied with the outcome. Then another message appeared. It was a reward for his contribution with amounts varying for each player. Choi Han-sung ranked first, earning a bonus of +10 to all attributes. It was all thanks to his sword. Now he faced a new dilemma. The reward split. The prize money was based on contribution, but revealing his rank meant revealing his true power. He knew what he had to do. Choi Han-sung decided he was happy with what he'd already gained. News of Imuji's fall shook the world. All eyes turned to Korea, wondering who did it. How was it defeated? What were the rewards? The world buzzed with curiosity, but the government quickly moved in, trying to keep the details under wraps. Even so, a flood of offers for the raid's items poured in. Players from every nation headed to Korea, desperate to become the next legend. A few days later, Choi Han-sung stood in the quiet of his storage room. The protagonist knew buying items at the upcoming auction would be impossible. He'd received an invitation to the auction for his part in the expedition, but the bidding was expected to soar into the billions. In the end, Choi Han-sung decided not to go. He already had the greatest prize. Just then, his phone rang. It was Lee Shai. He was surprised and answered, "Did something happen? Does something always have to happen for me to call?" She teased. Han-sung felt a bit flustered. "Well," he stammered, "you usually only call when there's an emergency." With a laugh, she admitted it was true. But she had a proposition. Was he interested in an item of legendary rank? Of course he was. Who wouldn't be? She offered to purchase one for him at the emoji auction. He asked what she wanted in return. Her expression said it all. The price? What he called the slavery contract? Lee explained the government was determined to get the items and no player could outbid them. But our hero found a flaw in her logic. Only expedition members could join the auction, and that was her point. Only the two of them who fought the beast were part of the association. So he asked, why not just buy everything for herself? She admitted she would, but one of the abilities was far more compatible with him. Intrigued, our hero insisted on seeing the items before making any deals. She revealed the list would only be public one day in advance, a dangerously short window. Lilei explained it was a security measure. The government feared someone might try to steal the items. He bet someone was already planning on it. Still, he would only decide after seeing the legendary gear for himself. Lee smirked, promising he wouldn't regret it. Days later, the list was in his hands. Its name, Dark Dragon's Pierce. A skill with no side effects and no cooldown, allowing free control over a storm of black lightning. Could his heroic crank power truly absorb something of the legendary level? He had to ask, was she certain she didn't want this incredible ability? Lee explained her powers were almost entirely divine-type mana. His friend warned him if he refused, the skill would go to some random government mage. They already had a candidate in mind. The clock was ticking. He had to decide now. He agreed, but on one condition, a be-out clause to terminate the contract in the future. Lee found that a bit bold, but he stood firm, ready to walk away. She agreed, with a little twist of her own. She'll add interest. He braced himself for a crippling number, but she simply said 5%. It sounded small, but it was compound interest. That was her final offer, and he accepted. With the deal sealed, she went to report to her superiors. He thanked her, but she brushed it off as nothing special. The auctioneer's voice boomed, asking for final bids as he began the countdown. The tense room held its breath as he counted down from 5, and with a bang of the gavel, player Lee won the Dark Dragon Spear. The final price soared over 1 billion, far more than anyone predicted. Hansen couldn't believe a player held such wealth. Corporations must be backing them. The skill book and weapon combined cost a staggering 2 trillion, and now it was time for the final item to be revealed. A staff member carried it to the stage. The book containing The Fury of the Dark Dragon. Later, alone with the contract, the weight of his choice began to sink in. The debt he now owed was a mind-boggling 1 trillion. With the cruel magic of compound interest, he might be bound to the association forever. Meanwhile, Lee had a new crisis to face. The conquest message she awaited never appeared. Something was wrong. The system was silent about the first ever historical rank, and she had only placed second in contribution. Stranger still, the top ranker was a mystery. This was different from the first heroic monster hunt. Back then, the system had broadcast the champion's name. Lee had earned the achievement for being the first to acquire something of that rank. She'd missed out on the titles only because she lacked the proper accessories. She thought this time would follow the same rules. Unless someone had already taken down a legendary monster, the idea was unbelievable. She'd planned everything for this, even arranging the final items at the auction. Now she just felt like a complete fool. Lee thought she should have been more upfront with her friend. Just then, Kyung appeared, offering his congratulations. He told her he was about to depart. Lee paused, asking if he'd mastered the new skill. Troy-kun confirmed his success. She simply wished him a safe trip. But our hero felt a sudden unease. She found herself apologizing for the auction's order. She confessed the government's plot to monopolize all the first achievements through her. So, Lee had changed the item sequence for her own gain, and that's why his skill book was last. For Troy Hansen, everything suddenly made sense. She was the one who desperately wanted that title, and the government was backing her play. Troy Hansen assured her it was all right. He told her that all her reasons were completely understandable. Lee seemed a bit flustered. Our protagonist decided it was time to leave. She realized he never held any expectations of her, and she made a silent promise to herself to never act that way again. Ji Han-ung knew his friend was truly sincere. Lee could have remained quiet and nothing would have been different. But now he felt a pang of guilt for claiming the achievements she had sought. The main character opened his inventory, summoning the Golden Book. He was ready to learn its secrets, hoping his own skills would evolve. But one power didn't consume the other. Instead, they fused into something new. A new title flashed before his eyes, the first to learn a legendary rank skill. Troy Han-sung knew joining the expedition was his best choice yet, netting him 450 points in an incredible new power he was eager to test. A black wave of energy washed over the battlefield. The monsters were wiped away, while the few remaining charged forward. Hansen lifted his hand, unleashing his new art. The area around him became a void. To be honest, it was far faster than he ever imagined. The creatures tried to flee, but it was hopeless. They were all erased. Now, Hansen just had to find a bat-type dungeon. He began scanning the area, hoping a decent spot was nearby. Suddenly, a message arrived from his leader, telling him to return. He wondered if there was trouble, when our protagonist called. She correctly guessed he had just exited a dungeon. She then asked if he had any plans to hunt in the northern region. The leader explained that the lower-level zones in that area had very few defenders. She wanted to know if he could lend his strength. The pay was double that of the emergency response team. But he knew why nobody wanted that mission. Players gain little from hunting weaker monsters. Troy agreed to help without a second thought. Lee's voice filled with sincere gratitude as she promised to send a helicopter to get him. Our protagonist realized the situation must be incredibly urgent. She reveals that new dungeons are appearing in the area. It's not a major alert yet, but it's getting close. Choi Hanung vows to give it his all. 2 weeks later, a notification appears before the protagonist. The mercenary system has been unlocked, but he has no idea what that means. Suddenly, he senses danger and unleashes his black lightning. In a flash, only dust remains of his attackers. His status is unchanged, but a new window is open. Hire mercenaries. The ranks start at the legendary heroic level. He checks out a heroic tank with amazing abilities, but the cost is 600 billion for just 2 hours of help. He scrolls to the rare ranked heroes, but they're still pricey. The cheapest tank is a woman, but her description simply says she's a coward. Our hero is puzzled by the strange comment. He wonders if she cancels contracts often. Intrigued, he decides to hire her. Lucia is contracted for 180 minutes. She appears and thanks him for the opportunity. "So where is the enemy?" she asks. He replies, "There aren't any right now." Confused, she asks why he summoned her. He just has some questions. She smiles. "Is this your first time using the system?" He admits he just unlocked it, so Lucia promises to help. He wants to know what mercenaries truly are. She reveals a surprising truth. They are players, just like him. More than that, they all share his unique buy and sell ability. He asks if portals also appeared in her world. Lucia says yes, but she doesn't know why they started. To find that answer, he'd need to hire a mercenary of legendary rank. No one at the heroic level would know the secret. He explains that in his world, portals arrived 20 years ago. Even after a second cataclysm, they've managed to remain stable. He asks when the next one will come. Lucia's answer is chilling. As far as she knows, there are only 2. But she can't promise anything for certain. 40 years after the first cataclysm, her world was completely overrun by monsters. Lucia knows her description calls her a coward who runs from battle. Our hero asks her why. "Because," she says, "I'm a coward who ran from her own world." She tells him of a peaceful time until a portal tore open in her capital. Orcs poured out and everyone had to flee for their lives. Amid the chaos, Lucia saw a lone hero on a white horse charging the monsters. She even faced a giant demon, but the creature's power was overwhelming. In that desperate moment, she awakened as a level 1 player. At first, she tried to max out her attributes, a choice she later regretted. Afterward, she earned points, hunting monsters, and selling what she could. She survived that way for 16 years and finally found hope. Just as the second cataclysm arrived, legendary beasts emerged, an endless, overwhelming tide. She was a lone warrior facing an impossible power. A strange field materialized, sealing all her escape routes. With no other path, she took her final, desperate gamble. She activated the dimensional teleportation artifact. The former paladin faced the risk of being lost between worlds. With a final prayer, she used the item. But no world answered her call. She was cast into the void, a silent, empty realm between dimensions. However, there was a single glimmer of hope. The mercenary system, where she could register her services. Troy Hansen watched her system window materialize before him. Her rank was rare, a priceless talent. And yet she had no clients. She once made another player a simple offer, just a place to exist in his world. But she was cruelly rejected. Her minimum rate was 1 million per hour, a total of 24 million a day. Then one day, a player offered her a bizarre condition. He demanded she sends him 24 million points daily. Troy was stunned. A deal like that is only possible if their abilities are equal. Lucia extended her hand to seal the contract. A confused Troy accepted. That's when he saw her point balance. Things were getting very interesting. Troy wondered if they could multiply points just by trading. But she said no. Every trade incurs a loss for both parties. Our hero assumed she must have accepted that twisted offer. "I refused," she stated plainly. Lucia explained the system takes a 20% fee on all transactions. Troy remembered that rule. For her, the situation had grown dire. That was when the very same person hired her again. He knew she must have accepted that time. She quietly nodded. She battled relentlessly just to repay the 25 million points. After fighting all day, she always came up 4 million short. But she had no choice, stealing moments of rest between hunts. She could only manage to save about 5 million points a day, but her employer's demands grew, forcing her to void the contract. After that, the offers stopped. Her existence was fading, and so she had a proposal for him. My rate is 24 million, which I will send to you daily. All I ask is permission to live in your world. He needed a moment to think. She agreed, but her time was running out. Lucia vanished, leaving him alone in the vast cave. He felt like the luckiest man in the entire world. Shaking off his hesitation, he opened the system and summoned her back. She appeared, assuming he had reached a favorable decision. But before he agreed, he had a question. She knew he was curious about her power and offered to reveal her status window. I will show you my level and stats. He had to see her true capabilities. As he approaches, she coolly pulls up her status window. Her power level is staggering, over 3 million, placing her near level 700. For now, Lucia is clearly a cut above him, but Choi Kin-sung knows he'll soon surpass her. Her skills must be of the rarest heroic rank. With mercenaries this powerful, the monsters out there must be truly fearsome. Lucia smirks, asking if he's impressed with her credentials. Choi Kin-sung nods. For now, he has a proposal. He offers a temporary contract, summoning her only for dungeon clears. When the hunt ends, so does the contract. A fresh deal for every new adventure. Lucia agrees, finding the terms favorable. Then, she vanishes into thin air. In another dungeon, Lucia activates a skill, drawing the monster's attention. Then, she conjures a powerful defensive barrier around herself. A shadowy explosion erupts, and our hero smiles at the perfect timing. Lucia moved like a dancer, sweeping through the creatures with ease. Her fighting style was completely different from his. Again, her skill flared to life. Choi Kin-sung could feel it. They had incredible synergy. He focused on his own targets, vanquishing a beast with a single clean strike. Soon, the battlefield was quiet. Choi Kin-sung declared the mission a success. Lucia admitted she truly enjoyed this particular hunting ground. She mentioned that other worlds were often frustrating, with too many players in one spot. On top of that, powerful nobles owned all the best fields. Adventurers had to pay huge fees, which made her wonder, could Choi Kin-sung be some kind of king in this world? He just says his job is to clean up the region. Lucia is happy to be a part of it. Our hero promises he'll call her again. And just like that, she disappears. A week later, Lucia remarks that her achievements are skyrocketing. She used to earn about 10 million points a day. Now she's making 3 times that, hitting 300 million a week. Our hero is genuinely happy for her. Lucia is beaming with pride over her progress. He, however, was starting to feel a little conflicted about earning millions so sizzily from his gear. The mercenary approaches him, a curious look in her eyes. She's observed that he's skilled in close-range combat. She asks if he intends to continue mixing his fighting styles. He confidently confirms it's his plan. But she tells him he's never learned true swordsmanship. He admits he only knows the fundamentals. In that case, she strongly suggests he find a swordmaster to learn the way of the blade. Choi Kin-sung asks why she thinks it's so important. Lucia explains that his form is too rigid, a critical flaw he can't afford. Against heroic-ranked humanoids, his current attacks would be useless. She offers to train him, but he hesitates. So, she suggests a practical demonstration instead, and he agrees. He rushes forward, but she dodges effortlessly. He realizes she's not even trying. They spar, but after just 3 minutes, our main character is already breathing heavily. He couldn't comprehend the massive gap in their strength. He launches another attack, only to be gracefully disarmed and defeated. Lucia says she expected more from his proficiency, a term he didn't even understand. Lucia explained the concept of talent, an ability where any action could be perfected. With enough practice, even simple movements could become legendary techniques. For our hero, everything suddenly clicked into place. If skills improved with use, then his power had no ceiling. He immediately asked Lucia for training. As months passed, the northern region stabilized. But the elite players from powerful guilds were growing bored of low-level quests. Many of them decided to pack up and head back south. They left the remaining missions to the association, whose members began to complain. Even with double the pay, the rewards felt worthless and the conditions were unbearable. But he was in his element, growing stronger with every hunt alongside Lucia. Lucia noted how advanced his world was, guessing that ID requirements were why she only appeared in dungeons. There was just one problem. Choi explained she was also a high-level being, and he wanted to avoid drawing official attention. So, he made a quiet promise. When the mission was over, he would find a way for her to live freely in this world. Delighting Lucia, she playfully suggested using a photo from her youth for her ID card. Choi joked that a crown would really complete the look. When Lucia tried to return his payment, he firmly refused. He insisted it was for her excellent training, leaving her blushing and vowing to train him even harder. During another mission, a strange, hooded figure lurked amongst the players. Choi's instincts flared, his senses tracking a shadow that clung to his every step. Inside the dark dungeon, he methodically cleared out the monsters in his path. After claiming his loot, he paused, sensing something was terribly wrong. As more beasts appeared, the shadow made its move, and our hero instantly summoned his aura. Dodging the blindingly fast strike, he realized he was facing an assassin. Their blades clashed in a furious dance, but Choi couldn't land a single hit. The attacker hesitated, stunned that his presence had been discovered. But Choi pressed his advantage, cutting off any chance of escape. As he thrust his blade forward to strike, the assassin dodged and threw a vial of dark poison, which exploded around our hero. But his immortality skill made the toxin useless. He prepared to cast again, but his foe was as fast as an arrow. A new strategy was needed. He would only get one shot. In a flash of teleportation, Choi's draconic blade found its mark. The man launched a final, desperate counterattack. With a last-second dodge, Choi sidestepped the blow and ended the fight. A reward manifested before him. The skill book, Curtain of Darkness. A black blade and an amulet were left behind. He couldn't help but wonder why he was attacked. He tried using psychometry to read the item's history, but it was useless against artifacts infused with mana. He summoned Lucia, hoping for answers. Her conclusion was simple. His incredible strength was attracting dangerous attention. Choi worried it wouldn't be the last time. Lucia confirmed his fears. If this was an organization, more assassins would surely follow. Then a chilling memory returned. The ambush led by Yong Seung-woo. Lucia explained that the attacks would likely be confined to dungeons, offering her help or suggesting he hire backup. But as Choi journeyed back, a mysterious figure watched him from the shadows. Using his hunter's eyes, he replayed the main character's path through the dungeon, and the aftermath of the intense battle revealed itself. He was stunned to learn that the assassin Takahashi had been defeated. Meanwhile, a Japanese minister was furious. He discussed how a newly awakened player had taken out 2 high rankers, violating the level 20 law. He figured that must be why Korea rushed to sign a contract with the player. The minister was intrigued by the player's rapid growth skill. He decided to dispatch his secret agents to Korea. But if Plan A failed, their orders were clear. Eliminate Choi. Despite his new armor, Hung Sung was feeling frustrated with his training progress. But Lucia cheered him on, calling him for their daily duel. They clashed at an incredible level, but this time, the match was a draw. Lucia praised his skill, declaring him ready for the next dungeon. Choi also wanted to learn the shield, but she assured him the buckler he carried was enough. After they said their goodbyes, Hun Sung headed toward another dungeon. Suddenly, hungry eyes pierced the darkness and his enemy appeared. The red-haired man spoke in Japanese, ordering our main character to come along without a fight. No trouble at all. Choi tried to buy some time, questioning the ambush, but the man refused to talk. Our hero suspected a connection to the last assassin and sensed he wasn't alone. He thought about calling Lucia for help, but instead, he drew his blade, choosing to face this danger by himself. A crooked smile formed on his foe's lips as his own hand went to his blade. Without hesitation, Hun Sung unleashed the dragon's breath. But he quickly saw the samurai was also a master of teleportation. This fight would drain his energy. The samurai launched a side strike, impressed by Koi's quick dodge and interesting gear. Their swords met with a crash, the sheer impact pushing our hero back. The two warriors sized each other up. They both knew one mistake would determine the victor, right as Choi cast another spell. But in a flash, the samurai vanished from right in front of him. The battle was fierce, and the hidden assassins watching couldn't believe the main character's power. He had only awakened a year ago. Even so, they believed he was still beneath Sasaki, their red-haired commander. One of the assassins claimed if it were her, the fight would already be finished, but as a group, they put their faith in Sasaki's promise to handle it. Hun Sung was struck, while his own counterattack only grazed the samurai. He knew he had to train harder to face such a lethal fighting style. Determined to end it, the samurai lunged forward. Our hero felt his end was near. In that moment, he activated his survival instinct, adding another foe to his list of victories. But Hun Sung knew this was no win, as another assassin was already stepping up to take his place. Then he realized it. More enemies were closing in, surrounding him completely. Silence fell over the dungeon as our hero quickly opened his system window. And just like that, powerful reinforcements arrived to shift the balance. Hansen's orders were clear. Capture them, but if necessary, they were to be neutralized. Lucia stepped forward, her graceful demeanor hiding immense power. She offered a card to the arrogant assassin, who couldn't grasp the true danger she was in. The others sent their own message, swiftly overpowering one of the assailants. In a desperate gambit, the assassin tried to unleash her hidden abilities. But Lucia was faster, shutting down the attack before it could even begin. With the job done, Choi marveled at his team's overwhelming strength as the Japanese squad lay subdued. Our main character demanded to know their motives, but the captured agents refused to speak. So, the colossal mercenary took a more direct approach, shaking the very ground with his sledgehammer. The sheer force of the impact left the assassins absolutely terrified. The giant began his countdown to 3. And that's when they broke, confessing they were sent by Japan's minister. Their mission was to abduct Choi. His mind raced with the implications. He ordered a search of their gear and asked if more agents were lurking outside the dungeon. The assassin confirmed it, admitting they were a weaker support team. Choi decided to scout ahead, leaving his mercenaries to guard the captured foes. When he reached the entrance, he teleported, surprising an enemy lookout. By his return, the mercenaries' contract was nearly over. He formally dismissed the team from their duty. They thanked him for the simple task, but Lucia alone chose to stay by his side. As Choi pondered his next move, a blazing arrow suddenly streaked through the air. The second wave of assassins, greater in number, launched their ambush. Lucia reacted instantly, her magic shield deflecting the volley before taking down 2 attackers. With one clean swing, the remaining 2 turned to flee in terror, but our hero wasn't letting them go. Cloaked in shadows, he warped behind them, ending the fight in a flash. A chilling thought then struck Choi. His family could be in danger. He rushed to acquire protective artifacts and a way to connect with them from a distance. At the shop, Hansung passed the powerful items to his sister. She grew concerned, sensing the gravity of our main character's situation. But he soothed her worries, explaining it was simply a precaution. He did the same for his mother at home, and that night, he visited his father in the hospital. Placing the final item on him, he renewed his vow to find a cure for his illness. Though unconscious, his father's lips curved into a faint smile, filling our hero with hope. Meanwhile, the Japanese minister grew anxious. An entire week had passed with no word from his team. He He demanded his aide dispatch more agents to complete the mission, but none were free. Just then, a subordinate burst in with dire news. A monster known as Choso had single-handedly defeated the guild guarding the Fukuoka portal. The report described a heroic crank beast capable of flight and catastrophic destruction. The minister immediately ordered a mobilization of all available players in the area. The military was completely overwhelmed as the city fell into chaos. Soon, players arrived to face the threat, but the sky was swarming with winged horrors. The heroes fought desperately to buy time, just as the leader of the Choso appeared. It let out a piercing cry, redirecting its swarm to attack a new city. The leader then gathered its army, perched ominously atop the city's skyscrapers. One fearless player vowed to take them all on. His blazing fire gave the others a flicker of hope, but the monster's leader charged, crushing their spirits without mercy. Our hero stood his ground until he was finally surrounded. A single blade found its way through his armor. The minister received the grim news. The entire squad was gone. His aide confirmed the enemy used brilliant, chilling strategies. The footage made the truth undeniable. This was a crisis. Choi heard about the disaster in Japan and their plea for global help. For him, it was a perfect excuse to finally be left alone. During a training session, the main character asked if Lucia recognized these monsters, the Chos. A shadow crossed her face. She'd seen them destroy a kingdom before. This was a dire warning. Lucia stressed the monster's intelligence. She insisted on a world alliance, as the Chos could evolve into legendary beasts. Choi's heart pounded with a newfound sense of dread. Lucia continued, saying they had likely already evolved, consuming everything in their path. Then she revealed a terrifying secret. The monsters level up by absorbing magic stones, just like a player. Troy wondered aloud if players could also absorb those stones, but Lucia confirmed it was impossible. Many kingdoms had tried, and all had failed. 3 months flew by. The Chos had claimed all of Fukuoka. As the world debated sending aid, Korea healed, sparking a surprising union between the North and South. Hun eagerly traveled to the neighboring country for a new challenge, but he couldn't clear a single dungeon. Outmatched by the fierce competition, he decided to head home. After visiting his family, he summoned Lucia right outside a dungeon entrance. She appeared, her eyes wide with wonder at the peaceful, ordinary world. Our hero was happy he could offer the mercenary a new beginning. He knew a player registration was the ultimate key to citizenship. Joy waited anxiously, hoping the plan would succeed. Lucia followed an employee to begin the official process. Moments later, they were celebrating her brand new identity. With that handled, our hero had a business proposal in mind. They grabbed a soda to discuss the exciting new venture. He offered Lucia a 10% commission for her unique skill, a number that left her speechless. The main character was thrilled. He even made a solemn promise to help save her own world from its monsters. Lucia froze, her eyes welling with tears. It was the first true kindness she'd felt in ages. And in that moment, she knelt before Choi in the middle of the crowd, making him blush furiously. Ignoring the stares, she swore an oath of eternal loyalty to him in this world. People gave them strange looks, but this was no joke. Choi understood the immense weight of her vow, and a new title appeared, Lord. He accepted the quest and respectfully helped his loyal knight to her feet. His status window updated, revealing a mysterious new Lord class. Lucia explained it was the destiny of one who accepts a knight's vow. He grew curious about her own class. She was an immortal knight, a being of heroic rank. But her level was under 50, which puzzled him. She clarified that her rank came from immense combat experience, not levels. With an apology, she admitted her earlier secrecy. She had only shown her stats to conceal her true class. Lucia urged him to check his new lord skills for proper point allocation. Opening his status, he learned his power grew with each subordinate he gained, bringing a smile to his face. He definitely liked that idea. He was shocked to find he could now see his knight's status window. Lucia called it a basic lord skill, allowing him to manage his vassals. Meanwhile, chaos was spreading throughout the city. The goblin presence grew, and officials became desperate as their nation suffered. An extermination mission in Fukuoka was now their highest priority. And in the city center, the goblins were causing mayhem, running wild. Their leader suddenly spotted a new prize, leading his army toward the magic stone warehouse. At that moment, Hansung was returning. Fresh from training, he got a call from Shin Yuna about a mission in Japan. But our hero planned to refuse, needing rest back in Korea. She, however, was accepting the massive offer. Unswayed by greed, Hansung simply wished her a safe journey. She thanked him sweetly, then cheekily asked when he was finally taking her to dinner. A flustered Hansung promised he would, right after she returned from her mission. The thought thrilled her, but our new lord's mind was clearly on other matters. Hansung informed Lucia about the association's call to Japan. The knight advised him to go and face his rivals head-on. Seeing his hesitation, she offered her protection through the mercenary system. Still, fighting without a clear purpose felt pointless to him. He decided it was best to lay low for now. Several days passed. Returning to his hunt, he found the monster Count Low and stumbled upon another adventuring party. Strangely, one of their members wore no defensive gear whatsoever. The party was struggling to protect the reckless man. They grumbled, annoyed at his refusal to use his attribute points. But the young man stubbornly insisted on fighting his own way. His outraged team pleaded with him to finally use his hoarded points. Hansung realized they were just trying to avoid paying for armor repairs. Deciding to intervene, he dropped his cloak of darkness and eliminated the monsters in a single, fluid strike. The party stared in awe at his power, especially since he was half the size of their armored member. Their awe quickly turned to anger as they accused him of stealing their prize. But then a glimmer on the ground caught everyone's eye. A rare skill book had dropped. Model. Hyung noticed something wasn't right. The rewards he gained were from another team's fight, and they were claiming everything. But our main character was more intrigued. Why was that giant fighting without any armor or even a shield? Two party members clung to the giant's tattered clothes. Hyung boldly asked if the giant was even being paid for tanking. Immediately, one of the leaders glared, annoyed by the interruption. Still, Hansung voiced his disapproval, earning a sharp get lost from the other player. But when Hansung revealed his association ID, the player's face went pale. He messed up. Our hero pressed on, asking the giant about his pay. The big man claimed it was a lot, but his eyes told a different story. It was time for psychometry. The truth was revealed. The giant Baek Wooin was being horribly exploited. Worse, his mother's health was failing. Hansung's gaze turned to ice as he called out the leader's abuse. The team scrambled to deny it, even claiming they healed him. But Hansung saw through their lies, ordering them to exit the dungeon for an investigation. The leader scoffed, questioning our hero's authority. His patience gone, Hansung issued a chilling final warning. But with superior numbers, they foolishly decided to fight back. The group tried to command Baek, who stood right behind Hyung. But our hero simply told the giant to wait. Soon you can heal your mother. Then he became a blur, incapacitating two players instantly. The leader's bravado shattered. He fell to his knees and surrendered. But mercy wasn't on the table. Our hero taught the punk a painful lesson. The authorities arrived, taking the scoundrels away, while Baek remained by Hyung's side. Later, our hero and Lucia took the grateful young man to a hospital. But Baek insisted he had to return to the dungeon for the money. That's when Hansung asked to see his status window. Lucia's eyes lit up. Baek had the perfect makings of a knight, and she would help him grow. The young man was stunned by her explanation. The blonde beauty insisted he had limitless potential. Baek declared his dream to become a ranker, and Lucia pointed the way, serving Lord Hansung. Our hero was a little confused by where this was all going. Lucia excitedly explained how it would benefit them both. Their eyes met, and Baek repeated his goal with newfound resolve. He agreed to become the subordinate of Lord Hyung. With the contract officially made, Hansung immediately boosted his new teammates' stats and provided skill books for his training. Lucia wanted to test the boy's skills before he went solo. The two began a grueling training session, with the knight correcting his every move. 2 hours later, Bake was completely drained, but Lucia reported that results were amazing. She vowed to help him evolve into the legendary knight class. Meanwhile, in Japan, the war against the chaos raged on. This time, using strategy, the players finally achieved their first victory, which made the Choso leader burn with fury. The intel team watched the chaos unfold on their monitors as the commander ordered the next phase, and so heavy artillery was unleashed upon the infested city. While players watched monsters fall from the sky, the Choso leader rallied his forces, effortlessly intercepting the falling bombs as the players' hopes crumbled. The commander realized the monster leader's power was on a whole other level. With the entire operation failing, he commanded a full retreat from Korea. Meanwhile, Hoon-sung felt a wave of relief, knowing Lucia no longer had to hide in dungeons. But his peace was shattered when he saw a man cornering his knight, pressuring her to join a guild. Despite her repeated refusals, Hoon-sung stepped in, his voice calm. "Is there a problem?" Lucia just wanted to escape, but the redhead grabbed her. Instantly, our hero sent the man stumbling backward. Lucia explained he was a scout from the notorious Jinhun Guild. Hoon-sung wondered why they were so desperately after his knight. The scout's face flushed with rage at the interference. But Hoon-sung revealed his association credentials, his message clear: leave her alone. The scout, however, had his orders: recruit Lucia, no matter the cost. Later, inside a dungeon, Lucia reported that Bak's training was going exceptionally well. The elixir Hoon-sung provided had dramatically boosted his mental stats. Their conversation was cut short by a volley of spears, which Hoon-sung deflected with ease. As the next attack rained down, Lucia instinctively moved to shield her companion, who was already preparing a devastating counter. Seeing lizardmen crawl from the river, Hoon-sung unleashed his overpower master skill. Was it the draconic chef skill? No, that one's for cooking. My mistake. He annihilated them all in a brilliant flash. To him, they were just low-tier heroic monsters. Back at the Jinhon Guild, the redhead was facing his superior's wrath, trying to defend his failure. A member of the association showed up and stopped everything, he exclaimed. The boss wanted to know why he would interfere. The scout explained that the association member and Lucia seemed to be friends, and worse, the target had absolutely no interest in joining them. Unwilling to accept defeat, the boss gave a new order: find out everything about this person who dares to get in our way. The superior didn't know the client's true plans for Lucia, but knowing that man, it couldn't be anything good. Beak returned from his hunt, his bag overflowing with magic stones. Hoon-sung smiled and told the young man to keep all of them. He then took the boy to the exchange and gave him a huge stack of cash, leaving Beak speechless. The young tank tried to offer some back, but our main character insisted he'd save it for his mother and sister. Hoon-sung even secured a comfortable new apartment for Bak's family. With all of them now living in the same building, they could protect each other should any outside forces attack. However, a more immediate enemy was already making its move. The Jinhon Guild had uncovered Hoon-sung's entire past and were preparing a trap. As the trio walked to their next dungeon, our hero's gaze locked onto a suspicious van parked just ahead. While driving, he sensed they had a tail. Lucius was on alert as our hero felt players nearby. Though he doubted they were the Japanese team, they decided to lure them into Batch's dungeon. The trio entered, bracing for a surprise attack. Lucia smirked as a group with shoddy gear finally appeared. Hainong demanded to know their business. The leader of the grunts stepped forward. His clumsy threats confirmed they weren't the real enemy. Taking offense at the comparison, the thug ordered his men to charge forward. Like a storm, Batch crashed into them, ending the fight quickly. Lucia watched with a smile. It seemed the big guy needed no protection at all. This was just some fun real-world practice for him. The enemy leader, Hainong, couldn't believe Batch's power and went for Lucia but met a shield to the face. When his cronies saw their leader fall, They rushed in, giving our hero a perfect opening. He moved like a blur, asking why they were following him. Stunned, they couldn't answer. Their pride shattered. After some intimidation from Lucy, one finally confessed they were following guild orders. The guild was involved in player trafficking, and he decided to punish them. Elsewhere, a worried Japanese minister believed recruiting our hero would solve all his problems, eyeing their photos. Another group was being briefed on their next mission. Target 1, Xian. Target 2, his companion, Lucia. Despite being new, she was already clearing heroic dungeons with the main character. The team was skeptical, but their leader knew better. Hyacinth could ignore level limits. Nothing was impossible. He warned his subordinates to be cautious. The previous team had vanished. The idea that a single player took them out was unsettling. According to their intel, his growth rate was unpredictable. They had to be ready for anything. Hyacinth was relaxing, checking his status window. He was still 300 billion points short for the elixir. He brainstormed business ideas until his mom called him for dinner. He happily ate her delicious home-cooked meal. He found it funny that dimensional traveler Lucia loved American shows. The girl insisted it was just a few movies she enjoyed. His mom noted how players could instantly speak foreign languages. That simple comment sparked a brilliant idea in our hero's mind. He would create and sell video content to the world. He grabbed Lucia's hand to thank her, making her blush bright red. In a different world, Hyacinth's films appeared on the sales list, sparking a customer's curiosity. The woman watched, instantly mesmerized by the cinematic magic. She was captivated by the robots, believing they were real in Hyacinth's world. Our main character noticed sales were skyrocketing. Since fans wanted robots, he thought about selling cars. But Lucia proposed selling transforming miniatures, an idea Hyacinth instantly loved. A few days passed. Hyacinth earned a staggering 1 trillion points, achieving the legendary rank. He finally purchased the coveted elixir, much to the knight's delight. He rushed to the hospital, ready to heal his father. While waiting, he checked his status window and spotted a mythical rank item. He knew it would be a challenge, but another legendary medical item was within his grasp. A doctor shared the incredible news. Hyacinth's father was completely cured. His mother thanked the doctor, who could only shake his head in disbelief. He admitted the man's recovery was a true miracle, and he would soon live a normal life. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a team prepared to strike, their leader warning them to be extremely careful. But the members moved with little conviction. Their target had a heroic reputation in Osaka. They wondered what this man, with a dark aura, had done to deserve this mission. Our duo tested their legendary items until Hyacinth suddenly warned they were surrounded. Lucia asked if it was the Japanese team, and the main character confirmed her suspicion. Except this time, their numbers were far greater. The woman suggested hiring mercenaries for help, but Hyacinth was decided. He would take them all on. He ordered Lucia to hit the flanks. As the woman moved out, she used her stealth to silently neutralize them. A confused mage launched a desperate ice attack. Our hero dodged it effortlessly while Lucia finished the mage off. The enemy leader watched his men fall, ordering everyone to regroup. The knight charged the front line as Hyacinth attacked from behind, causing chaos. The team was stunned, fighting what felt like an entire army. Because of this, their leader frantically ordered a full retreat. They scattered and ran, but our hero showed no mercy. Seeing the leader trying to escape, he unleashed his dragon's breath attack. Lucia's voice broke the silence. She had gathered the survivors, and Hyacinth instructed her to take their items. He then approached the leader, activating his truth skill. The man revealed that about 30 more players were hunting them. One of the captives tried to act tough. He was immediately silenced with a powerful shield bash. Hyacinth asked who knew of his existence. The leader named Tanaka, the Japanese minister, and several secret groups. Our hero then said the man was only trying to survive for his daughter. The leader was shocked that he could know such a personal detail, but with his psychometry power, Hyacinth saw glimpses of the past. He asked the man to tell his tale. The leader was once a soldier who awakened as a hero during a mission, and so he pledged his loyalty to a guild. 5 years ago, he even took down an orc boss single-handedly, but a cruel, magical ailment befell his daughter, leaving her future uncertain. Desperate for a cure, he made a deal with the calculating minister Tanaka. The minister promised to cover all his debts, and he instantly agreed to serve. Heian then found the one thing that could save her: a system elixir. He made the ex-soldier an offer: erase every trace of those who knew about him. The man agreed. It would be a challenge, but not impossible. Our hero checked his status window. With agility over 1,000, he was a natural assassin. The man declared he would do anything to survive. Heian agreed, offering a contract that would pay far more than his daughter's treatment. The man signed the contract immediately. The other players desperately pleaded for a similar deal, but because of their pasts, Heian showed them no mercy. He gave the elixir to the man, ordering him back to Japan. His mission: report a failure, then silence everyone who knew Heian's name. Hyun even offered a bonus, but first he had to swear his loyalty. Now under contract, the assassin called the minister. He reported the mission had failed, and he was returning at once. But first, he dealt with the others who were waiting for orders. A few days passed. Hansen read about the minister's sudden end and quietly savored the victory. Lucia then inquired about the master's plans for the Japanese assassin. The main character was content to let him gather intel, but then his mother called. He raced to the hospital. His father was finally awakening. His father struggled to move, pointing a finger right at Heian. His mother believed it was a gesture of gratitude, but a brilliant light shone from him. Lucia knew he was awakening as a player. She asked the man to share his status window, and Heian confirmed it. His father was a player. Their family's world had just changed forever. As his family celebrated, our hero wondered how this incredible awakening was possible. He realized it could only be one thing: the elixir of life. 1 week later, Heian visited the hospital again. His father was already stronger and more vibrant than ever. Our hero told his mom to get some rest. He would stay with his dad for the night. The father was overjoyed to spend time with his son, thanking him for the cure. But our hero deflected, claiming the awakening was the reason for his recovery. Yet his father's knowing expression told him the truth was not so hidden. He knew Heian had given him the medicine. Heian changed the topic, asking what his plans were now. His father's response was firm: he would enter a dungeon. Our main character protested, explaining he was making more than enough for the family. His father joked that at 57 years old he could still be useful. Heian warned of the dangers, but as a provider, the older man's pride was on the line. He even mentioned his wife supported the idea, which left our hero completely surprised. Later, while they shared a cup of coffee, Lucia gently suggested that Heian shouldn't worry so much. Motto: his father's awakening was a true blessing. Without players, humanity would have been lost. Hansung was terrified of losing his father to the new dangers, but Lucia saw things from a different angle. With more portals appearing and stronger monsters emerging, the risks were only climbing. He couldn't stand his dad being in danger, but Lucia, always the realist, said the man must walk his own path, maybe even learning from his powerful son. The next day, Hansung went to see his father. As the veteran player, he offered his father a pact of subordination. When the man accepted, our hero revealed a secret: he was no ordinary player. He then presented his father with glowing magic stones. The moment he ate one, his stats skyrocketed. Hansung explained that he was the only one who could get these stones, and he begged his father to keep it secret, even from his mom, to protect their family. The older man hesitated to accept such a treasure, but his son insisted they couldn't be returned. The only thing to do was to consume them all. His father happily agreed and even received some skill books. Hansung also assigned a protector to watch over him in dungeons. The man wondered if normal people could eat the stones, but his son didn't have the answer. Eagerly, he asked about his first real mission, but Hansung said he still needed some training. Meanwhile, in Japan, Prime Minister Akunabe was trying to uncover a mystery. A player with an invisibility skill had taken Minister Tanaka out of the picture. His aide reported that most players concealed their true abilities now. The minister immediately ordered all security to be tightened. Convinced the opposition was behind it, he asked who was leading the secret agents, but another aide revealed a shocking truth. They had all vanished. That left Inukuso, our main character's infiltrator, as the new leader. The minister summoned Inakuso, the hero of Osaka, for a covert assignment. The plan was to frame the opposition party, but Hansung had a different mission in mind: frame the opposition and rival factions for corruption. Hansung ordered his agent to earn the complete trust of the prime minister and the magical association. After giving his orders, he asked if Inakuso was living well. In return, the man confirmed he was, thanking him for the medicine that saved his precious daughter. Hansung ended the call, his confidence in his double agent absolute. Elsewhere, a player named Park Jin-young stormed an orc dungeon with his flaming sword. He tore through them with little effort. As he rested, he felt the hunt was too easy, until more orcs suddenly appeared to challenge him. But he was struck by the creatures, who were on a whole different level. The dungeon security team noticed the player was in grave danger. When they charged in, they were overcome by a sinister orc chieftain whose dark aura kept the others in line. The agents desperately tried to flee, but none could escape to tell the tale. The orcs then burst from the dungeon, attacking the city. Hansung saw a missed call from the association, but his callback went straight to voicemail. Just then, Lucia delivered the grim news. An orc horde was overrunning the city. It was exactly what she had feared. The creature's power was surging beyond belief. Hunt never imagined orcs could reach this level. But the knight explained that while incredibly rare, she had personally witnessed legendary rank orcs before. Soldiers unleashed chaos in the streets, as top players answered with a storm of magic. The entire city had erupted into a war zone. When our hero arrived, he saw his comrades holding their own. But then the platinum-haired commander appeared. Its roar was a psychic assault on everyone's minds. Highness stood firm, but other players were frozen in place, overwhelmed by the horde. The orc commander was a force of nature, leaving devastation in its wake. Worse, its defenses seemed unbreakable, exhausting even the strongest rankers. Hansen charged forward, unleashing his full power. But attacking the beast felt like hitting a solid wall. He effortlessly swept aside its minions. A command rang out for all players to retreat, but our hero wouldn't back down. He activated his invisibility. The skill suddenly failed. Hyunsong spotted a shadowy sorcerer casting a wide area block. Many players broke rank and fled, but Heinz held his ground, considering the ultimate skills Lucia had taught him. The commander lunged at him, but he remained perfectly still. His survival instinct took over. He became a shimmering phantom, landing a clean hit on the monstrous foe. The other players stared in awe. Hinisong yelled for them to escape while he bought them time. But once his enhancement faded, Hinisong also fell back. Suddenly, a massive fire portal ripped open the sky, causing a huge explosion. Saichan Station became a makeshift shelter. Players tended to their wounds, but Heinz was frustrated with his own limits. Just then, a female player approached him. "Do you remember me?" A brief memory surfaced of her trying to get his attention. He simply confirmed, "Shanghai." Her face turned bright red, shocked that he even knew her name. But she was famous. The one and only demonic lancer. Despite her fame, Gong Hin-hai sincerely thanked him. He felt a bit awkward until a redhead named Kong sang Ong, the president of the Players Association, introduced himself and asked for a private word. The president revealed a secret plan, an assassin squad to take down the orc leaders. The situation was complicated. The orcs were using civilians as shields. The mission required a large-scale joint operation to target the commander and the sorcerer. Hyunsung wondered why the president was telling him all this. Gang got straight to the point. He wanted Hyunsung to lead that assassin squad. Hyunsung was taken aback. Why him? Kang explained he was the only one who had faced the commander directly and survived. asking about the skill he used. Without revealing his secrets, Hyun-sung agreed to share tactical data, like its duration and cooldown. Kang was grateful, admitting that even their best support buffs wouldn't be enough. He then offered Hyun-sung an item that looked like a rich chocolate bar. Hyun-sung was stunned. It was a rare, upgraded Werewolf King's Heart that boosted all stats for 30 minutes. Kang proposed a trump card to defeat the orc boss, offering Shuang a fantastic reward for his help. But our hero had his own conditions, demanding a leadership position and his own elite team. And surprisingly, Kang Xianggang agreed to his terms. As the news reported on the city's grim situation, the association leaders met with UN representatives searching for a way to stop the orc invasion. They realized that if the legendary enemy's overwhelming mental aura wasn't contained, their defeat was certain. But Kang Yang refused to give up his country to monsters. However, the UN wouldn't commit without a flawless plan. Hun could only watch as the crucial meeting fell into chaos. With no agreement reached, the UN members walked out. In a war of politics, the players' hands were tied. Just then, Shin Yuna, who was at the meeting, pulled Hunong aside. She praised our hero's incredible performance in the last battle, comparing it to the second cataclysm, and wondered if he'd been hiding his true power back then too. But Hunong just smiled. If that were true, he wouldn't have been overcome by the blue dragon. Yuna realized he must be leveling up at a dizzying speed and noted that he had a tough journey ahead, thanking him for his bravery. Still, Hunsung was unfazed. The deal meant he could finally clear his debt, which was in the trillions won. But something still bugged Shin Yuna, so she asked what his rank was in the mission against the blue dragon. Since she had ranked second, the room grew quiet. Hunong then revealed he was number 1. The girl thanked him for his honesty, asking him to give his all to the Players Association. With a mischievous smile, Hunsung said he'd be happy to. The next morning, another UN meeting was interrupted by news of the orcs advancing on Hong, and Yuna ordered all troops to mobilize, relying on the UN's aid. This time, Hun would lead the team against the orc chief, while Shin Yuna would handle the sorcerer. After getting a powerful buff, Hunong felt energized as everyone boarded the helicopter. The city was swarming with orcs, so our main character jumped before they landed, unleashing his full power. The thunderous impact of his arrival sent countless orc warriors reeling. That's when the orc chief appeared, eager to take down our hero. A fierce battle began, with Hyun-sung holding on until he activated his survival instinct, striking the boss with all his might. But the beast went into a rage. Even as Hyun dodged, he knew he couldn't face the monster alone. Just then, the assassin squad appeared to support him, and with that, our leader was ready for round 2. The players attacked as one, and this time, our hero's attacks finally connected. The massive orc chief fell to its knees, but it summoned its warriors who charged in to protect it. The players created a shield to halt their advance, but the barrier shattered in an instant. Just then, reinforcements descended from the sky. The orc lord rose again and with a defiant roar hurled his axe toward the helicopter. The aircraft pulled back as the weapon magically returned to his grasp. The players unleashed another barrage, and Hyun-sung landed one more critical strike. But his wild instinct faded, and the monster began to overwhelm the party, focusing its rage on the frontline defenders. Our hero fearlessly stepped into its path, landing a flurry of strikes the beast couldn't even see. This time, the creature fell, missing an entire arm. Hyun-sung wished that it had been the final blow. But suddenly, a vicious sideways strike caught our hero completely off guard. Unstoppable fury blazed in the orc's flaming eyes. But Haishan needed only one more move to end the battle for good. With the chieftain vanquished, the players returned to the sky. Meanwhile, on another front, a powerful sorcerer was terrorizing the forces calling for aid. Haishan needed an update on Shayuna's team. The report was grim. They had failed, losing over 90% of their squad. However, Captain Shiny Yuna had miraculously survived, though she was gravely wounded. the players anxiously scanned the list of survivors for their friends' names. A wave of sorrow swept through them, stealing Haitian's resolve to win this war. The remaining heroes watched the battle against the orc sorcerer unfold. Its overwhelming power was infuriating, and Haishan sensed an ability terrifyingly similar to his own. Hangen urged the main character to recover his depleted mana flow, but Haitian's thoughts were only on Shayuna's condition. Her internal injuries, the man reported, were still dangerously severe. Haishan decided to join the fray, but Kong advised him to wait until he was healed. But our hero refused to stand by. While more people got hurt, inspired, the members of his squad decided to follow him. And the president himself joined the mission. Haishan's song appeared on the battlefield like a whirlwind, his team backing him up in perfect formation. The orcs immediately sensed the immense pressure from this new squad, especially from the mage who was casting unsettling fireballs. This was Kung Xiong in action, turning the creatures to ash without a hint of mercy. The orc sorcerer ordered a retreat, but Kong commanded his forces not to let a single one escape. In a flash, our hero teleported directly in front of the fleeing creatures. He unleashed his dragon's breath, a power that disintegrated most of them instantly. In a desperate move, the sorcerer summoned magical portals across the battlefield. Haishan focused his power as the enemy conjured a colossal fire giant to bolster its army. From a distance, the UN leader simply watched, ordering his team to advance only if the giant was felled. But our hero's squad charged forward bravely, facing the monster head-on. As its brilliant flames began to weaken, they pressed their advantage, while Haishan launched a powerful ice storm to quell the beast. They pushed onward toward the sorcerer, who threw up a final desperate barrier of fire. But Haishan charged straight through the inferno, driving his blade into the sorcerer's very core. The enemy was vanquished. And while everyone celebrated this incredible victory, the distant UN leader was left speechless by our hero's legendary strength. Hire him, stunned that Korea possessed a hunter with power rivaling Shin Yuna. The nation rejoiced, celebrating their hard-won victory over the orc forces. But in the shadows, the government trembled, dreading the next inevitable attack. Haishan made his way to the hospital, seeking out Shin Yuna. He found her recovering, but weighed down by guilt for not being on the front lines. Haishan made a solemn vow to avenge their comrades should the enemy reappear. Shin praised his incredible feat of taking down two powerful bosses, but she worried his deal with the president would unfairly stunt his growth. Haishan simply shrugged it off, declaring he would just have to work twice as hard. Inspired, the young woman decided to ask a favor at the upcoming War Loot auction. 7 legendary artifacts were on display, and the bidding on the first tome skyrocketed past 1.7 trillion won until Haishan coolly offered 2 trillion. A hush fell over the crowd. No one dared challenge his bid. The book was his. Meanwhile, leaders in Japan discussed their own recent failures. They concluded they needed Korean aid against the legendary ranked monsters. Several days later, Haishan read the news of Japan's request with fury, just as 2 men arrived to summon him. President Kong revealed his grand plan. Our main character would lead a new elite unit called the Extermination Group. He was given complete freedom to recruit anyone he wished with the full support of the association. Seated at his new desk, his nameplate gleaming, Haishan began crafting the perfect strategy for his team. With Lucia by his side, he planned his inner circle first. A secret group, handpicked to guard his deepest secrets. For the public, he'd recruit a massive number of lower-ranked members. In the spotlight, he'd place carefully chosen mid-tier players, and a special team to punish any traitors. This was his plan to seize control. That same evening, a young woman fretted over her finances after checking another losing lottery ticket. Just then, a voice called out. It was Haishan, introducing himself as the leader of the new group. Lu Jin instantly recognized the powerhouse before her and bowed low. After he explained the mission, she accepted the life-changing offer without hesitation. With his unique power, he secretly made her his subordinate. the first of his true followers. The book from the auction had enhanced his lord status, granting him a new skill to issue telepathic orders from anywhere. Yu-jin was stunned to hear Hishan's voice resonating directly inside her mind. As was his custom, Hishan gifted her several skill books, leaving her speechless with gratitude. Hishan found that recruiting for his new team was far easier than he'd imagined. With his forces growing, he decided it was time to visit President Kang Seong. A month later, the president reviewed a list of 316 names. He was thoroughly confused. None of the recruits had any known ties to our hero. While out for a walk with Lucia, Hishan's phone rang with an unknown number. He was shocked to hear the name Yoon Sung-ho. It was a long-lost childhood friend who had found him through his father. Haewon wanted to catch up, so he tossed Lucia the keys and went to meet his old friend, Young-ho. They reconnected over good food, diving into a huge feast while Young-ho shared his troubles about his low-paying job at a famous electronics store. So, Haewon offered a brilliant idea. Sell some magic stones from his dad's collection. Young-ho's eyes lit up, promising he could get a great price, but then his phone buzzed. It was his manager, demanding he come serve drinks, a call Young-ho chose to ignore. But that was a mistake. A moment later, the manager himself stormed into the restaurant, his face like a thundercloud. "You have time to drink, but not to answer my calls?" He sneered at his employee. Young-ho quickly apologized, but the boss harshly ordered the young man to follow him. Haewon didn't like the man's tone one bit and told him his friend wasn't going anywhere. The manager overheard and stomped back, ready for a confrontation. But our hero welcomed the challenge. Young-ho desperately tried to defuse the situation, but the manager shoved him aside, prompting Haewon to issue a cold reminder. Players should never harm ordinary people. The man scoffed, threatening to cut off Young-ho's access to magic stones for extra income. Then, he turned his threatening gaze to our main character. "Watch your step," he warned. But Haewon calmly replied that an assault charge carried a heavy sentence. Furious at being disrespected, the man threw a wild punch, which our main character blocked without effort. The sheer force of the block told the manager everything. Haewon was a player too. His entire demeanor changed in an instant, and he even offered Young-ho a promotion on the spot. But Haewon wasn't buying the sudden change of heart, intent on making him face the consequences. Cornered, the manager played his trump card. "You can't do anything to me. My cousin is a big shot in the legendary SEO Wool Guild." He quickly made a call, but the person on the other end didn't sound pleased to hear from him. Haewon recognized that voice instantly. As the manager complained about some upstart who disrespected the SEO Woo Guild. Intrigued, the woman on the line asked to speak with Haewon. When he took the phone, Haewon recalled her name, Leah Sushi. The very same guild member who once tried to recruit him. Haewon spoke to her casually, which piqued her curiosity about who he could possibly be. So, he dropped the bombshell, revealing his status as a leader in the Players Association. The shock was immediate. Lee Soo-hee was speechless, and so were the manager and Young-ho. Haewon calmly explained that her cousin was abusing his player status against regular people, all while hiding behind the guild's powerful reputation. He casually mentioned that this was something the association president would need to hear about. Panicked, Soo-hee insisted that Man had nothing to do with her guild and was just using her name. In that case, Haewon suggested smoothly, "You should file a lawsuit for defamation. Unless, of course, you want to be seen as his accomplice." Checkmate. The woman nervously promised she would file it first thing in the morning. Soon, the authorities arrived to take the troublemaker away, and Haewon turned to his friend. "How about another round?" he offered, as Young-ho stared in complete disbelief at what just happened. Our hero just smiled, promising to explain everything over their next drink. Meanwhile, in the United States, the president reviewed a grim projection of what a legendary monster attack could do to the nation. He initially dismissed it as an overreaction, especially since Korea had recently overcome 3 cataclysms. But a UN official clarified that Korea's victory was only possible because they rapidly united. Their strongest players. And even with that advantage, with their forces weakened, they desperately needed an exceptional player. The president mentioned Koi's name, and the leader instantly agreed. He had shattered the level 500 ceiling, ignoring the 20-level limit. A clip of Hyun-sung's overwhelming power played during the meeting. The president was left speechless by his extraordinary abilities. The UN leader revealed that Hyun's father had also awakened powers, alongside a player named Bike. The footage confirmed Hyun-sung was the captain of an extermination team, leading 316 players, and after their integration his own power had skyrocketed. The American Council was determined to have Hyun-sung. They began to devise strategies to forge a bond with the young man, willing to use any means necessary. Meanwhile, mercenaries crept silently around Hyun-sung's home. They swiftly neutralized the bodyguards and breached the house, finding his mother watching television. A merc used a spell to stun her, but her protective ring shimmered. They moved to destroy it. But before they could act, Hyun-sung appeared, his eyes blazing with fury, and dispatched the attacker. The remaining mercenaries scattered, attempting a desperate retreat. But our heroes showed no mercy, eliminating the one who harmed his mother. He unleashed explosive arrows, and soon none were left standing. Hyun-sung asked Lucia to guard his mother, handing the knight a strange piece of paper before vanishing. But when our hero arrived at the shop, his sister was already captured by Chinese mercenaries, who had forced a teleport to a subspace. They held a blade menacingly close to her. Hyun-sung agreed to enter their trap if they promised to spare his sister. The mercenary leader smirked, saying he would bring her along. Hyun-sung stepped into the parallel space, then calmly tore the mysterious paper in two. Back in the real world, the mercs tried to push his sister through the portal, but the terrified girl struggled with the system prompt. Suddenly, a flash of light severed the thug's hand. As one mercenary was enveloped in light, the others looked around in confusion, wondering how Hyun-sung had escaped. The truth was far more terrifying. He could strike them from within the subspace itself. His sister watched in awe as a fragmented image of her brother appeared, neutralizing the final foe. The young girl was finally safe. Hyun-sung realized just how close his enemies had come to succeeding. He entrusted his mother and sister to Lucia's protection. His father was the next target. It was time to join the fight. Bake masterfully deflected every attack. Seeing his shield was unbreakable, the enemies split to flank him. But a shadow emerged from the ground between them. It was Hyun-sung, who wiped out the attackers with a single, devastating strike. The survivors trembled as our hero appeared and delivered his final warning, before erasing them without a trace. A few tried to flee, but Hyun-sung summoned a massive wall of ice, freezing them solid. In a last-ditch effort, some mercenaries consumed magic stones, their powers surging. But Hyun-sung simply watched, unfazed. Sensing danger, he summoned an absolute shield, causing his foes to be repelled with explosive force. Our hero held his ground, his energy still not fully restored from the prior ambush. Beak leaped in, his power now on another level. He neutralized several enemies with his own shield, but it left Mr. Gu exposed. Hyun-sung then used a command-type skill, paralyzing the mercenaries before a wave of electricity made them collapse. The thugs swarmed toward Mr. Gu, whose capture was their main objective. But the old man was incredibly agile, and dodged with ease until the mighty warrior sent the remaining thugs scattering like firecrackers. The trio regrouped, and Mr. Gu used his abilities to mend his son's wounds. He questioned why they were attacked, but Hyun-sung didn't have the answer yet. At the association headquarters, Hanong briefed the president on what had happened. Kung-sung asked if any were captured, but Hyun-sung had completely vanquished them. So, the president inquired if their forms remained at the scene. Heinz confirmed they had all been turned to ash. Gang didn't speak. Knowing he absolutely could not lose Hyun-sung, he suggested Hyun-sung and his family stay in the association's barracks. For the sake of safety, the young man accepted. Feeling responsible, Kang promised to assign higher-ranked guardians to Hyun-sung's family. Lucia noticed the hero's concern, realizing they couldn't hide from the attackers forever. And so, she offered to go and wipe them out herself. But Hanong explained that his psychometry skill was essential for this mission. In that case, Lucia declared, she would accompany him. Hinisong thanked the knight for her loyalty, but he needed her to protect his family and asked her to manage the electronics store in his absence. Our main character sought a disguise, and after reviewing his options, the humble rat form seemed perfect for the mission. The Korean government informed the public about the attack from China, and the association president was notified that Hainasan would be taking a leave of absence, having moved with his family to a sanctuary in Pongo, a place filled with high-level players. Hanung located the secret base in China, realizing how valuable his new disguise was. And so, he decided to proceed with the mission in his unassuming rat form. The warehouse was teeming with players and soldiers. That's when our Ratman chose to reveal himself, prepared to take them all down. He lunged forward, giving the opposition no time to defend. But when the men attempted a counterattack, he unleashed a torrent of ice arrows, splitting their formation and finishing his first objective. The clamor alerted other agents, and when they arrived, they could only gaze upon the devastation he had wrought. The Chinese government was furious at the provocation. One of its members suspected our hero was behind the overwhelming assault, based on the unique magic signature left behind, until an assistant entered the room, revealing the assailant's monstrous true nature. They finally understood the attack was carried out by a legendary rank mutant rat, a fact that terrified the Chinese high command. Meanwhile, Hinisong was connecting the dots, preparing his own plan to defeat anyone who dared to harm his family. The Ratman continued to deliver his own form of justice, spreading fear wherever his shadow fell. They believed it was a highly intelligent monster, with a single mission to vanquish every top player. Our hunter found the next warehouse completely empty. They'd scattered their forces across the nation in a desperate gamble. But for him, a master of teleportation, distance was meaningless. The night's hunt would begin. By the next morning, the command center was in absolute chaos. Over 100 agents had fallen in a single night. The leader demanded a status report. The chilling answer? Their target could teleport. He grasped for an explanation, guessing it was a shapeshifter, an ability so rare it was thought to be a myth. But footage of the creature in action shattered that theory. This was no human. It was a monster of unimaginable power. The following night, Hinisong detected 2 agents cloaked in invisibility. His senses scanned 100 souls nearby, but his true target, the minister, was nowhere to be found. Very well, he would eliminate these shadows and disappear into the night. But as the cloaked figures fell, a trap was sprung. From the darkness, an entire squadron of hunters emerged, their eyes blazing with fury. Unafraid, Hinisong warped behind their front line, unleashing a wave of explosive energy. He tore through their ranks until the team's tank used a taunt skill, forcing a confrontation. But Hinisong's power was absolute, failing the giant with one devastating blow. No matter where they looked, our main character's attack was already there. One by one they fell, until a powerful figure emerged. Hinisong finally understood. He'd walked right into their ambush. He tried to teleport again and again, but a powerful force sealed his escape. He was surrounded, trapped by players hungry for his downfall. Before him stood Mabunso, the president of the Players Association, and he gave a single command: charge! Hansung consumed a handful of magic stones. Energy erupted from his body as he became a one-man war machine. He held back, not wanting to harm so many, but he couldn't afford to fall here. This was no longer a clash. It was a war. An entire nation against a single warrior. The elite task force threw everything they had at him, but Hansung ... moved like a legendary beast. Not a single attack could touch him. Their strongest tanks were tossed aside like pebbles in a storm. After 1,000 players had been defeated, he unleashed his true power. Berserker mode. A fearsome battle cry erupted as he continued his relentless assault. Just as he spotted an escape route, a massive explosion struck him from the side. Mabun So watched satisfied and ordered his forces to pull back, as the monstrous form he'd taken began to fade. Hanok made a final gamble, summoning all his skill books and rising with renewed strength. He unleashed a thunderous blow that carved a path through the enemy lines. He had become a hurricane of power. The president frantically ordered his men to stand their ground, and the lone monster continued to overwhelm the nation's strongest guardians. The president vanished, leaving his guards to handle the aftermath. In an instant, the rat reappeared deep within the city's sewers. As Hunong reverted to his human form, his energy nearly depleted. A new title appeared in his status window: Ultimate Player Killer. The next day, headlines confirmed the chaos he'd unleashed, proving he had misjudged China's strength. But his main objective, the minister, was completely alone. He had to finish this mission swiftly and return. The forsaken minister tried to steady his nerves, only to be seized by silent figures holding a noose. He fought for his life, his cries for help unheard as his world went dark. Then in a flash, his attackers were incapacitated. His savior was the last creature he'd ever expect, the Rat Man. Noticing the minister had passed out, he revived him with a sharp slap to the face. When the man came to, Hinisong showed him a secret document and cast a rage enchantment. Fury consumed the minister as a powerful suggestion of revenge took root in his mind. He immediately accepted this burning desire as his own. He was overcome with the urge to expose the schemes of those who betrayed him. Seizing the moment, Hyung suggested the man call a press conference. The next day, reporters swarmed, eager for the explosive story. The minister exposed everything, broadcasting the truth live until the signal was abruptly cut. Hyung watched the spectacle from a perfect vantage point. Now to complete his mission. Only the association president was left, who was desperately trying to claim his innocence over the phone. But even with promises of support, Mabum Sok wasn't convinced. He decided a drink might calm his spiraling thoughts. As his world fell apart, a voice whispered right behind him. The president spun around, only to find Ratman ready to make a proposition. Mayboom was shocked that this monster could speak. It had to be a player. He warily asked about the conditions of the deal. Hong promised him the power he craved by dealing with the boss on the other end of the line. In return, the association president would sign a sole contract with our main character for 10 years. Mayboom weighed his options, knowing his chances of rising to power were still slim. Hong added the final temptation. The world would see the president as the hero who defeated Ratman. With that, the president's hesitation vanished. He accepted the contract, becoming another pawn in our hero's grand scheme. A surge of power coursing through him. Hyung watched him with a calculating gaze, ready to drain every last drop of usefulness from the man during his years of servitude. Sometime later, a conference gathered all of China's most powerful figures. Hyung arrived in disguise, ready to execute the plan that would give all the glory to the association president. And as a bonus, he would get to remove a few more obstacles. Suddenly, the rats sprang into action, spreading panic and fear among the agents. The players tried to fight back even without their armor, but facing Ratman's overwhelming power, many of them fled for their lives. Right as the president began the well-rehearsed performance with our hero, the two titans clashed. The agents saw an opening, believing the beast was weakened. They charged forward to support their president, but Hong dispatched them effortlessly. With the stage cleared, the real performance could begin. They burst out into the open, a spectacle for the entire city. A perfectly staged victory for the nation's new champion. The streets erupted in a deafening roar of celebration. Hyung observed from afar. The president's influence was rising faster than planned. Later, over a secure channel, they discussed the man's soaring political power. Hyung urged his subordinate to aim for the very peak of politics, suggesting even the country's vice presidency was within reach. A satisfied smirk played across our hero's lips. Back in Korea, Hang returned to his routine, hunting stone giants alongside Lucia. But to ascend to the mythical tier, he knew he needed far greater challenges. His thoughts drifted to Fukuoka, craving the secrets held within its high-level grim ways. Lucia announced it was time to leave, but he felt the fire to hunt just a bit longer. Acting as his ever-watchful manager, she insisted he needed to rest. Hyung simply smiled. It's soap opera day. A soft blush graced Lucia's cheeks. He remembered such a small detail about her. As she turned to go, the main character worked up his courage. The night looks truly lovely. Hong then decided to call his friend Yoon and invite him for a drink. He checked his phone to see 3 missed calls from Shin Yoon and a message about the dinner they had scheduled. He immediately called her back while Lucia quietly watched their friendly chat unfold. Arriving at the restaurant, Shin was a radiant vision in a simple black dress. Her stunning appearance even left our protagonist momentarily speechless. They settled in for dinner, sharing easy stories about their lives. The conversation flowed from work to family until the girl revealed some shocking news. The 6th legendary monster had appeared in the United States, and the Americans were requesting him specifically for the mission. A sudden chill fell over the table. He demanded to know more about this unprecedented summons. She explained it was a special request from the UN leader, backed by a defense treaty that was nearly impossible to refuse. However, Han Sung recalled he was a hunter, not a soldier. Shin confessed she was sent to convince him, but personally begged him not to yield to their pressure. Hong smirked, knowing the association was working desperately to block the request. With his signature sharp wit, he figured he wasn't exactly obligated to accept such a perilous invitation. Shin agreed, but then revealed they had dramatically raised the stakes. Every magic stone from the battle would be his, on top of receiving a permanent exemption benefit. But Hansung noted he already had that exemption. Only while you're with the association, the girl clarified. Now, the government itself was involved, asking them to pull out all the stops. So they decided to play their ultimate card, dungeon ownership. Seeing his confusion, Shin quickly laid out the terms. The government technically owned all dungeons. But if he accepted this proposal, he would gain a dungeon for himself, a private domain to hunt in or even charge others for entry. But our hero, no fool at all, made a bold counteroffer. I'll only accept for a price of at least 3 dungeons. Shin was floored. A single heroic-level dungeon generated more revenue than most mid-sized corporations. And so, Hyein struck a deal for 2 rare dungeons and 1 heroic. Xianyun was hesitant, but our hero sealed the deal. His final condition? A clause letting the girl break her lifelong contract. Though it stung her pride, Xianyun had to agree. The Americans wanted Hyun, not her. With the terms set, Jin Yun gave a final warning about Western temptations. But Hyun just laughed. With his own dungeons, why would he ever stay in America? She then revealed his target, a fearsome 9-headed hydra. In the United States, a man named David greeted Hyein, ready to manage his stay. After a brief welcome, they headed straight for headquarters. Hyun eyed the massive force of players, hoping for a real challenge. He was then introduced to William, the director of Operation Hydra. William was thrilled. His country had never faced a legendary monster before. Hyun simply promised to do his best. The team showered our hero with VIP treatment, scheduling the raid for the next morning. William personally escorted Hyun, explaining he'd be with America's elite first team. He then suggested our hero get some rest. Hyun asked about the battle plan, but the director just smiled. As the number 10, Hyun had complete freedom to attack as he saw fit. In his room, Hyun began prepping for the big day. Meanwhile, an agent questioned the director's special treatment. William calmly explained it was standard for star players. But when the agent pushed back, the director shut him down, telling him to just wait and witness Hyun's power. Just then, Joseph, the first team's captain, arrived, curious about the newcomer. William remained coy, saying he'd done his part. The captain smirked, eager to see what the kid was made of. William teased that our main character was even stronger than him. Joseph scoffed, boasting he would have cleared the Korean orcs in a single go. The director's tone hardened, ordering Joseph to treat Hyeon with respect. Suddenly, an emergency alert blared. 5 minutes later, Hyeon was analyzing the Hydra, activating his doppelganger skill. He left a clone sleeping soundly while his true self snuck out, ready for a solo mission. Hyeon's blade bit deep into the Hydra's flesh, siphoning its immense energy. He launched a relentless assault, overwhelming the mythical beast. The monster retaliated with a searing blast of fire. But Hyeon, powered by countless magic stones, was more than prepared. And so, he leaped onto the beast, unleashing a perfect combo that sent the Titan crashing down. Jian slipped back into his room, where his double was waiting peacefully. Seeing the other players scrambling, he knew his secret raid had paid off handsomely. Jian went to find the director, playing dumb about the commotion. William reported that some unknown, powerful entity had already vanquished the Hydra. Jian just smiled. What a great sign. But local intel suggested a terrifying possibility. A threat beyond legendary rank. Meanwhile, Hyeon was shocked to discover his goblin form was rated as mythic. William was impressed. A legendary Hydra taken down in just 10 minutes. But the beast vanished without a trace. America was now on edge, fearing its return. Hyeon was trapped. All he wanted was to go home. So the government issued an emergency protocol forbidding him from leaving. A month passed with no sign of the creature. Finally, the emergency order was lifted and the players were free. William made an offer, but our hero insisted on returning to Korea to hunt. The director countered, promising endless dungeons in the United States. And for his final move, he offered Hyeon the very same perks he received in Korea. Hines tried to pass the decision to his own government, but William promised to smooth everything over personally. Hines agreed, but on one condition: he could bring a friend. William instantly accepted, even offering to cover all her expenses. His orders were absolute: keep Hansung there, whatever it took. Our hero was overjoyed. Days later, he picked up his friend at the airport. Together they explored the city, making every moment count. But as they hunted, Director Williams' watchful eyes were never far away. Back in Korea, President Kang demanded to know why Hyeon hadn't come back, pressing Shin Yoon for details. But she simply said he was having fun and not to worry. That's when Kang noticed it. The unmistakable affection in her eyes. When he asked, she just blushed, completely speechless. She tried to defend herself, mentioning their age difference. But Kang knew the heart rarely listens to logic. Shin Yoon was so flustered she didn't know where to look. The president smiled, saying he had an idea. Trying to seem uninterested, she asked what it was. His solution? Send her to the United States. She was in disbelief. Her mission, the president declared, was to bring Hyeon home. Then he gave her a credit card and told her to enjoy a little vacation. He even guaranteed a private dungeon for her so she wouldn't feel left out. But, she snapped, throwing a punch at the president. She could never trust a man like him. Hyeon got the news that Shin Yoon was on her way. Lucia guessed the association was getting nervous, but Hyeon saw it as his perfect chance to finally return to Korea. Upon landing, Shin Yoon was surprised to see Lucia, but said nothing. Despite their warm welcome, she asked when he was coming back. He lied, claiming he wanted to stay just a bit longer. Shin Yoon declared she would only leave when he did, a statement that stunned both Lucia and Hyunsung. She playfully asked if that was a problem. Hyunsung quickly denied it as she explained she was on vacation, so he casually asked about her hotel. Unsurprisingly, Shin Yoon was staying at the same place. The atmosphere between the two girls grew instantly tense. Hyunsung offered a strained smile, trying to calm the situation. Shin Yoon seemed shocked. They had separate rooms. Hyunsung explained the government was covering the costs. Intrigued, she offered to visit, but he quickly suggested a fancy dinner instead. Director William was displeased to hear Shin Yun was in the country. An assistant proposed they try to recruit her, but William confirmed they had tried and failed before. The director felt the hero was being swayed by America's offer. Their new plan? Give him some freedom, but keep him on a tight leash. He ordered a proper welcome for Shin Yun to make a good impression. Just then, an agent burst into the room with urgent news. A legendary monster had just emerged. Military missiles proved completely useless against the dragon. The beast unleashed devastating fire, engulfing everything in its path. William scrambled the players as Hinsung and Shin Yun flew in on a fighter jet. Their arrival gave the director a glimmer of hope. The mission was to lure the dragon to the ground, a dangerous task. Soon watched carefully. As the dragon approached, ranged players prepared their assault. The main character sensed its immense power as the attack began. When the dragon landed, ground troops charged with fierce determination, but they were met with a million-degree blast of energy. The dragon's wings healed in an instant, so the players leaped onto the creature's back. It retaliated with another powerful breath as everyone went all in. Hinsung and Shiny Yoon joined the chaotic fight until the dragon took flight. Strangely, the intel team noted all the players were safe. William ordered another assault, but the dragon's scales were unbreakable. Shiny Yun lunged forward, her spear aimed true. Hinsung unleashed his power, but their attacks had no effect. After 9 long hours, the dragon showed no signs of fatigue. Once the civilian evacuation was complete, the players were ordered to fall back. During the team briefing, a specialist detailed the dragon's abilities. It possessed incredible defensive traits. Its ultimate weapon wasn't its flame, but its overwhelming regeneration. Hearing this, the exhausted team started to lose focus, but Hinsung, paying close attention, noticed something crucial. A new strategy was needed. The director decided close-range assaults would be key. Heinz had a wild idea: ranged players riding on the backs of tanks. Once mana ran low, the frontline warriors would unleash their fury. The director loved the sound of it, but a question remained. Could any attack pierce that dragon's impenetrable defense? Then, Hung Sung spoke. "We strike," he said when its crimson aura fades. Back at their rooms, Shin Yun suggested they go home, feeling they couldn't help. Against the mighty red dragon, Hansung refused. He had to at least try. Chin Yun sighed and prepared to message the association. Hansung couldn't object, but the thought of leaving this beast, it kept him awake. Then, something in his status windows sparked a brilliant idea: a dragon-exclusive snack. Hansung purchased the gigantic, room-sized treat, a plan forming in his mind. As the army continued its desperate assault, Hansung moved to assist them. The mighty dragon caught the scent of the snack and charged. In a flash, Hansung drove his blade into the treat, turning it into a giant, sticky trap. Then, he rolled the massive sweet towards the dragon, who swallowed it without a second thought. But soon the beast staggered. The team saw their chance. They moved in, following the hero's daring instructions. Hansung watched as his sword, now inside the beast, began draining its powerful force field. The monster's scales darkened. Williams roared, "Don't let up for a second." The battle had raged on for 10 long days. But now, with the draining effect, Hansung's sword created an opening. The players finally dealt real damage. James seized the moment, crashing into the monster's head like a living meteor. The great beast fell. The team unleashed everything they had. The dragon was finally subdued. From afar, Hansung recalled his victorious sword. Williams went for the reward book, but the furious director snatched it and threw it away in disgust. The players were stunned. They checked the book and realized it was a low-rank item. Hansung's blade had absorbed the true prize. He offered a silent thanks to the dragon. The Korean duo received medals of honor, celebrated as heroes by the Americans. Back in Korea, after a peaceful family dinner, Hansung and Lucia were in a hotel room, activating a portal. "Flights take so long," he mused. Lucia smiled. "It takes time." and points. Han Sung agreed. A cool 20 billion for a single trip, but he had zero regrets. He told her it was time to finally enjoy their hard-earned riches. Elsewhere, an arrogant official demanded to know where Han Sung was. President Kang suggested he was resting from the journey. The man scoffed. Shin Yun was already at work. So where was their star player? The president was seething. This man, not yet a minister, was already giving orders. He calmly tried to explain his limits. The lives of the players were not his to command. But the nominee insisted, demanding Kang answer to him. Kang couldn't fathom it. A relic like Lee Jong-man was being considered for minister? Still, he kept his composure. He explained the players weren't employees, sparking the man's next question. Why did they get public funds? The president took a steady breath. In a crisis, he reminded the man, only players can face the monsters. The would-be minister immediately accused them of misusing that money. That was the final straw. Kang's patience shattered, leaving the politician speechless with rage. Kang then challenged him directly. If he wanted an audit, he'd have to become minister first. Lee Jong-man changed tactics, demanding the president stop powerful players from being idle. He ordered all legendary raid members under his control, but the president's reply was icy. He would do his best. As the politician left, he judged Kang a useless fool who should bow to his every whim. Kang fought the overwhelming urge to send him flying. He had to calm down. A few days later, Kang was fighting a new battle. The government had slashed the association's budget. Just as he hung up, his assistant entered, dropping a devastating revelation about corruption from within. Far away, Unsung and Lucia were conquering dungeons, growing stronger and gaining new titles with every victory. But Han Sung received strange messages. His squad members wanted to cancel their contracts. It made no sense. Everyone was progressing perfectly on their own. Sensing something was deeply wrong, he decided to return to Korea. There, his mother confirmed his fears. The association hadn't sent payments in months. Han Sung immediately called Shiny Yoon about the missing funds. She explained there was an issue, insisting they discuss it face-to-face. At a cafe, Shiny Yoon revealed the truth. The new administration was planning to dismantle the player system. They first suspected the new minister, but it was a coordinated assault from the entire government. Heini Song's anger flared as she continued. The government was in a secret plot with massive corporations to weaken the association and force its privatization. He asked about the opposition's response, but they were divided, caught up in their own protests and marches. To make things worse, the media was painting the association as the story's villain. Hinisong listened with growing concern. Shiny Yuan added that after recent events, the public was now against them too. The people now viewed players as a privileged elite. Walking through the city, seeing the public's distrust, he had a revelation. He wouldn't save the association. He would take control of it. His plans began to move, starting with a call to Mei Boom-sok in China. Shin Yong called, wanting to know why he'd suddenly voided their contract. Henong's excuse was simple. He couldn't wait for the association, not with his dungeon on the line. He then brought up the tempting offers she was receiving from other guilds. Shin admitted that scouts were indeed targeting everyone, but she refused to abandon her team. Hanong asked if she wanted payback, and her answer was a resounding yes. So our hero unveiled his grand plan. He was creating his own guild. Jean was stunned, but her loyalty to her friends was unwavering. Hanong then made his move, promising to give her friends the same amazing perks. Later, Shin Yun and President Chang met Hanong at a cafe. But in a surprising twist, our main character let someone else take the lead. President Kang stepped forward, laying his own cards on the table. He humbly bowed, begging Hanong to use his fame to bring everyone back to their side. He pleaded for the sake of society itself, but Hanong had his own proposal to make. After a tense back-and-forth about the recent chaos, our hero made his offer. Chang would be guildmaster, and Shin Yun the vice master. Kang was tempted but worried about the immense cost of such a venture. Hanong simply smiled. He revealed that powerful American investors were ready to provide $30 trillion to get started. Kang noted that salaries for top players alone would cost 15 trillion won. That's when Hanong dropped the bombshell. It wasn't 30 trillion won, it was stone dollars, a special currency for players worth far more than regular money. Once converted into Korean currency, the total would be a mind-blowing 300 trillion. To prove it, our hero made a quick call and requested an immediate transfer. Sheen and Kang listened, completely breathless. And just like that, 300 trillion appeared in the account, leaving the president speechless. The president was concerned about American influence in this deal, but he knew he couldn't afford to let Hanong go. So he made his decision, vowing to rally as many players as he could to their new cause. Meanwhile, the minister received termination letters from the trio. He smirked, believing his own scheme had succeeded. He even called President Lee of OWN, who promised him a generous reward. The news sent waves of excitement through the corporate world. But while the minister was celebrating his victory, the OWN chairman called back in a panic, demanding to know what was happening. The minister casually dismissed his concerns. But the chairman continued, his voice trembling, revealing that the new guild's master was none other than President Kang. The minister was frozen in shock. But the bad news wasn't over. All the top players from the association had joined Kang in his new venture. The minister's world crumbled as Chairman Lee threatened to expose everything. He was left with one final, desperate mission: find a way to shut this new guild down. His entire empire hung in the balance. The minister reviewed the new Immortal Guild's application, but his aide revealed a shocking truth. The guildmaster wasn't King Sunsung. It was Hanong himself, who had already gathered 1,500 elite players. But our main character was just getting started. President Kang worried this meant challenging the major guilds. For Hinisung, however, recruiting the association's players was already a declaration of war. When asked about a limit, Hanong simply said, "There is none," leaving the president speechless. Our hero assured the stunned man not to worry about money. If their 300 trillion ran out, they'd simply get more investors. Kang was floored. The scale of their funding was beyond imagination. They both knew the player market was seriously undervalued. Heinz planned to shake the corporate world to its core, and Kang was completely on board. Meanwhile, the Oshang president raged as the Immortal Guild poached all the top talent. He called his puppet minister, demanding he put a stop to it. But Minister Lee Jongmen explained the new guild was perfectly legal. His hands were tied. The tycoon ordered him to use illegal means, unaware Hanong was listening to their every word. Suddenly, Hanong took the phone, noting how the big companies always play dirty. He revealed his identity and the fact he was recording the entire conversation. The Oshang chairman, consumed by fury and panic, abruptly ended the call. Heinz calmly handed the phone back to the trembling minister. "You're in deep trouble," he smirked. But the minister didn't crack, even as Heinz listed every corrupt act he'd ever committed. Then Heinz made a shocking request. He needed a scandal big enough to remove the president of Korea. After some intense psychological pressure, the minister confessed the president had covered up a tragic accident, blaming his driver. Heinz asked about the driver. He'd been sent to the Philippines and then vanished. The minister even had photo and video evidence, suggesting they leak it immediately. Later, the minister met with the furious president of Korea. A man named Park Gae-man. He claimed Anning had somehow obtained the secret recordings. The president erupted, demanding to know how the hero could possess that file. The minister lied, blaming the missing driver for making a copy, sending the president into a rage. Lee Jong-man then played the incriminating video for the president. He claimed he was being blackmailed and that Hanong demanded a face-to-face meeting. As Heinz arrived at the presidential residence, he was searched and could feel the hostile air. The minister was already inside the room. Hanong sat before the president, who immediately demanded respect. But Heinz cut him off, stating his authority meant nothing and warned him to stay out of the Immortal Guild's affairs. President Park threatened the young man not to cross the line, but Hainesong had a suggestion for him. He proposed the president hand over all government contracts from private guilds to Immortal. The president flatly refused, but Heinz continued, promising to pay far more than the corporations. Hearing this, the politician's hardened expression began to soften. Heinz then played his final card, revealing his vast overseas fortune and offering a staggering $1 trillion stone dollars. The politician's eyes practically gleamed with greed. As Heinz boasted of spending $10 trillion just on players, the minister confirmed the staggering sum, and Hainesong presented a Swiss bank book to the president. The password would be his once the deal was sealed. The leader promised a call in a few days. As Hainesong departed, he slid a $10 billion stone dollar offer to the minister, whose face lit up with delight. The very next day, Hainesong had his answer. He returned to the president's office, receiving a much warmer welcome. But President Park demanded a sample for the lawmakers. Hainesong saw right through the greedy ploy. That money was meant for one pocket only. So, the president feigned agreement, biding his time until he got that password. As they shook hands to part ways, our hero's psychometry flashed a vision, the old man lavishing gifts on his family, the bribe money stashed in a personal safe. Meanwhile, the Hainesong tycoon erupted when he learned the government contract went to the Immortal Guild, and immediately ordered his team to contact the press. Hanung saw the news, detailing the accusations against the guild, and prepared to strike back. But a sudden alert blared. Monsters were swarming the city. He instantly dashed toward the danger zone. While Xinyun rallied the other members, Hainesong arrived before the dragons. This territory was supposed to be protected by another guild. He watched their players fumbling uselessly and decided to intervene, soaring into the sky to challenge the winged beasts himself. As a dragon fell, a bystander filmed Hanung's incredible display for the Jihan Guild to see. In moments, social media exploded with footage of our hero's breathtaking performance. After felling the final dragon, Hainesong acquired a powerful flame tome, earning him a deep, respectful bow from the unsung guild. He then gathered the citizens, unleashing a wave of healing energy as the camera kept rolling. President Kong reported that Ansung was being exposed for deep-seated corruption, and with videos of Heinz single-handedly stopping the dragons going viral, the public's perception of his guild transformed overnight. A flood of applications from hopeful players poured in. To protect the company's bottom line, Chang suggested offering them lower-paying contracts, but Hainesong warned that undervaluing players would cost them new talent. Kong countered, saying they could just use government funds and influence just like the other guilds. The guild secured its deal with the government, and the minister visited the president to celebrate their victory. Their celebration was cut short when an agent reported that news of their illegal funds had just hit the web. With that, the public took to the streets demanding the president's removal, but the man had already boarded a plane to an unknown destination. While a judge officially removed President Park from his position, the corrupt politician landed in Switzerland, ready to claim his prize from Hanung. The bank teller reviewed his document, then politely asked the ex-president to follow him. But instead of a vault, the police were waiting, charging him with falsifying bank records. They promptly escorted the disgraced leader to a cell. Back in Korea, the election race began, with Minister Lee Jong-min announcing his candidacy. And Hanun, feeling a sense of peace, finally set out for a relaxing hunt. But a sudden call from Inakuzo shattered the peace. The Japanese government was coming to Korea. They were desperately seeking the Immortal Guild's aid. Heinz wondered what their reward would be. Inakuzo's answer was simple. They would surrender control of their dungeons. At the meeting, our hero decided to take charge of the negotiations himself. Heinz presented himself to the Japanese delegation. They immediately began pleading for our hero's help, a pathetic display he hadn't expected. He agreed, but on his own terms. He would only be available in 3 months. The officials tried to bargain, invoking the names of Kyusu's suffering people, but their words only fueled his fury. How dare they after trying to eliminate him so many times? They claimed money was no issue, so he made his demand. Every single dungeon in the city, the official balked, offering a mere 3. Annoyed, Hun presented the evidence. A detailed report of every attempt the Japanese had made on his life. The price had just gone up. He wanted Kyushu's dungeons, and Shikoku's as well. After a tense silence, they finally surrendered to his terms. Hunsung arrived in Japan, greeted by Inu, the president of the local Hunters Association. He asked our hero to wait at the base for American support, due in 3 days. But as the monsters grew stronger, an alarm blared through the base. Inu's urgent report came in. The monster boss was leading its army toward Hiroshima. Hunsung asked if the civilians had been evacuated. The president confirmed the orders were to retreat. They had no way to fight back. Inakuso added that the evacuation was already underway, but our hero had no intention of running. He asked his subordinate if he was ready to become Japan's new champion. Inakuso's eyes lit up. He accepted without hesitation. Hunsung revealed the plan would make him the nation's portal manager. He handed over a teleportation cloak, and Inakuso swore his unwavering loyalty. Hunsung then asked if anyone had defied the evacuation order. Inakuso reported one soldier was still trapped on the battlefield. The main character ordered his rescue, explaining a live broadcast would bring them fame. The rescued soldiers' new mission: film their every move. Inakuso found the trapped healer, who bravely accepted his new role as cameraman. The camera started rolling, and the two heroes marched toward 10,000 monsters to save a nation. The horde spotted them, and the epic battle began. Both Hunsung and Inakuso unleashed their skills, cutting down countless foes. Through the lens, the healer narrated in awe, "He's the real deal. A true hero." A rain of blazing monsters illuminated the dark sky. Hunsung admired the spectacular light show as the system confirmed 5,000 more vanquished enemies. The beast leader roared in fury, charging our hero, who gracefully dodged and unleashed a massive counterattack. But the monster deflected the blast with its enchanted spear. Hunsung pressed his attack, only to be hit by a bolt of lightning that shattered his armor. The fight became a blinding storm of explosions and energy, the combatants moving faster than the eye could see. Suddenly, a new threat emerged. The monster soldiers swarmed the cameraman. But Inakuso appeared in a flash to ensure the show would go on. The camera kept rolling as the audience frantically asked who this new warrior was. This man who was wiping out enemies with such ease. The healer replied with pride, "That's our team leader." Inakuso defied orders, refusing to abandon his people. He stood as Japan's last shield, a lone hero against the monstrous tide. Meanwhile, Hunsung struggled to land a blow on the golden flyer. The Prime Minister watched the broadcast. Shocked to see the intel leader, Inakuso, on the front lines, he declared that Inakuso would lead the association after the battle. One agent whispered that a new national hero was being born. Not wanting to be outdone, the Prime Minister ordered an announcement of the government's full support. After a long struggle, Hunsung vanquished 10,000 flyers, his powers soaring with rewards. The boss gathered its might for a final strike, but Hunsung met it head-on. Yet the beast sensed our hero's immense power. It turned to flee, but Hunsung's speed was absolute. With a flash of teleportation, he delivered the final strike. His blade absorbed the golden energy before unleashing a brilliant explosion. The great beast finally fell. The world watched in awe, demanding to know the names of Japan's saviors. Hila Kamura ended the stream as Inakuso praised his incredible work. Hunsung approached the fallen monster and found a magnificent flying cape. It was an incredible prize. He equipped the cape, noting the skill book had not yet reached mythic rank. Inakuso and Kamura joined him. Just as a helicopter landed, naming Hunsung the hero of Japan. But the main character gave the credit to Inakuso, the man who never retreated. Before the cameras, the Prime Minister bowed, but Hunsung saw through the performance. he silently signaled for Inakuso to take center stage. The player accepted the honors as the politician praised his difficult mission. The word mission echoed in Hansung's mind. A cold fury ignited within him. The media was praising a government that did nothing. He told Inakuso to play along with the politician's empty words. The next day, a grand parade was held. Hansung met the prime minister in his private office. The politician asked him to cover up their plan to abandon the city. Hansung agreed to the silence, for a price, but the minister claimed he had nothing more to give. So, our hero made a simple threat. The press would love to hear his story. The cornered man asked for his demands. Hansung smirked. He didn't want much. Just a tax exemption on his dungeons, on the entire island of Kyushu. Lands with portals are priceless treasures. Hansung knew this and demanded all the rewards for himself. The minister feebly argued that Inakuso also deserved a share. So, he asked Japan to name its price for a hero. They offered him the presidency of the association. But Hansung had a bolder request, a minister position for his subordinate. The minister paled, claiming such a move was beyond his power. But our hero knew it was only a matter of time. Returning to Korea, he was ambushed by a sea of reporters. His disguise was useless, and soon he was spotted by two presidential candidates eager for a photo op. Uninterested in their political games, he made a swift exit. He thanked Shin Yun for helping him dodge the media frenzies. Heian reflected on the intense fight with Shozona. She wondered why he always seemed to walk toward danger. Her genuine concern touched him, a comforting reminder of his family. Back at the guild headquarters, Master Kang reported floods of investor offers, but Heian ordered him to refuse them all. However, requests from players worldwide were a different story. Heian's command was clear: accept everyone. It was time to expand globally. American politicians were stunned by China's massive investment in the Immortal Guild. The conversation turned to Mabunsak, China's #1 player. Upon taking power, he'd apologized for the past conflict and invested 30 trillion stone dollars into Heian's guild. Not to be outdone, the U.S. president authorized 100 trillion for our hero. An ambassador presented the mind-boggling offer to our main character, but he knew such generosity came with strings attached and asked for the terms. The deal was simple. The player had to remain in the United States. Heian immediately refused to move. But they were prepared, revealing their trump card, a player named Sarah. Her ability allowed for instant travel between the continents. The main character was intrigued. A skill worth 10 billion points was on the line. He agreed to the deal, but on his own terms. He wanted payment in skill books, and the investment could never be withdrawn. The ambassador just laughed. With a firm handshake, the legendary deal was sealed. 3 months later, Hainong and Lucia hunted in a minotaur-filled dungeon. He devoured skill books, yet the mythical rank remained just out of reach. American officials scrambled to find their own player of his caliber. But it was no use. The president was adamant. He wanted the Korean prodigy for himself. Meanwhile, Hyunung browsed his dimensional store and listed some instant noodles. Lucia brilliantly suggested they sell microwaves as well. And so, in the realm of a certain little devil, the noodles were a huge success until she realized they needed to be heated. So she bought the microwave, enjoying a perfect meal. In a flash, Hyacinth's entire stock sold out. Checking the sales report, he saw his mercenary status had leveled up. Lucia pointed out this was a huge opportunity. With the right contracts, mythical items were within reach. Hyacinth's eyes lit up as he accepted his first mission, instantly summoned to a demon-filled raid. A queen with a youthful flair appeared, pleading for our hero to protect her castle. He stepped inside and effortlessly cleared out 300 grotesque monsters. The grateful client offered him all the loot, begging him to stay as their guardian. Hyacinth agreed, though he felt a little guilty, like he was taking advantage of their plight. More monsters swarmed in, but our hero dispatched them, noting they were tougher than expected. Still, he vowed to eliminate every last one. With the castle secured, the townsfolk erupted in a joyous celebration. But Hyanson felt his own upgrades from the fight were somewhat lackluster. The client expressed her thanks, reminding him of Lucia when they first met. After receiving his payment, Hyanson bid farewell, having forged an unlikely friendship with the spirited queen. Back in his own space, a curious notification about his credit score caught his eye. He asked Lucia, who explained it was a reputation system for mercenaries. Determined, Hyanson decided to climb the ranks and attract contracts from top-tier players. Just then, a new request popped up from someone named Gaspit, a name Hyanson definitely recognized. He cautiously pulled up the client's profile. It was that one buyer who was always complaining and asking for refunds. But he had a hunch this person might be a legendary ranker or even higher. Sensing his hesitation, Lucia reminded him that contractors are forbidden from harming their mercenaries. With that assurance, Hyan accepted and was teleported to a magnificent castle. It hardly seemed to need defending until a charming demon girl appeared to greet him, mentioning a few small favors. And that's where our story pauses for now. If you're excited for the next chapter, make sure you ring the notification bell to join us next time on Tubbs.